All right, now we are starting our first technical sessions. But before anything else, our YouTube has stepped up into another part. It's going to be on the part 2, and I believe that the link for our part 2 to the YouTube live stream is already posted in the chat box. So please refer to that link. Ayan. Our first technical session will provide an overall outline of changes in the robotics field and its applications in the non-manufacturing sectors. The resource speaker will demonstrate to us, the audiences, especially those who are currently involved in interdisciplinary product development, research, and business development in the hardware, software, and algorithms, emphasizing on the implementation of AI, that's artificial intelligence, ML, and IoT technologies in the robotics domain. But let us reorient ourselves with the following house rules. Watch this video.
Please be mindful of the following house rules. Find a quiet place and secure a stable internet connection so you can focus on the session. Should you get disconnected while the session is in progress, please rejoin as soon as possible. Please use your full name so that we could properly identify you. Utilize the rename feature on Zoom to change your display name. Be an attentive participant. Unless requested by the moderators, always turn off your webcam and mute the audio of your microphone. Else, you may type in your topic-related questions via the Q&A box on Zoom or the chat or comment box on YouTube. Be respectful and courteous in speaking, writing, and appearance. Steer clear from asking too personal questions or non-subject related questions, and no spamming in the chat box and in the live comments. Kindly accomplish the attendance, quiz, evaluation form, which will be given after the Q&A session. No form completion, no certificate. Keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar.
To formally introduce our resource speaker, may we call on professional electronics engineer Ulrich Lee F. Uy, the IECEP National Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Ulrich. Audio po. Okay, sir, for a while, sir, as our technical team is unmuting you. No audio.
Mic test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Our speaker this afternoon, the very first speaker for this whole week, celebration of our AGM, is a professor and the head of the Center for Automation and Robotics from the Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science from Chennai, India. He has been handling research projects funded by the DST SERD for one, and that is the Department of Science and Technology, Science and Engineering Research Board of India. And also, he has projects with the Royal Academy of Engineering from the United Kingdom. And another one, He also has a project with the MTRDC or DRDO, the Microwave Tube Research and Development Center under the Defense Research and Development Organization. These are among many of his uh, research projects. In fact, he has joint research projects with leading universities like the Warwick University, Northampton University, Leeds University, and the London South Bank University. He has also developed 3 research laboratories in the field of condition monitoring, automation, and robotics. He's working in various interdisciplinary grounds which have wider application in talk about manufacturing, automation, transportation, energy and materials, and others. No? And our speaker for this afternoon has about 20 years of experience in the field of teaching, research, and industry, and even in the field of robotics and automation. In fact, a team headed by our speaker have recently developed a robot called Seveli. And during the onset of the pandemic, they also developed a powered air purifying respiratory system, which were deployed at state government hospitals. He has been awarded as a Young Technology Faculty by the Electronics Engineering Times India and Exemplary Faculty Award by the Institution of Engineering and Technology, or IET, for his research and academic excellence. He is an executive member of Condition Monitoring Society of India and a member of IEEE, IET, ISNT, or the Indian Society for Non-Destructive Testing, ISTE, the Indian Society for Technical Education, and the AUVSI, or the Association for Unmanned Vehicle Systems International. He has completed many consultancy projects and organized many training programs for industrial engineers. Under his guidance, 5 scholars have completed their PhD degree. And to his credit, he has published about 50 research papers in reputed international and national journals. He had participated and presented research papers in prestigious conferences and also delivered invited talks in prestigious forums. So without much further ado, please help me welcome our first speaker for our convention, Professor Dinakaran Devaraj. Sir, welcome.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, good morning, and welcome to one and all present here. First, I would like to thank the Institute of Electronics Engineers of Philippines International, IECEP, for inviting me for this 71st annual general membership meeting and convention e-AGM 2.0. Before going for my presentation, I would like to extend my hearty thanks to Dr. Lori Liza, Chairman of IECEP, and Dr. Michelle D. Lavayes, National President, for inviting me for this great event. I would like to thank Russel, the President of MRSP, for connected with this IECEP, and thanks to Mr. Ulrich Lee for the nice introduction about me. And this is really the event that is arranged related to the embracing digital transformation in the time of new normal. As the previous presenter told about the transformation from the pre-COVID to the after COVID. Initially, he was a professional engineer. After that, he was working in the home with the for COVID-19. And then after that, he was affected in the COVID, then admitted in the hospital. Then again, he's resuming the work. So this means that everybody is transforming. Like before Christ, after Christ, the history will be rewritten as before COVID and after COVID. I think the title given by the IECEP is very apt for today's world, embracing the digital transformation in a time of new normal. Related to that, I would like to present on the transformation in the robotics research and development, which is very close relation with the electronics and communication technology. And that too, I would like to limit myself to the research and development in this field after COVID-19 scenario. So in this, the outline of my presentation will be after completing this presentation, everybody will be knowing about the changes in the robotic research and development after COVID-19 scenario, and they will appreciate the changes and they will try to adapt the changes for the new normal. The contents of my presentation would be the introduction about my center and my university and robotics everywhere, increasing the demands and opportunities, a review that is after COVID-19 scenario, research and development case studies, what are the core areas for the focus and conclusion. So before proceeding for my presentation, I would like to say one thing that I'm seeing the audience, all are from the industry, academia, and professional, and many more domains. And I thought of what is the content I would like to deliver for this event, whether to academic interest or industrial interest. Then I prepared some blend of core ideas, which will talk about the business opportunities in this domain and what are the business demand for the last 2-3 years. When you are comparing from the last 19 and 21, what is the changes in this domain? Those things I would like to cover in the business aspect, the industrial aspect, and in the academic interest. What are the different R&D activities that are flourishing after COVID-19 scenario? Then I would like to appreciate IECEP for connecting all the academicians, industrial professionals together to discuss on this topic. I had an opportunity to listen the various activities of IECEP in this event. I would like to congratulate, appreciate, and thank IECEP for their activities, for their contributions towards the industry and academia. So about my university, I am from Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science from Chennai, South India. It is known for Dravidian culture, which is well reputed city for culture and heritage. And my university is located near to Chennai. It is near Mahabalipuram, which is known place. And our university is graded A by the NAC, that is the topmost accreditation agency in India, and graded category 2 by the UGC, so that we could start many of the schools and the colleges in India, and we could have off campus. And many of the global rankings I presented here just to introduce my university. And about the center, we are focusing on robotics automation, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality. And we have 4 industry-sponsored laboratories that are sponsored by Yeshikawa Robotics, Japan, and SM Cinematics, Japan, ACW Aerodrives, Germany. And we have funded projects from MTRDZ, CVRD, DRDO, Naval Research Board, Royal Academy of Engineering, Departments of Science and Technology, and many more agencies. And we have many consultancy projects, and we are into various product development. We're offering BTech and MTech robotics program, as well as PhD programs in the field of mechatronics and robotics. We do have electronics and communication department in our university. Just I would like to set the context for this discussion by introducing what are the changes happening in the industry 3.0 to the industry 4.0. That is a very, very familiar term to all of us. Industry 4.0 is moving towards smart systems, cloud-based systems, cyber-physical system. All the specialization areas that are presented by the specialization committee here that covers all about the IoT, cloud-based systems, cyber-physical systems. If you could see how the transition is happening from industry 3.0 to 4.0, just the combination of electrical and mechanical systems like electromechanical systems and mechatronic systems are initially introduced in the market, aiming the automation in the factory. Then after that, many of the technologies such as cyber physical systems, cloud-based systems are introduced with the control engineering, automation engineering, product lifecycle management, computation, architecture, big data, cloud, and many more technologies, artificial intelligence, and then that are applied in many of the domains like automation, manufacturing, healthcare, factories, transportation, robotics, medical instrumentation, and many more fields. So the transition is happening by introducing a cloud-based systems and artificial intelligence systems in the physical systems. And in the industry 3.0, we have automated factory, but we are all talking about the smart factory that could take the centralized decision, decentralized decisions in the industry itself, in the sector itself, in the cell itself. And the automation is extended to the service sector. Industry 3.0 focuses on low-level integration, but the Industry 4.0 talks about entire process integration by the cyber-physical system. And Industry 3.0 tells about mechatronic systems to be introduced. Industry 4.0 talks about the cyber-physical systems. And in the Industry 3.0, we have fixed automation, and now we are talking about smart automation or adaptive automation, where the systems could take decisions based on the algorithms built in, say a smart washing machine, smart wiper, or some of the examples where the system itself will take a decision and adapt to the situation and take the decision and work. And the 3.0 focuses on micro level integration, but the smart automation industry 4.0 talks about macro level integration. It integrates the factory, out of factory activities, business activities, service activities, everything into that. And we are all talking about highly flexible smart systems. And in the automation in the industry 3.0, we talked about flexible automation, but here we are talking about highly flexible and smart automation systems. And industry 3.0 focuses on within the factory activities, but this moves out of the factory and it is trying to reach various service sectors like medical, military applications, agriculture applications, and many more applications. So for simplicity, just I could say many of the cyber physical systems and the hardware systems, robotic systems came out from the factory to augment various activities in various fields, and it is providing continuous macro level integration of various systems to take the advantages of productivity, to take the advantage in the quality and other aspects. Come to the robotics field, the major area which is related to the industry 4.0 are identified by core companies and core survey papers that are covered. In that, robotics is one of the fields that is major core industry that is to be considered in industry 4.0 scenario. And if you could see, the perception of a robot changes throughout the world. And if you take Western robotics, just put it in the Google, and if you see in the Western robotics, you could see the different images. And Eastern robotic countries, you can Eastern robotic laboratories, you could see some of the different robots that are related to the assistive healthcare and industry. Western robotic laboratories, countries, they are focusing on military research. It is all about the globalization versus human values. See, in some of the places where, suppose if you take India, many of the places, the sewage tanks, manholes are cleaned by human being, for which the technology is not yet adapted. Though the government started some of the initiation towards this to eradicate the manual scavenging, still that problem exists. That is because of the absence of low-cost robotic technologies. Because of that, we are losing many of the lives of our people. And now the concept after this COVID-19 evolving is robots everywhere, because conventionally the robots are defined by the uh, many of the federation, in that they mentioned it is suitable for repeated jobs, and it is very large, complex, rigid machines, very expensive machine, and that is used for industrial application. But the definition itself is changed now. The robot is not just a rigid machine, but it also is soft and will have better compliance. And it is highly suited for many of the interactions. Collaborative robots are in the market. So now the human being can work with the robot. Initially, we had a robots that are put in the cell, and anybody wants to cross the cell should cross three different safety domains and reach. But now the collaborative robots can work with the human being, that is more safe, and we could do very complex work by the human being, and repeated work which needs some effort can be carried out by the collaborative robots. Artificial robotic organisms are introduced that have properties of mimicking and greatly extending the capabilities of natural organs, and that has wider applications because the service robots are introduced in the market that applies everywhere. Just to compare how the service robot market is expanding globally, you could compare the industrial robot use and the service robot and other type of robots in other industries applications. If you see here, that is published by International Federation of Robotics report 2021, about 384,000 units of the industrial robots are supplied in 2020, and there is expected growth of 13%, and every year that is expected to grow about 6%. So if you see that 384,000, and if you could see the forecast of service robots here in 2020-21, it is about 300 and plus, and in 22 it is about 400. So previously we had many of the industrial robots that are applied in the industries, but now the service robot sector is picking up, that are used in the logistics, public environments, cleaning applications, inspection and maintenance applications, medical applications, field application, and assistive devices. So equally, both the domains are increasing, but the industrial robot application is wide, and we know very well that domain is increasing, expanding like anything. But when you are comparing with the service robots, the increase in the service robot demand is very, very high when you are comparing the percentage. And some of the interesting things I would share to you, that the rate of unemployment trend versus number of robots in use, also studied by the AFR report 18, and they found that there is no correlation. In Germany they studied, in Brazil they studied, and in China they studied, and the correlations and the agreement are totally different. That shows that just placing the robot will not take away the jobs of the people. So in India, many of the companies are MSME companies, so that implementing the robotic technology in specific domains will increase the employment opportunities for the freshers, for the people who are into the robotics domain, electronics and electromechanics. And you could see how the robot sector is redefined. There is no need for the robot to be humanoid, to have a limb to walk or talk, but we could have a wider interpretation about the robot. We could just imagine how the robot is linked with the biology, and how the application systems can be expanded in a different domains. Just you can imagine, when you are replacing the wheelchair with the robotic leg, what is the kind of impact we will have? We can give a leg to the person who are physically challenged. In the place of a wheelchair, you could have a robotic leg. Nanobots to kill the cancer cells that are in the laboratory level research. And you can think about what is the miniaturization and electronics, actuation systems that are required for that. There are many applications. Here you are seeing one of the applications where the robot is scanning the human body. And the application of that service, assistive robots and mobile robots on different fields like healthcare, agriculture, food preparation, manufacturing, military application, manufacturing inspection application, building services. Just I would like to tell about some of the applications to you, and then I will take you to some of the case studies where you could see what are the different domains that are to be blended together to do this kind of interdisciplinary research, and how we evolved such systems in this pandemic, and what are the different kind of systems we are utilizing to form this kind of completely interdisciplinary robotic systems, so that we can understand what are the research domains are picking up. Here you could see the service robot applications, home assistants, many of the robots used for cleaning applications, serving application. And we are very well aware of Amazon warehouse where multiple mobile robots are doing the logistic and load carrying applications, agriculture application, and then companionship kind of robot that are assistive robot that are closely linked with AI-based systems, where it will learn the behavior of the human being and it will interact with them. It will give some companionship to them. So then space applications, and if you see some of the commercial robots that are implemented for the building automation that could clean the duct, and then window cleaning application, floor cleaning application. One of the commercial robots, auto PNPs for smart applications. You could see here what are the different capabilities of that robot. The Bellbot is the another robot that are used to connect many of the activities in the hotel automation. So that is bringing the small items to the customer, and then different points of interest to the hotel that will take the customer to those places, and then accompanying the guest, elevator request, daily tasks. Some of the activities could be automated with this, and some of the hotels implemented this Bellbot robot. And when you see the robotic technology, robotics domain, it is not something a standalone technology. And if you could take this building automation sector and just you can imagine what are the different domains to be integrated. This is where we are talking about IoT, artificial intelligence. The robot for security patrol application, policing application that is used in the mall that you are showing here, that is Bellbot, which is connected to the automatic doors, opening and closing, the status, everything. And then the control of complete heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems are connected to this robot. If nobody is there, no customer is there, the robot will take a decision when it is roaming around. It will switch off the lights. Since all the controls of the lighting, HVAC is connected to the robot can take a decision. And there is a security systems. If any unknown person or any smoke detection alarms, that will give some indication to the control room. So many of the sensors and many of the activities are related to this, and taking the lift and many more activities are related to this. If you take this robot, just I would like to point out how this integration is very, very important. Previously, we handled a robot, and maximum we may link 2 or 3 different devices with that. But you could take here lighting, HVAC, door control, and elevators control, escalator control, and then the lift control, servicing application, policing application, and then security kind of applications. Everywhere the robot is connected through IoT technology, and in the control room, you could take the data from the robot, and that can be processed. That shows that how the integration is very much important. And these are some of the robots that are to understand and recognize what is the need of integration. Robot is not just robot. Robot is integrated with everywhere, so as to take the advantages of integration. And if you could see the service robot applications, there are robots for rehabilitation applications, surgical applications. Almost many of the top hospitals have surgical robots, physiotherapy applications, assistive like of applications. And now come to the after COVID-19 scenario. How different the demand is after this COVID-19. If you could see in the hospitals, surgical robots are very well used. Now in the same hospital, they are using some UV robots for disinfection. In the robotic pharmacy, they would like to have some contactless service so that they use robotic pharmacy. In retail industry, they would like to have some robot to serve the customers. Just you can enter the product, it will go and take it. And handling medical waste, they have a robot. In the banking sector, they would like to introduce a robot so that they could avoid person to person contact. In the customer service, there they could have some robot. The robot could talk with the customers and do the service. And in the hospitality industry, you could see the robot are serving to the customers. And logistics, robot is doing some testing in the uh, laboratory. And many more applications. I'm showing it here: healthcare robots, receptionist, nursing robot, disinfection robot, surgical robot, telemedicine robot, a rehabilitation robot, radiologist robot, cleaning and mopping application. These are the variety of applications that are picking up after this COVID-19. And in the new normal, we are going to use these technologies, and these technologies are going to expand and to be fine-tuned for the future use. And some of the applications that are introduced during this time, okay, may not have the same kind of nature of applications in the near future. If the COVID virus is not there, then just think about what the systems that are developed for that situation. But everybody is advising on living with the COVID. Okay, but we have to suit this application for a different situation so that the adaptability of the robot for various situations should be high, and that can be used for future use. And in the post-COVID opportunities, there are four major facts we have to think about in this domain. One is the contactless assistance, person to person contact they would like to avoid, so that they would like to provide this as a service to the customers. Then the second one is enhancing the service versus essential service. Whenever we talk about the safety, we say it is very essential. Say in the banking, if they like to have some receptionist robot, they would like to take that as an essential service instead of enhancing the service, because it is related to the safety. So wherever we talk about the safety, we say essential thing. So now the robotic application, the different service sectors are moving from the additional service or enhancing the services to the essential service, safety service. And robots for society. Since the robots development into many of the domains are picking up, the R&D activities are picking up, the cost of the robot may come down. So that may motivate many of the countries to implement the robotic technologies in different domains. Like in India, I told you about the manual cleaning. That is a challenge for many of the countries, particularly developing countries. So where we could implement such technologies and handling sort of waste, and many places we could implement the robot. And managing the resources, and the robots should be available. Robots are available all the time, but persons may not be available. Just think about the COVID scenario. Many of the NDT inspectors are from here are going to overseas for the high-rise tank inspection in the oil industry, where they are doing some NDT inspection. There are two skills required for them. One is the NDT inspection skill, another one is climbing skill. They have to put a long rope and they should climb and test that. So they have some special capabilities to do that. Since because of this COVID-19 scenario, if the persons are not going and doing such kind of activities, managing the resources will be very, very difficult. So that we need some robots for doing such kind of applications where the human being are very difficult to do that work. Like high-rise tanks, which has more than 200, 300 meters, it's very difficult to inspect. Those things we could attempt through this one. So the managing resource in this situation is another thing. So now the robotics domain is expanding. At the same time, the cost of the robot is going down, and that motivates many of the places, many of the countries to implement these technologies. The place where I have Chennai, and then near Bangalore, those cities, they implemented some of the robotic restaurant where the robot will serve the people. You could see some of these slides, some of the pictures of that. That shows that robot is expanding, reaching to different domains. Even it has reached the hotel. And reported use of robots. And if you could see some of the research papers says that 16 countries extensively they are trying to use this robot for public safety, public works, non-clinical public services after this COVID-19. And then 7 countries they started using clinical care, and then work critical infrastructure, 7 countries, 5 countries. And these are some of the statistics where you could see the different kind of applications are coming into the place that shows the tremendous opportunities in this domain. Already I told you, contactless services are add-on feature previously, but now the contactless services are safety features. That will improve the quality of the service, but now it will improve the quality at the same time it will ensure the safety. You could just see that how you could take the sample for the COVID-19 with the help of robot. And you could see a paper published in 2020 says that the various robotic solutions are available after the COVID-19 pandemic. That starts from the initial contact and assessment for the patient, particularly this is for healthcare, and hand hygiene, surface decontamination, and then patient transport, hospital lab testing, management of diseased person, and long-term care facilities. All those things are given in that what are the various robotic solutions that are picking up, that are very much required worldwide. That is mentioned here, robot doctor, that means some telemedicine applications, and then teleconsultation applications, robot nurse, ambulance robot, sanitizer dispensing robot, spraying robot for outdoor applications, self-driving car for carrying a patient, and then robot receptionist, telemedicine robot, dispensing robot, and many more applications you could see that shows that it is opening up a very new opportunities after COVID-19. And you could see how this field is improving, increasing. Service robot personal for domestic use, that states that in 2022, 55.1 millions of units are required throughout the world. And the increase will be 12 million units in 2021. That shows that how the area is picking up. The entertainment also, they require about 6 million units. And if you do the survey now, I think this survey published in 2019, just if you take a survey in 2020 and 2021, we could come to know how the drastic improvements are there in the service robots. Initially, I showed you one slide in that the cumulative value of the service robot requirements are very huge. And you could see the public relations, professional cleaning application, exoskeleton applications, field robot applications. And what are the various research and development activities and associated domains that are picking up in this domain? If you could see that the mobile robots in that we have navigation technology, autonomous navigation, payload capabilities that are related to the kinematics and dynamics of the robot, AI-based algorithms, integration, application in different domains like logistics, healthcare, and many more field I told you. And then assistive and service robots, intelligent navigation, vision-based algorithms, and then AI-based algorithms and various applications. Collaborative robot, integration of collaborative robot for various applications like vision system and other inspection system, and AI-based, machine learning-based algorithms, and some simplification. Simplification in the sense you could make the robot to work along with the human being so that few of the complex work that are little easy to do that can be done by the human being so that it can reduce the cost of the robotic technologies. And the smart industrial robots, where we could, many of the research is picking up in the field of integration and widening the applications of those robots. These are the various research and development domains which are applied in the different fields. And I told you the different applications of robot, starting from the building application to the military applications, healthcare, and many more. And you could classify into 4 different domains. And those domains, in each and every field, you could see the different field of interest and field of research. And I would like to showcase some of the robots that are developed in our center as a case study, so that we could know how the technologies are for various applications, starting from the medical assistance to the manufacturing applications, manufacturing inspection applications. So a few of the robots I would like to show. One is the robot called Civili that we have developed during this pandemic to support the of frontline people who are involved in this COVID-19, to support the Department of Health and Family Welfare and hospitals through the spread of this COVID-19. A technology-driven solution we have developed, and that is given to many of the hospitals. The objective of that robot is to navigate inside the wards and to deliver the food, and that will enable the video audio communication through Wi-Fi. So these are the things, and that will produce some improved safety for the medical frontline. That is to create awareness on the isolation among the people. Initially, we supplied few robots, and numbers we have increased, and many of the robots are supplied to the district hospitals and state hospital. And initially, when the COVID-19 case is reported in India, the first month itself, we started working on such robots. And initially, we developed some prototype, and that is showcased to the health minister here. And then finally, we have developed such robots and delivered to many of the hospitals, for which Renault Nissan has supported this initiative. That just I would like to show the functionality of this robot that is published in one of the media. May you know the audio is okay? Are you able to hear the audio of this? Are you able to hear the audio, please?
Professor Devaraj, I'm sorry for
Yeah, are you able to hear the audio, please?
Yes, sir. The video has no audio.
The video?
Yes, sir. We cannot hear the sound, sir. You may have missed to check the share audio checkbox before sharing it.
Yes, please. Thank you.
We can hear it now, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And well, at a time when the world is battling the coronavirus, it is Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science that has developed a life-saving service robot, Civili, that is supporting the initiatives of controlling COVID-19. Take a look at this report.
In the course of humanitarian service, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Sciences has developed a fully functional life-saving robot, Civili, that translates to caretaker in Tamil.
சிவிலி என்கிற சேவை ரோபோட்டை இன்றைக்கு அறிமுகம் செய்வதில் நாங்கள் மிகவும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். இந்த ரோபோட் இந்துஸ்தான் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தால் வடிவமைத்து உருவாக்கப்பட்டது. இந்த திட்டத்துக்கு ரெனால்ட் நிசான் எங்களுக்கு துணையாக இருந்தார்கள். இந்த ரோபோட்டோட சிறப்பம்சம் பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு தேவையான உணவுப் பொருட்கள், மருந்து பொருட்கள் மற்றும் இதர தேவையான பொருட்களை பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு கொண்டு போய் கொடுக்கும். டாக்டர்ஸ், நர்சஸ் நேரடியாக பேஷண்ட் கூட போகாமல் வெளியிருந்தே அவர்களோட கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ண முடியும், அவங்களுக்கு அறிவுரை சொல்ல முடியும், மருந்து குறித்து அறிவுரைகளை அவர்கள் வழங்க முடியும்.
Supported by Renault and Nissan, Civili is claimed to be capable of navigating to the isolation ward, delivering food, medication and other necessities. Hindustan Institute of Technology deployed 4 such robots at isolation wards at Rajiv Gandhi Government Hospital in Chennai. Civili is the brainchild of Robotics Department of ANRO, led by Professor Dinakaran, head of the Center for Automation and Robotics, among other members including Professor M.M. Ramya.
Yeah. So this is a robot that is implemented. So that will have a navigation capability. Now we are working on the autonomous navigation based on the self-organizing map algorithms, and that has a vision camera for navigation, as well as for vision camera for video conferencing with audio facility. That has various communication systems that are Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, RF enabled. Wherever they find some issues in the Wi-Fi, they could contact through RF enabled system. And then there is a separate mobile app for the navigation is developed. And this is the hospital trial that is made at the government hospital. And initially we are teaching the nurses to operate this robot.
Hello, sir. Aries on the hospital. உங்களுக்கு என்ன ரோபோவில் என்னென்ன அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கோம்னு சொல்கிறதுக்காக தான் உங்களுக்கு இப்போ பேசிட்டு இருக்க வராங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு மாத்திரையெல்லாம் இருக்குது, யூஸ்ல போட்டுக்கோங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி டயட் வச்சுருக்கோம், ஃப்ரூட்ஸு, ஜூஸு எல்லாம் வச்சுருக்கோம். அது எப்போ என்ன தேவையோ எடுத்துக்கோங்க. டயட் எடுத்துட்டு மாத்திரை போட்டுக்கோங்க. மேனேஜ் ஆகாதீங்க. ஏன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மேகசின்ஸ் வச்சுருக்கோம், டைம் பார்த்து மேகசின் பண்ணுங்க. என்ன ஹெல்ப் இருந்தாலும் உடனே கேளுங்க.
Yeah. So the main thing I would like to share with you is the experience we had during this pandemic. Just we had 3 months to develop this robot and put it in use in the hospitals. For that, we have followed a kind of technology, kind of design methodology that is called as design for emergency. So the design for emergency tells you about how do you manage the resources when everything is not available, when anything is not available, when the shops are closed, when all the companies are closed in the lockdown period. And how do we develop a robot with a systematic approach, for which we have developed some emergency design management system. Through that, these robots are developed with the available actuators and with the available motors and drives and many more systems, electronic systems and mechanical systems. All the robots are developed locally, because during that time we have to manage resources locally. Sometimes globe will expand, the world will expand, sometimes it shrinks. During the lockdown period, it shrinks, and we have to meet out all the resources within the local region itself. So for that, we have experienced such a great methodology that is called as design for emergency that I would like to share to you. We may frequently may use these kind of things in near future. So these are some of the clips that are published in media. And the next one I would like to tell you about the inspection robot that we have developed for NDT inspection of Aries tanks. The first application is related to the healthcare, and the second application is related to the NDT inspection for Aries building. And you could see the picture here. the person should climb the tank and do the inspection. But instead of that, if you have a robot that could navigate on the surface of the tank and do the inspection, that would be good, and easily you can maintain the resources during this lockdown period or during this kind of scenario. And you could see the robot that we developed called Udumbu, that is a Tamil name, that is used for climbing the Aries tanks that could climb the ferromagnetic surfaces. The adaptive adhesion mechanism is based on hybrid magnetic adhesion, electromagnetic and magnetic technology, and the payload about 50 kg initially we developed, and we have tested for 27 kg. And initially we developed a kinematic and dynamic model of that. The academic people may show the interest on this slide. Just I would like to show the journey of the development of this one. And initially we did some analysis on how the adhesion capabilities of the robot and what is the maximum force that can offer, all those things through the magnetostatic analysis. And then we have tested gripping force with the specially designed gripping mechanism. And then we have simulated for a different thickness of tanks. The tank thickness may vary from 1 mm to 15 mm or 16 mm plate, so that we have checked it whether the robot is capable enough to pick that. And what is the adhesion mechanism and how it is establishing the magnetic flux for gripping. Those things also we have analyzed for various things, and completely we have simulated using a COMSOL physics. And finally we found that the simulation results have a good agreement with the experimental results. And we did some dynamic analysis on that. We have checked those capabilities of the robot in the Adams package that is used for doing the dynamic analysis. And the robot, how it is climbing and when the slip occurs, all those things are analyzed. And then the third one, you could see this is a finally developed model, and you can see how the robot is moving up and down and how it is rotating. There are three different technologies we have combined. That is, the first one is the navigation technology that we have designed. Another one is the sensing technology that is for ultrasonic testing, and the completely C-scan development based on the image processing algorithms and AI-based algorithms are developed for C-scan inspection of this one. Then the third one is the complete controls to map the complete geometry of the tank and coordinate with the C-scan signal. And you could see the payload testing, and initially they are placing the weight about 27 kg, and then they started moving this robot and how it is lifting. So this robot is tested for 27 kg. Since the ultrasonic equipment is about 15 kg, including the amplifier, everything, 10 to 15 kg, the robot is designed to take 30 kg payload. And various versions of this robot. And another robot we have designed is along pipelines we have developed to avoid the motion singularity, and how the motors can be used uniformly, carrying the load inside the pipelines wherever you find some curves or T branches or L-type bending in the pipelines where there are some issues in the robots. Two wheels will be loaded much and one wheel will not touch the surface. That is what we found with the available robots, and you could see here that will lift due to some motion singularity. So that we have analyzed and we developed a new model to take care of that one. And finally, we came up with a model called Kudali that will take care of all those singularities and could distribute the load evenly throughout the actuators. Yeah. Then the another type of robot that we developed is the intelligent assistive robot that is to assist elderly people. That has a low cost robot that uses some adaptive learning algorithms, AI based algorithms, that has autonomous navigation capability. This is developed in collaboration with the University of Leeds, UK. So initially we thought of developing such robots for which we took different data on what kind of a problem we should attempt, and 66% of elderly prefer to have assistance in the form of companionship. That is why we developed this architecture that has three main inputs, which are auditory system, vision system, and navigation system. And many kind of language processing, decision making engines are developed. And finally, that robot is put in use to note the emotion reduction, expression, and then if there is any abnormalities found, that will give the uh, information to the caretaker. The same robot is demonstrated in the IEEE conference, and many of the visitors and the doctors have interacted with the robot, and they've suggested many revisions in that. And we have demonstrated the same in the exhibition also. And the robot, just thought of playing this video since we have shortage of time. I skip this one. The robot will talk and assist the elderly people. Then the next robot, I talked about the robot, industrial robot, and their integration with other systems. The robot that I'm showing here is the industrial robot Motorman Eshkava robot available in our lab. We are developing a system that is vision and force based assistance for deburring, that will take care of the part anomalies. Suppose if you have a cast component which is to be deburred, okay, the burr size may be different for different parts, but now we are writing a single program for that. That will take more time, so that to develop the optimum trajectory planning, so we are capturing the image of the cast component, and then we are using many image processing algorithms. Finally, we are correcting the positional invariance, and we are capturing the abnormal parts that is to be removed, and finally that is removed. So this is the finished component we are getting. So this is the algorithm, vision based algorithms that we have developed for the industrial robot. So they are doing this, they're facing, many of the casting industries are facing this problem of burr removal and fettling. This robot is adaptive robot that will capture the image and will process, and will automatically adjust the trajectory so as to take care of the changes in the profile. And the next case study I would like to show to you is the collaborative robot that we are dealing. The collaborative robot can work with the persons in the shop floor. And here the robot that we have developed is AI-based image recognition system, where the robot will automatically identify the part and it will put it in the pack. That is used for packing application. And here you could see the robot will identify.
This is the experimental state into the move it workspace as a collision object. And as long as the goal state does not coincide with the collision object, trajectory execution will take place. And once a collision is detected, it shows a preview of collision as the red indication shown here. And then it stops the manipulator from reaching that goal state. The algorithm is executed to correlate the camera frame and the robot frame. For a set of six joint angles are passed as an argument in the motion planning client to place the object in the desired location. So here we can see that when the gripper opens, the sorting operation is completed. And by taking that as an input, by taking the finger status being open as the
Yeah, this is one application. So what we have done is we have implemented this one with the IoT capabilities also. When the part is handled, it will say the status is set, and it will give the message that these many parts are handled. So that is how the robot is linked with the IoT, so that the counting and how many parts are handled and whether the package is completed or not, all those status automatically it will generate with the IoT and cloud-based technology. Yeah. So just I showed you some of the cases that we are dealing in our laboratory. So in that, I showed some of the case studies which are related to the COVID-19 and some of the regular research work that are going in our laboratory as a case study to understand what are the different domains linked in that. Say, in the post-COVID opportunities, we are seeing the contactless assistance, and it is becoming a safety feature, and robots for society is the key thing that we are focusing on after this 2020. And in that, there are three different domains are picking up: mobile robot, assistive robot, and collaborative robot. When you compare the business opportunities with the industrial robot, more or less that is equal. But previously, before 10 years, you could see there is a huge gap between the service robots and industrial robot. Now, almost the demand for the service robot and this one are equal. That shows that how the service robot field is picking up. And then these are the core domains that are listed by Encompass study 10 automation trends. In that, the collaborative and affordable robots are mentioned here. But I could see there is a connection between these domains. So the tremendous dynamic developments in the electronics and the IoT and edge devices, sensors that are placing a different kind of developments in these domains that are blended each other. And if you take this robot that combines the IoT, and then the complete automation architecture is reorganized, many of the edge devices are used, so that all the technologies are blended and it is producing different applications that are used in various fields. So that's all. So as a summary, already I told you that the blend of various technologies are picking up after COVID-19 scenario. Many of the service robot sector is picking up. That is more or less equal to the industrial robot. That is opening up many of the opportunities for the professionals. Yeah. So with that, I would like to finish my presentation. I'm happy to take questions, if any.
Thank you for that, Professor Devaraj. I know that our skilled electronics engineers understood how the various latest technologies, such as robotics and the artificial intelligence, will impact the world. And actually, sir, our engaging participants have few questions here in our Q&A box. So, sir, let us answer these questions, sir. We have here, for our first question, so this is from our engaging participants. Professor Devaraj, what are the limitations of these robots? Examples are these limited to its power, charging time, or what else are the limitations?
Yeah. See, there are many case studies I told to you. The limitations of this, suppose if you take the first robot that I showed to you, the service robot that is used in the hospitals, the limitations of that robot. When you are making the robot autonomous, there are so many issues we can face, because there are many regulations related to the medical authorities that we have to follow. That is one. And we are handling the patients. That is very difficult to handle. And when you are using some autonomous kind of algorithms, navigation algorithms, if it goes and hits the patient, that will become a very big problem. So that's some kind of blended approach we have to follow. So completely autonomous will be the limitation for this kind of applications. Suppose if you are using the same robot in the industry, you could completely make it as a fully automated system that can interact with many edge devices and other devices, and fully automation you could achieve. But when it is coming to the healthcare applications, other service kind of applications where we are handling the human being, so there are some limitations related to safety.
All right, so the limitations will base on which application would you want to robotics to be indulged to, as what our resource speaker told us. Sir, thank you for answering that, sir. We have another question here, sir. Sir, this is the question flashing our screens. In the pipe inspection robot you showed earlier, is it applicable in the oil industry pipelines? If yes, how will it check the pipe rust or other deformation, irregularities inside the pipes?
Yeah. So this pipeline inspection robot that we have developed is for steel pipes. So initially that robot is designed to monitor the corrosion, cracks, or some leakages in the pipes. So we are using two different technologies for monitoring the pipelines. One is the vision technology, another one is the ultrasonic technology. One is the vision based method that uses the camera that will rotate 360-degree, and it will continuously map the pipeline images. And if there are any irrelevant edges found, that means through edge reduction algorithm, that will give the information on corrosion, erosion, such kind of problems, leakage. And if required, that place the ultrasonic sensor will be placed, and then we will monitor whether the crack is very severe or not. These two different methods we use, but we are just fine tuning that one for oil pipeline industries. So initially we made a prototype, and now we are fine tuning it. And without oil we could check it, but with oil kind of applications we are working on it.
All right, thank you for that, sir. That was two questions, and sir, we have another question here. This one, sir. Implementing robots in the fields, what are the standards that we shall adopt, or the governing standards that address robots during implementation? Do they have things like this, sir? Like if you want to apply a robot or AI in certain field, are we under a governing rules or regulations regarding these innovations, sir?
Yeah. So there are many standards available, like the standards comprises of safety and various safety aspects like performance, all those things. There are many criteria like ISO. If suppose if you take ISO 10218, all those things are also related to that. And many of standards are available in various countries are following. But in the collaborative robots and this kind of service robots that is slowly picking up to the definitions, they're arriving at the standards and the ethical aspects that are to be taken care. And still it is in the development stage. Even last year also, there was a big conference related to this development of ethical standards and the safety standards of this kind of robots that are newly emerging. We are very well aware of other standards that are for used in the conventional applications, but for this kind of emerging robot, particularly for this medical applications, all those things, that the standards and the ethical things are keep evolving.
Yeah, I would agree with that, sir. Especially when you said about regarding the medical field, sir. The standards and the regulations would be depending also on which, number one, you said on which place would you implement it, and on which field would you implement it.
Yes,
But,
yeah,
sir, but yes, unfortunately, due to the interest of time, sir, we would love to answer more questions because our participants are like engaging and interested in this topic title, sir. And it's such an honor to have you here. But sir, for the interest of time, that will be the last questions that we will be tackling right now. And Professor Devaraj, please stay in the spotlight as we present to you this plaque of appreciation. The Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this plaque of appreciation to Professor Dinakaran Devaraj in grateful recognition of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker during the 71st Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention with the theme Embracing Digital Transformation in the Time of New Normal, given this 27th of November 2021. Signed by Dr. Lorilisa D. Bulayog, the e-AGM 2.0 Convention Chairman and Secretary General, also signed by Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, the IECEP National President. Professor Devaraj, maraming salamat po. We look
Thank you.
forward on having you again and learn more from your expertise, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the given opportunity. I would like to thank the organizers of this AGM and then this professional society, IECEP, for giving me this opportunity to meet experts in this field. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you also, sir. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Thank
Have
you
a pleasant day, sir. To our participants, we want to remind you that the link for the attendance, learning, and seminar evaluation form is now posted in the Zoom chat box and in the YouTube live comments. Please do not forget to fill out completely and carefully, as this is one of the requirements to qualify for the e-certificates and earn CPD points. Yan, participants completely and carefully. We will pause for a short break, and after that will be our next technical session on 5G NR Evolution, The Road to 6G by Engineer Richard R. Matias. Watch the sponsor's video and see you in a few.
Manufacturers today are seeking efficiencies in production and ways to transform their business through Industry 4.0. Advantech offers intelligent factory solutions designed to help customers unlock the potential of data acquisition, data computing, data visualization, and centralized management in order to create their own smart factories while also improving productivity, reducing loss, and increasing profits. Advantech's solutions include an overall equipment effectiveness solution and a factory energy management solution. The OEE solution utilizes real-time machine management for maximizing operational excellence. The FEM solution enables centralized monitoring and data management for optimizing energy efficiency. For these solutions, customers can use Advantech's on-site servers or cloud platform. The solution features support KPI management, alarm notifications, and remote access to dashboards for convenient management. Moreover, the provision of data visualization and real-time dashboards in the Industry 4.0 Situation Room allows managers to make efficient, data-driven decisions. Join us and unlock the potential of Industry 4.0.
All right, welcome back to all of us. And we would like to especially mention, of course, earlier you saw Professor Dinakaran Devaraj, our gratitude extends as well to the Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines for making that one possible. And of course, with the assistance of the President of MRSP, Engineer Marichel Choganco, through the initiative of Engineer Jomer V. Katipon. So maraming salamat po for materializing our first technical session. Now let's move directly and proceed to our second technical session under the Broadcasting and Telecommunications track. So our second session will discuss the different evolution in wireless technologies from 1G towards 6G technology. We'll also learn the 5G NR enhancements, including the services and network architecture expansion. So what a timely topic to have, really. So anyway, without much further ado, let's introduce our second expert. Let us welcome the IECEP National Vice President for Education, Engineer Joseph Carl G. Salva.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, po.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon to all. Our resource person this afternoon graduated cum laude of the Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communications Engineering from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Taguig campus in 2004. He was the Senior Radio Network Engineer of Globe Telecom from February 2005 to September 2010, and a telecom engineer of Qatar Kents WLL of Doha, Qatar from September 2010 to May 2011. Was also the senior consultant of Link Consulting Ericsson Mexico Project, Mexico City, Mexico from June 2011 to August 2011, and from September 2011 to October 2018, Senior Network Engineer of Ericsson Telecommunications Incorporated, Taguig City, Philippines. And from October 2018 to the present, Senior Radio Network Planning Consultant of Myanmar Posts and Telecommunications of Yangon, Myanmar. He is also the founder of RF Engineer Pilipinas and CEO of Terahertz Pilipinas Incorporated. So to my colleagues in the EC profession, guests, participants, and friends, may I present to you our resource person this afternoon to talk about 5G and our evolution, the road to 6G. Engineer Richard R. Matias.
Thank you, Engineer Joseph Carl Salva, for the introduction. So before we start, I would like to thank the IECEP National, headed by Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, to all officers and board of directors, specifically to Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel Villas and Dr. Lori Liza Bulaog for personally inviting me to join this momentous 71st Annual General Meeting and Convention. To all PRC officers and members, to all the IECEP members, professionals, and of course, to the fellow colleagues in RF Engineer Pilipinas, magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. So, let me share my screen first. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, so ang ating theme for this week is the 71st annual in the 71st annual general meeting and convention, embracing digital transformation in the time of new normal. So very timely to dahil nung nagsimula ang pandemic dito sa Pilipinas, hindi lang sa Pilipinas, sa buong mundo, malaki ang naging role ng wireless telecommunications and IT industry to address and to help the society in these trying times. So, ang pag-usapan natin today is not only on the applications of 5G pagdating sa connections natin in terms of wireless broadband sa ating mga bahay, sa ating mga telepono. But I will also share with you what are the different applications of 5G in the industry right now. And then what are the upcoming enhancements that we are expecting in 5G towards to the realization of 6G. So we will talk about 6G more on the visions of different entities or organizations. Okay, so let's start on our discussion today. Okay, so our topics, evolution of key and developments in cellular technology, and then what is 5G and why do we need it, and then 5G use cases and applications, and then who makes the 5G standard, and then the 5G standard evolution, and then we will tackle more on the 5G use cases and the future enhancements in these 5G use cases, and NR enhancements beyond the release 15, and of course, introduction to the 6G visions. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start with the evolution of key developments and in cellular technology from 1G to 5G. So over the last 40 years, the world has witnessed 4 generations of mobile communications. The first generation of mobile communication, emerging around 1980, was based on analog transmission, with the main technologies being, for example, the AMPS or the Advanced Mobile Phone System, developed within the North America. And then followed by Nordic Mobile Telephony or NMT, jointly developed by that time a government-controlled public telephone network operators of the Nordic countries. And TACS, Total Access Communication System, used, for example, in the United Kingdom. And the mobile communication systems based on first-generation technology were limited to voice services. And for the first time, it was made available and accessible to ordinary people. Then goes the second generation. We go here. The second generation of mobile communication, emerging in early 1990s, saw the introduction of digital transmission on the radio link. Although the target service was still voice, and the use of digital transmission allowed for second generation mobile communication systems to also provide limited data services. There were initially several different second generation technologies, including, for example, GSM and CDMA. So ang pinaka naging sikat dito sa Pilipinas, alam naman natin lahat, is the GSM, the Global System for Mobile Communication. And then there was other technologies like digital amps, the digital version of amps, and the personal digital cellular na nanggaling sa Japan. And as the time went by, the GSM spread from Europe to other parts of the world and eventually came to completely dominate among the second generation technologies. Then we go to the third generation. So the third generation of mobile communication, often just referred as 3G, was introduced in the early 2000. So dito ako nag-start ng pumasok sa telco, nasa 3G na ako. And with the 3G, the true step to high quality mobile broadband was taken, and then enabling fast wireless internet access. If you remember, or if you experienced the speed of 2G, that time it was in the kbps. So you can see 64 kbps. So pinakamataas siguro is nasa 300 kbps using the edge. And then nung dumating si 3G, we go to the Mbps level. Yeah, so 2 Mbps, 3 Mbps, 14 Mbps, and then 21 Mbps. Okay, so we are now and have been for several years, pupunta tayo dito sa fourth generation dahil nga sa demand for data, data demand no, in the uplink and the downlink. So the fourth generation era of mobile communication represented by the LTE technology, or yung tinatawag nating long-term evolution, LTE. LTE has followed in the step ng 3G, particularly yung high-speed packet access or HSPA, and then providing higher efficiency and further enhanced mobile broadband experience. So in terms of higher achievable end rate and user data rate. So dito, nakita natin sa 4G, dito na umaabot ng 100 Mbps. Yan, so 200 Mbps. But the main target of 4G, as set by the ITU, was around 1 gigabit per second. So before you consider technology to become 4G technology, it should meet the 1 gigabit per second. So ito yung target ng 4G or LTE that time. And then nung dumating na yung bandang 2020, so discussions on the fifth generation of mobile communication actually began in 2012. So in many discussions, the term 5G is used to refer sa mga specific or new radio access, 5G radio access technology. And then however, sa 5G is also often used in a much wider context, not just referring to a specific radio access technology, but rather to a wide range of new services envisioned to be enabled by future mobile communication. As you can see, in the 5G, it's not only represented by mobile phones, because in the era of 5G, there's a lot of opportunity or a lot of use cases that will happen. And then today, you will learn some of the most important use cases in 5G. Okay, so this is the evolution of the key developments in the cellular technology in a glimpse. So what is 5G, by the way? So when we talk about 5G, what 5G really is, and why do we need it? So in the simple term, 5G is the fifth generation of wireless technology that will provide the wireless connectivity for everything. So it has, number one, faster than the existing mobile connectivity, meaning faster than LTE, and then lower latency, lower energy consumption, and greater capacity. So later on, pag-usapan natin ano yung mga characteristics na yan. And then 5G has the potential to enable new use cases and new applications for different industries. And then 5G requires to define a flexible architecture. So you can see here you can hear in 5G the split architecture options. Unlike the normal architecture ng LTE, so sa 5G is nagkakaroon tayo ng disaggregations of architecture and aligned with the needs from customer and business perspective. Okay? So 5G, is it an evolution or a revolution? It's an evolutionary technology or revolutionary technology? Actually, 5G is both an evolution, which is it's a 5G is a new mobile network. It's a new 3GPP standard, and it is also a revolution which coincide with technological transformation. 5G is a multi-service network, and also it enhanced performance, more flexibility, and new services. Yeah, so 5G is both evolution and a revolution. So what are the 5G technology components that we need to learn? So I will share with you 5 technology components. So number one, 5G is the first mobile radio technology that is designed to operate on any frequency band between 400 megahertz and 90 gigahertz. So siya pa lang yung technology, ng wireless technology natin. If you remember GSM is primarily working in the 900 megahertz to 1800 megahertz. So it's a 2-band. So 900 and 1800, particularly sa Pilipinas. And then when UMTS came in, ginamit natin ang UMTS frequency as 2100 or the 2.1 gigahertz. And then later on, nagkaroon tayo ng refarming. Gumamit tayo ng 900 megahertz, 850 megahertz, and then nagkaroon din tayo ng 450 megahertz. And then later on, dumating si LTE, nagkaroon tayo ng L1800, L450, L700, and then L900 and L2100. And then there's an L3500. So when we say L3500, meaning LTE that is working or using a frequency of 3500 megahertz or 3.5 gigahertz. When we say L900, it's an LTE system that is using 900 frequency band. But sa ngayon, ang nangyayari is si 5G pa lang. ang merong capability to work in the wide spectrum like this, from 400 megahertz up to 90 gigahertz. And the low bands are needed, itong mga low bands natin, are needed for coverage, and high bands for high data rates and capacity. So the initial 5G deployments use TDD, or the time division duplex. So when you say time division duplex, we're only using one frequency and then separated by time slot. So the TDD is working between 2.5 to 5 gigahertz. And the other mode is the frequency division duplex, or the FDD. So below 2.7, and then TDD, again, at the millimeter wave. So when we say millimeter wave, so yung wavelength nung ano natin, no, yung frequency natin. When you remember the formula no millimeter wave, lambda is equals to C over F. No? So when you calculate the lambda, so basically it's a millimeter wave. So it ranges from 24 to 39 gigahertz frequencies. So this is the first technology of the 5G, new spectrum. Next, it uses a beamforming and massive multiple input and multiple output, or the MIMO beamforming. So beamforming can increase spectral efficiency and network coverage substantially. So pinapaganda niyo yan, no? Pinapaganda niyo yung spectral efficiency natin. So mas nagagamit natin ng husto. Yan. So beamforming is more practical at higher frequencies. Because kasi yung antenna size is comparable to the wavelength. So kapag mataas yung frequency mo, definitely yung mga antenna is lumiliit, no? So yung mga antenna elements mo is yung separation niya, yung lambda over 2 is maliit lang. Kaya kayang-kaya mo siya pagkasyahin sa isang maliit na physical antenna. Yan. And the antenna size becomes smaller yan at higher frequencies. And then in practice, massive MIMO can be utilized at frequencies above 1 gigahertz. And in the base stations and at the millimeter wave, even in the devices. Yan. Massive MIMO will be part of the 5G specifications and deployments starting sa day 1 or phase 1 ng 5G. So kasama na siya agad, no, as a basic feature ng 5G. Next, what is the next technology component ng 5G? Network slicing. Yan. Network slicing means there's a physical and protocol layers in 5G that needs flexible design in order to support different use cases. So different frequency bands and to maximize energy and spectral efficiency. So yung network slicing will create a virtual network segments for the different services within the same 5G network. No? So ibig sabihin, for example, ikaw ay magde-data lang, magkakaroon ka ng mobile data. So you will have a specific slice in the network. But for example, you are an operator or a factory owner, no, na meron kang mass productions ng certain products, you can have a specific slice also in the network. So you can have a private network actually. So wala kang kasama mga public users sa yung 5G network. Okay, so that's one of the benefits ng network slicing. So this slicing capability allows operators to support different use cases, as I mentioned a while ago, and enterprise customers without having to build a dedicated network. So you can use it, the same physical network, and then you can just have a slice of the network for each use case that you would like to do. Okay. And the next, meron tayong dual connectivity and LTE coexistence. So kung meron kayong mga telepono na 5G ngayon, just like for example, iPhone 12 or iPhone 13, or yung mga Huawei Mate 30 Pro, or yung mga Samsung A series, and those phones are 5G capable already. And then even on a prepaid phones, pwede nyo ma-experience na yung 5G, no? As long as yung SIM card is activated na sa 5G. Pero ako hindi na ako nagpa-activate, automatic naging active yung aking SIM card sa 5G. So what do we mean by LTE dual connectivity and LTE coexistence? Kapag tinignan natin yan, no, sa ating test equipments, makikita nyo na ang inyong telepono, once nakakita ka ng 5G signal dun sa inyong signal bar, it is also connected to LTE. Ang tawag natin dyan is dual connectivity. Yan. So dual connectivity. So pwede tayo kapag kumonekta ka sa 5G, bago ka kumonekta sa 5G, magpapaalam ka muna sa LTE, no? And then papayagan ka ng LTE na magkaroon ka ng second carrier to add in your mobile phone. So ang tawag natin doon is dual connectivity. Nangyayari ang dual connectivity sa isang setup na tinatawag nating non-standalone. Yan, mode. So non-standalone mode. Okay? Okay. And then lastly, meron tayong support. Yan, for cloud implementation and edge computing. Yan. So the current architecture in LTE network is fully distributed in the radio and then fully centralized sa core network. The low latency na target ng 5G requires the content to be brought closer to the radio. Diba? Mas malapit ka sa radio, mas mabilis ang latency. Yan. Which leads to local and breakout and edge computing. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mga deployment ng mga edge clouds. So scalability requires the cloud benefits to be brought to the radio networks with edge cloud architecture. So 5G radio will be specified for native cloud implementation and then including new interface inside the radio network. Okay? So ito yung ating 5 basic technology na actually marami to, no? Marami itong mga features ng 5G pero sa ngayon ito muna yung pag-uusapan natin. Ito muna yung ating kailangan tandaan, mga 5G technology components. Okay? So using this 5G technology components, what does 5G promises, no? What do 5G promises, no? Ano ba pinapangako niya? Unang-una, when we compare it to 4G, so 5G will make wireless peak speeds potentially competitive with fiber. Yan. So kaya nga sasabi niya si 5G is wireless fiber replacement technology. Yung mga lugar na hindi kaya nating ladladan ng kable ng fiber optic, no, dahil unang-una mahal yung cost or mayroong problema sa acquisition or sa problema sa terrain ng area, so pwede natin siyang i-connect wirelessly using 5G. So ngayong pandemic, no, kung kayo ay nagkakaroon ng mabagal na internet at merong 5G, no, sa inyong bahay or sa inyong area, yan, no, napakaswerte nyo, no? Kakaroon kayo ng around 100 plus Mbps, no, sa wirelessly. So para ka naka Wi-Fi 6, no, sa bahay pero nakakonect ka lang ng wireless using 5G. So it's faster data rate. And of course, we have higher density, higher device density. So from 4G to 5G, it enables large IoT scale. So ang target niya nga is 1 million connected devices per square kilometer. Yan, so yun ang target ng 5G natin. And then reduced latency up to 1 millisecond. So yan nga, so paano natin ma-achieve yung 1 millisecond? Via deploying edge clouds. Yan. And of course, meron tayong mga techniques pagdating sa radio access technology. And of course, we have a lower energy consumptions using a new antenna technology. Yan. So bababa ng up to 100% or 100 times, no, lower than the 4G. And of course, network efficiency. Yan. So dati, ang 4G natin is one big network and then bahala ka gamitin kung ano yung network mo. Ngayon, we will have a specific network slice on a network. So yung tatlong network slice na yan, pag-uusapan natin. Ano yung mga tatlong major network slice na pwedeng i-define sa 5G? Yan. So pag-usapan natin yung mga pwedeng mga use cases na yan. Yan. So tingnan natin ngayon yung mga use case families. So pagdating sa 5G, meron tayong 3 major use cases. Yan. So yung 3 major use cases natin, unang-una is enhanced mobile broadband or EMBB. Yan, enhanced mobile broadband, EMBB. Ibig sabihin lang yan, higher throughput, higher capacity. So medyo nahirapan tayo itindihin yung EMBB kasi dati nung una kong dinig yung EMBB, ano kaya yung EMBB? Yan, EMBB ko. Yan. So EMBB. So ibig sabihin lang yan, higher throughput, higher capacity. And then meron tayong ultra reliable and low latency communications, no? Hindi ito yung suntukan, no? URCC yun eh. Ito is URLLC, no? URCC. URLLC. Ultra reliable and low latency communications, meaning highly reliable, no? Up to 99.999% ang reliability and availability ng 5G. Yan. And ultra fast, no? instant response ng network up to 1 millisecond. And of course, we have the massive machine type communications or MMTC. Ibig sabihin lang nito is cellular IoT, no? Yung mga Internet of Things natin. Yan. So ito mga kaya niya i-support. And then sa loob niyang triangle na yan, no, nandiyan yung mga different combinations ng mga families. Nandiyan yung gigabytes in seconds. So of course, if you have a higher data rate, no, you can watch 3D video and ultra high definition screens. And then you can work and play in the cloud. And then you have an augmented reality, industry automations, mission critical applications like e-health, self-driving cars, mamaya pag-uusapan natin, smart city for the IoTs. Of course, yung voice is a very typical application na lang yan sa 5G. And then meron tayong mga smart home and building. Okay? So tingnan natin, no? Ano ba yung mga typical targets ng 5G? So dito sa IMT 2020 na sinet ng ITU, ang for example sa user plane latency natin is 1 milliseconds one way, and then connection density up to 1 million connected devices per square kilometer. Ganyan kadami ang kaya niya, no? And then reliability up to 99.999 success rate. Downlink data rate of 20 gigabit per second. No, gigabit na pinag-usapan natin dito. In terms of downlink and then uplink. Spectral efficiency mas mataas kaysa sa LTE at 3G. And mobility interruption time, no, pinaka-target, sabihin natin very ideal, 0 millisecond. And battery life would be 10 years. Okay? So ito yung ating mga ito yung ating mga applications. So para mas ma-realize natin, no, ano ba magiging application yan pagdating sa pagdating talaga ng full-blown na 5G. Kasi ngayon nakikita natin yung 5G is not yet complete. So kapag tinignan natin yung full-blown na 5G, mas marami tayong magagawa. Itong mga use cases na to, kumpletong use cases na to, mas magagawa natin sa network natin. So some of the typical applications of 5G, ito nakita niyo sa mga pictures natin, care of Qualcomm. So 5G would be an essential for next generation mobile experience. And then 5G will expand the mobile ecosystem to new industries. No? Tinatawag yung mga verticals. Mamaya magbabanggit tayo ng mga iba't ibang klase ng verticals, no, na pwede natin pag-applyan ng 5G. Now let's go to the first use case, yung enhanced mobile broadband. So ito nga yung sinabi natin, no? Yung enhanced mobile broadband is just a higher data rate and higher capacity. No? Kaya nga sinabi, it is an evolution to existing 4G networks that will provide better user experience than current mobile broadband services. Just imagine, no, tumaas tayo ng 20 gigabit per second. Ito yung downlink natin. So 20 times when we compare to 4G. Ayan. So this is the eMBB and these are the applications ng eMBB. And then we have this MMTC, the massive machine type communications. So kasama dito ang IoT, Internet of Things, yung mga smart wearables nyo, yung mga sensor networks natin. Ayan. So MMTC is also called massive IoT. So it refers to the enormous number of IoT sensors and devices that will be communicating with each other. Yan. So ano yan, no? Kasama yan sa evolution ng IoT technologies that we have today. Ngayon kasi sa LTE, meron tayong narrowband IoT and LTE-M. Yan. So yung mga applications ng LTE para sa IoT. So ang applications natin, pwede natin yung ma-deploy sa smart cities, logistics, tracking, smart industries, smart agriculture, and fleet management. And then we go to ultra-reliable and low-latency communications. Yeah, so ultra-reliable and low-latency communications, or URLLC, is defined as a network for mission-critical and real-time low-latency applications that require uninterrupted and reliable data exchange. Yeah. So ano yung mga ano niyan, no? Mga applications niyan? Remote surgery, immersive gaming, remote manufacturing, traffic safety and control, remote training, and then autonomous car. Ayan, pag-usapan natin autonomous car maya-maya. And URLLC is targeting a niche market. Ayan, ano yung mga niche market? Ayan, so health, farming, automotive, ayan, kasama yan. Industry 4.0, yan. So ito yung mga niche market natin. Okay? So pag pinagsama-sama natin yan, yung mga use cases natin, pabatak tayo sa isang taxonomy of use cases. So makita nyo, ito yung tatlong use cases natin: extreme mobile broadband or EMBB, massive machine type communications, and ultra reliable and low latency communications. Makita nyo, there are use cases that or scenarios na naka-classify from to human. Yan. So, nandiyan yung mga video calling, virtual meetings na ginagamit natin yan, mga wearables, social networking, and then public safety. Meron tayong human to machine. No? Human to machine. So, andito yung ating mga smart homes, healthcare monitoring, remote surgery, and then vehicle to pedestrian, no? Kasama sa mga V2X natin. And then we have this machine to machine. So, nag-uusap-usap na sila, no? Kasi nga yung konsepto ng IoT. Andiyan yung mga video monitoring, mobile cloud computing, yan, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to vehicle, and industrial automation. So makita nyo, no, sa industrial automation, mostly sa mga critical applications, 1 millisecond user plane latency is highly secure and resilient, and yung availability is 99.9999%. Ano ba sir yung ibig sabihin ng 99.999%? Gaano ba ka-importante yung 9? No? Yung pagdami ng 9. Yan, yung 6 nines ito. No? Ano ba pinagkaiba niya kung 5 nines lang? So pagka kinumpute natin yung high availability, so makita niyo dito yung availability, for example, 90% up to 99.9993, ito yung 5 nines, and then pumunta ka sa 6 nines. Kapag katinignan natin yung downtime per year, compared sa isang 90% of the time, yung availability, 36.53 days, no? Compared yan sa isang 365.25 days per year. So kung 90% available lang yan, so may downtime ka na halos isang buwan. However, kapag ka ikaw ay merong 6 nines or 99.9999%, you only have 31.56 seconds downtime per year, which is equivalent to 86.4 milliseconds in 1 day. So ganun ka-importante yung yung 9, yung significant value ng 9. Okay? So ito yung high availability. Okay. So nandun tayo sa 5G. So ini-implement yan sa Pilipinas, ini-implement sa buong mundo. So sino gumagawa ng standard ng 5G para maging compatible, no, sa bawat bansa, sa bawat iba't ibang lugar na pupuntahan natin? So who makes the 5G standard? So meron dalawang importanteng entity. No? Unang-una, si ITU, si International Telecommunications Union. So siya yung nagsaset ng main visions and goals. While yung isa naman, si 3GPP, develops a standard. No? Yeah, so currently, si 3GPP or the Third Generation Partnership Project is currently the most influential organization in which the global telecommunications leaders are members. So parang ganito lang, no? Merong ITU. So si ITU is a branch ng ng United Nations, no? In-establish noong 1865. So ang goal niyan is connecting all the world's people. Yan. So siya ang responsible for issues that concern phone calls, satellites, and the internet. So para ma-manage niya yung mga different various aspects, ITU comprised 3 sektor, no? Kasama na diyan si ITUR. Yan. So ITUR radio. So sinama niya diyan yung mga all radio systems, aspects ng IMT or International Mobile Telecommunication Systems, including 3G, 4G, and 5G. Yan. And future generations of wireless communications technology. Okay? Ayan. So si ITU, so siya nag-set ng visions and requirements, and then si 3GPP, siya yung gumagawa ng technical specifications. And then si ITU ang for approval for global standard. Okay? So ngayon, alam natin si ITU, tanong relationship niya kay 3GPP, tingnan naman natin si 3GPP. Sino naman si 3GPP? Si 3GPP is a third generation partnership project. So it comprised of the 7 telecommunication standard development organizations katulad nila ARIB, nila ATIS, CCSA, ETSI, TSDSI, TTA, and TTC. So kilala yan sa mga sa tawag na organizational partners. So sila yun na si 3GPP nagpo-provide ng stable environment to produce the reports and specifications that define the 3GPP technologies. So madali lang hanapin yung kanilang website 3gpp.com, no? www.3gpp.com. So dito makikita nyo lahat yung mga specifications. So the project covers cellular telecommunications technologies, so including yung radio access, core network, and then service capabilities. So it provides hooks for non-radio access to the core network and also for the interworking sa mga non-3GPP networks. Yan. So pag pinag-usapan natin ang 3GPP, so meron yan tatlong branches. So meron tayong RAN, no? Meron tayong radio access network. Yan, yung mga cellulars natin, no? Yan, mga radio access network. And then meron tayong services and systems aspects. Yan, ano yung mga services, no, na gusto nating ilagay sa specifications. And of course, core networks and terminals. Yan. So kung si 3GPP ang gumagawa ng mga standards or guidelines, no, or specifications, ano yung mga timelines na tinitingnan natin pagdating sa 5G? Yan. So anong in-expect natin sa 5G? So let's take a look at the 5G standards evolution. So makikita nyo, from 2017, in which una pinakilala si 5G or kinonceptualize si 5G, ang tawag natin yung sa release 15. So naglalabas lagi siya ng mga release. Kapag nakakarinig kayo ng tinatawag na R15, R16, 17, or 18, ibig sabihin ng R is release. Yan. So kapag sinabi ng release 15, so ito yung unang-unang 5G standard na nilabas ng 3GPP. Yan. So siya yung 5G phase 1. Yan. So si release 15. And then si release 16, naglabas siya ng EMBB and URLLC enhancements, no, kasama si industrial IoT. Ano yung mga yon? No? Mamaya pag-uusapan natin ano yung mga yon. Ano yung mga enhancements na ginagawa niya. And then tapos na natin si release 16 ngayon. So ngayon tayo ay nasa release 17. Yan. And going to release 18. And additional information, si release 18 ay tatawagin nating 5G Advance. Yan. So, meron tayo 'di ba sa LTE, kung matatandaan nyo, meron tayong LTE, no, basic LTE, LTE Advance, no, LTE Advance Pro. Ayan. So, meron tayong tatlong klaseng LTE. LTE, LTE Advance, and LTE Advance Pro. Wala tayong LTE Pro Max, no? Pangano lang yan, iPhone lang yun eh. So LTE Advance lang tayo, LTE Advance Pro. Yung ngayon sa 5G, meron din tayong ganun. Sa release 18, tatawagin siyang 5G Advance. Yan. So ano yung mga nilalabas nila mga specifications diyan? So marami actually. So pag-usapan lang natin ano yung mga release na specification na nilalabas diyan. Una-una sa release 15, yung unang-unang 5G na ni-release. Kasama na dyan yung 5G support with LTE connectivity, yung NSA, non-standalone. And then yung MIMO enhancements, yung new architecture na options, yan, option 2, 3, 4, and 7. And then basic slicing support, and then basic URLLC support. So kung kayo ay nabibilisan na sa 5G ngayon, sabi ng 3GPP standard sa release 15, basic lang yan. Yan, hintayin nyo yung full-blown na 5G. No? And then release 16, nagkaroon tayo ng enhancement sa radio. And then yung 5G, vehicle to everything, yung V2X. Yan. So mamaya pag-usapan natin V2X. 5G industrial IoT. 5G URLLC enhancements. And then better network slicing. Better pa lang, no? Hindi pa siya full blown. And then release 17, nandiyan na si 5G satellite. Yan, so marinig niyo na sila kung makita niyo bakit sila Elon Musk, no? Tsaka sila OneWeb nag-uunahan. Yan. Kasi nakikita nila, meron tayong potential for 5G deployment sa satellite. And then 5G above 52.6 gigahertz. Remember, 400 megahertz, no? To 90 gigahertz. So ngayon nagre-release sila ng 52.6 gigahertz. And of course, kung meron tayong voice over LTE, meron tayong tinatawag na voice over NR. Tawag natin is Von R. Yan. So ito yung mga main, no? Main ito pa lang yung mga main. Kasi pag titignan natin yan, ang dami yan actually. Yan. Kaya kinuha ko na lang yung mga main, no, na gusto natin pag-usapan ngayong araw kasi ang dami. So kung gusto niyo makita, andito yung mga release, no? Andito yung mga technologies na nasa release ng 3GPP, release 15, release 16 at ngayon yung release 17. Yan, ang dami, no? So ngayon, nakita natin si 3GPP. Is 3GPP a standard, global standard? So ilan bang members ng 3GPP? Kailangan ba tayo magpa-member dyan? So 3GPP is composed of 762 individual members sa loob ng 45 territories in Africa, in Asia, Australia, Greater Europe, North America, and Central America. Yan. So, ang ilan sa mga members niyan, makikita niyo yung mga famous logos, no? Andyan si Google as an advertising. And then si Aerospace, katulad nila Lockheed Martin. And then agricultural, machinery, and manufacturer. And then meron tayong automotive manufacturers like Volkswagen, Volvo, and Toyota. And then broadcasting community, energy sector, kasama nga si social media, si Facebook. Alam kung bakit kasama si Facebook dito? Merong isang tinatag si Facebook na tinatawag nating Telecom Infra Project or TIP. Isa si Facebook ang nag-backup sa project na yan to support open source mobile technology that has started to a new unit to promote private 5G networks. So ano yung Open RAN, no? O ito yung natawag nating Open RAN. Sabihin, pwede na tayo mag-deploy. Ang objective nila is to deploy this technology without yung meron kang dependency sa vendor, no? Yan. So ngayon dati pwede ka lang isang vendor lang, no? For example, vendor A, B, vendor A lang. Lahat ng equipment mo vendor A lang. Pero pagdating ng Open RAN, so si vendor A, pwede mo salpakan ng vendor B, pwede mo salpakan ng vendor C. So yun yung pinaka-concept ng Open RAN. Yan. Kaya si Facebook, isa yan sa mga sa mga proponent, no, ng Telecom Infra Project. Yan. Okay? So ano yung mga services, no, na nire-require natin, no, ng 5G? Saan ba siya mga ina-apply? Ayan. So services and requirements for vertical sector. Ito bagong hindi naman siya bagong word. But when we say vertical, it sounds unfamiliar sa ibang mga kasamahan natin. So when we say vertical market, these are group of companies focused on a specific niche. Yan. Katulad ng automotive industry. Yan. Manufacturing industry. And then these are companies in a vertical market that provide targeted insight and specialized services. Yan. Para kang bumibili ng pag pumunta ka sa supermarket, it's a horizontal market kasi pwede mong bilhin kahit ano, no? Pero kapag pumunta ka sa Honda, it's a vertical market. Kotse lang mabibili mo doon, no? Or mga sasakyan. Yan. Wala kang mabibili yan doon. Ano ba? Yogurt. Ayan, so, malayo yung example ko. No? Pero yun. So, yun yung vertical market. Okay? So, specific and focused niche ang iyong target. While the horizontal market are the opposite of vertical markets in that they sell their goods and services across multiple industries. Yan. So pag-usapan natin, so Richard, saan ba natin pwedeng gamiting vertical sector yan? Aside syempre sa mga sa mga mobile broadband natin sa bahay, maraming applications. Una-una, connected cars and automated driving. Yan. So makita nyo, if we deploy 5G, full-blown 5G, particularly sa ibang bansa, no? Sa Pilipinas, hindi natin alam kung kailan to darating dito. Actually, hindi ko rin alam kung kailan siya darating. So, pero sa ibang bansa, like the Europe, sa US, and sa Japan, sinisimulan na nila yan, no? Yan, automated driving. So, connection everywhere, extended sensors, communications of vehicle to vehicle, yan. So pag pinag-usapan natin yan, ito yung pinaka-network architecture niya. No? Ito yung tinatawag nating V2X. Vehicle to everything. Yan. Vehicle to everything. Okay? So pagka pinag-usapan natin ng vehicle to everything or V2X, pag pinag-usapan natin ng V2X, we are talking about an autonomous car. Yan. So what is an autonomous car? No? Ano ba ang autonomous car, sir? So ang autonomous car is a vehicle capable of sensing its environment and operating without human involvement. Yan. So a passenger is not required to take control of the vehicle at any time, nor is a human passenger required to be present in the vehicle at all. Yan. So an autonomous car can go anywhere a traditional car goes and do everything that an experienced human driver does. Yan. Pero syempre, kapag sinabi at autonomous car, merong magsasabi, ibig sabihin ng autonomous car, kaya niyang mag-decide sa sarili niya, bahala siya kung saan siya pumunta. Syempre, meron pa rin control, no, ng tao. Yan. Kung saan yung ano niya, may geofencing ang tawag natin. Saka lang pwede pumunta. Yan. Katulad nung, for example, sa mga applications ng driverless car, no, yung mga taxi sa ibang bansa, ewan ko lang kung ma-apply natin sa Pilipinas, yung mga taxi, wala nang driver. So, meron na lang, ano, meron na lang darating na lang sa inyo. No? Tapos bubukas na lang siya automatically. And then nahatid ka sa iyong destination. So, this is an autonomous car. Yan. Okay. So, how do an autonomous car work? Yan. So, syempre, marami yung ano, no? Marami yung radars o meron yung radar or LiDAR. And then meron yung mga cameras and then ultrasounds and a lot of sensors, no, to help it. Ayan. So meron yan ADAS na sinasabi, no? ADAS or Advanced Driver Assistance System. So the role ng ADAS is to prevent, actually yung pinaka-role ng ADAS or yung Advanced Driver Assistance Systems is to prevent deaths and injuries by reducing the number of car accidents and serious impact para dun sa mga ano, no, that cannot be avoided. So yung mga essential or critical applications ng ADAS includes yung mga pedestrian detection, no, yung mga naka-headset, tatawid ng kalsada, lane departure warning or correction, and then traffic sign recognitions, automatic emergency braking, and then blind spot. Yan, yung mga nag-drive, no? May mga blind spot detection. Yan, kasama yan sa ADAS. So pag tinignan natin ng isang ADAS application, yan. So autonomous car like this have a lot of it relies on sensors, actuators, complex algorithms, machine learning systems, and powerful processors to execute software. And autonomous cars create and maintain a map of their surroundings based on the variety of sensors situated in different parts of the vehicle. So radars and sensors monitor the position of the nearby vehicles. Yung mga video cameras detect traffic lights. It reads road signs, track other vehicles, and look for other pedestrians. Katulad ng LiDAR, or light detection and ranging sensor that bounces pulse, no, of light to the car surroundings to measure the distance. And then detect road edges, and identify lane markings. And ultrasonic sensors in the wheels detect, no, may mga ultrasonic sensor tayo sa wheels that can detect curbs and other vehicles when parking. Yan. So, isa sa mga pag-uusapan natin dito, sa ADAS na yan, pupunta tayo sa V2X. Because this is one of the main applications ng 5G technology pagdating sa automotive industry. The V2X technology. So, the V2X technology implies to the communication between the different entities based on a vehicle to vehicle. Yan. Vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to network or V2N, and then vehicle to pedestrian or V2P communications for both safety and non-safety applications. So 3GPP released cellular V2X or CV2X specifications sa release 14, ito yung LTE Advanced Pro at 5G NR. Release 15, di ba? And in release 16, yung kanya nakita natin, the 5G technology is focused on further enhancements sa cellular V2X network infrastructure. Yan. So, when we talk about V2X, marami tayong branches yan, 4 ang main branches ng V2X. Vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to pedestrian, vehicle to network, and vehicle to infrastructure. Yan ang composition ng V2X. So meron niyang counterpart dati sa IEEE 802.11 yung sa Wi-Fi standard. Pero hindi ganoon ka successful, no? Kaya papalitan niya ng V2X. Yan. Okay, so ito yung V2X, no? Unahin natin yung V2V. So yung V2V or vehicle to vehicle, yan. So it involves the transfer of data directly between the vehicles. Nag-uusap yung dalawang kotse or dalawang sasakyan. So nag-uusap sila sa pamamagitan ng device-to-device communication. Dati telepono lang nag-uusap. Ngayon, pati kotse or sasakyan nag-uusap na. So it's a device-to-device communication. Ang tawag natin doon ay side link. No, side link. So kung mag-aaral kayo ng satellite communication or mobile communication, yung telepono papunta sa cell site, ang tawag natin is uplink. Yung cell site pababa ng telepono, ang tawag natin downlink. Ito naman side link, no? Side. Ayan, so nag-uusap sila. So it support for reliable and low latency communications at high speed. So ayan tawag natin dyan ay V2V. So ang applications niyan, collision avoidance, video sharing, and vehicle platooning. Kasi imagine, no, hindi lang pala pang high throughput ang 5G. Gagamitin pala natin siya sa ating mga sasakyan in the future. So vehicle to vehicle ang tawag natin dyan. Okay? And then meron tayong vehicle to infrastructure. No? Vehicle to infrastructure. So yung vehicle to infrastructure is it involves the transfer of data between the vehicle and the roadside units. Yan, ito yung mga roadside units na ayaw mag-play. So RCU are the application servers na nakaposition sa alongside the road. So, example dyan yung mga car parking. Yan. So yung mga car parking, nagsasabi sila sa vehicle, oy dito, free dito. Wala nakapark dito. So hindi ka na paikot-ikot, no? Yung vehicle mo hindi na paikot-ikot. Nakikipag-usap na siya sa mga roadside units katulad nito. Yan. Okay, so ito yung V2I. Vehicle to infrastructure. And then meron tayong vehicle to network. Okay, vehicle to network. Okay, meron tayong vehicle to network. Something's wrong with my slides. Ayaw niya mag-play, no? Anyway, okay lang. So involves the transfer of data between the vehicles and the mobile network. So yung kotse mo or yung sasakyan mo connected na directly sa internet or sa network. So hindi lang natin alam kung magkakaroon siyang SIM card, pero particularly dapat mayroon niya SIM card or eSIM card. So para makonect sa network. And then yung tethering is via your vehicle na. And then yung vehicle mo, syempre marami yung services na pwedeng gawin, connected ka sa network. So, pwede kang manood ng mga entertainment services na pwedeng gawin, lalo na kapag connected ka sa internet. Ayan. So it collect weather reports, provides information about the local attractions, and screens and inputs the device within the vehicle for in-vehicle entertainment. So yan, pwede kang mag-vehicle tethering. And of course, vehicle to pedestrian, isa sa mga pinaka-importanting applications. Okay. So sa vehicle to pedestrian, it involves the transfer of data between the vehicles and the pedestrian. Pero yung pedestrian, walang embedded chip to, through wearable or phone. Yan. So the V2P is a variant ng device-to-device communication. Pero dito ngayon, ang device is yung vehicle and your wearable or your telepono. And the vehicle communicates directly with the device or smartphone, sabi ko nga kanina. And then yung sample applications niyan, yung dynamic ride sharing, safety alerts sa pedestrian, no? And pedestrian warnings to vehicle. So at least na natin, no, na naiiwasan natin yung mga aksidente, yung mga nababangga dahil sa pagtawid at sa mabilis sa sasakyan. Okay? And of course, ito, isa sa mga isa sa mga applications, vehicle platooning. Hold on. Okay. Vehicle platooning. Ayaw niya mag-play, no? I-re-share ko lang yung aking screen, ha? Hold on, i-re-share ko lang.
Sir. Go ahead po.
Sayang kasi kapag di natin na Yun. Okay, can you see my screen? Kita niyo na yung screen?
Yes, sir. And then the vehicle is now moving.
All right, thank you. Yan. Okay, so meron tayong tinatawag na vehicle platooning. Yeah, so vehicle platooning is a combination actually of the two V2X applications, the V2V and the V2I. Yan, so dalawang combinations yan. So V2V is vehicle to vehicle. Itong nasa hulihan, nakikipag-connect siya sa dito, sa susunod. Ito yung sunod, nakikipag-coordinate siya doon sa nasa unahan. And then yung leader ng platoon, yung platoon leader. Yung platoon leader natin is the one connected to the infrastructure. Kaya tayo merong V2I, no, vehicle to infrastructure. So it involves group of vehicles connected to one another and then effectively moving like a train. And so each vehicle shares speed and directions and the braking and accelerating intentions para mas tipid siya, mas efficient sa fuel. And it allows vehicles to travel with reduced distance between each other. And of course yan, sabi ko nga, improve fuel efficiency. Yan. So ito yung ating apat na types ng V2X. Yan. So vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to pedestrian, and vehicle to network. Yan. Okay. So ngayon, tingnan natin yung dalawang klase ng V2X, CV2X transmission. So yung CV2X transmission, meron tayong mode 3, which is connected yung ating mga vehicles directly sa ating network, like the 5G node B. And pwede naman tayong autonomous. No? Kasi ang tanong dito, paano yan kapag wala ng coverage ng 5G? Eh di yung vehicle natin hindi na connected, hindi na nag-uusap. Pero ngayon, meron tayong mode 4. Yan. So each vehicle is communicating via the side link or yung tinatawag nating PCI-5. PCI-5. Yan. So ito yung mode 4 and then yung mode 3. So pag tinignan natin yung evolution of the CV2X towards the 5G NR-V2X. So nandito tayo ngayon sa 2020-2021. So release 17 ng evolution ng 3GPP. So you can see there's a lot of improvement that will happen in 2022 and 2024 and beyond. Yan. And merong isang organization, isang group of companies na nagsama-sama, join together para magkaroon ng standard para sa automotive industry. Ang tawag natin dyan is the 5G Automotive Association or the 5GAA. So these are created to connect the telecom industry and the vehicle manufacturers to develop end-to-end solutions for future mobility and transportation services. So kita nyo, hindi kapag ka-ECE ka, hindi ka lang pang telecom. Kung mahilig ka sa sasakyan, pwede kang magpumunta sa mga vehicle manufacturer, basta mag-aral ka ng 5G. No? So you can merge those two skills, the telecommunications and the industry, the automotive industry. So ang tawag natin dyan is the 5G Automotive Association, which is composed of a lot of companies na makita nyo yung mga favorite logos nyo, ng mga sasakyan. Yan. So bahala na kayo pumili. And of course, our major vendors like, for example, ZTE, Huawei, Ericsson, like the Nokia, and for example, Cisco is here. Also, the Samsung nandyan din. Yan. So yung mga major vendors, mga telco vendors, ICT vendors natin nandyan. And then of course yung mga major automotive companies like Audi, Honda. Yan. Okay? So ito yung ating application, isang sa use cases. Ano pa yung mga use case natin? So of course meron tayong e-health. Yan. So yung e-health, kasama dyan yung mga prevention and wellness, smart hospitals, home assisted living, remote consultation, telesurgery, and remote patient monitoring. So kinakailangan natin dyan sa mga applications na yan for us to apply it in the e-health industry is of course big data, extreme long range coverage, reliability, example yung telesurgery. So imagine, may robots tayo connected via 5G and then yung reliability niya is 90%. Hiniwa ka. Ayun, ang reliability ng 90%. So malaki yung mawawala, no? So kaya importante yan. And then of course security. Just imagine the industry that is exposed kapag ginamitan natin ng ganitong use case. So the security would be very strict. Yan. And IoT network, indoor transmissions, and the battery life, and data speed and low latency. Okay, so this for the e-health. And then for the smart cities, we have this we have these smart buildings, smart neighborhood, smart mobility, and then smart infrastructure management. Baka magsabi niya, sir, meron bang globe cities or dito cities? Wala, no? Smart cities kasi yung naging general term. Ayan. Kasi marami nagkatanong sa akin, sir, meron bang Hindi ba bias yan? Ayan. So, pangalan lang talaga is smart cities, no? Naging term sa industry. So, isang example ng smart building is, for example, meron kang smart elevator, no? Meron kang isang kasamahan, meron kang nakita niyan. Pinindot lahat, no? Yung lahat ng floors. Ayan. So, kung smart elevator yan, alam ng elevator mo kung may tao sa labas or kaya pa bang i-accommodate sa loob. So, hindi yan titigil, no? Kung wala namang necessity to stop no? Sa isang floor o hindi. Kahit na may pumindot ng kung ano-ano dyan. Okay? And then we go to the smart farming. Yan. So marami tayong mga IoT devices, sensors na nilalagay sa ating mga farms. Pwede rin tayo mag-deploy ng mga IoTs tapos mga for location purposes. For example, yung mga alagang tupa, yung mga cows, horses, yan, yung mga nawawala. No? So makikita niyo, lalagyan niya ng location devices yan, para mahanap natin. And then connected yan sa network. Yan. So dahil sa capability nung core network natin to handle an enormous amount of devices, just like for example what I said before, 1 million connected devices per square kilometer. So ang dami nun. No? So that's why it gives an opportunity for IoT devices to be connected. Yeah, so isang example yung smart farming. Okay? And of course, ito. Isa sa mga importanteng tinitingnan ngayon sa industry is a smart factory or the Industry 4.0. Smart factory. So it requires secure and reliable network, interconnections, supervision and security, data speed, and indoor localization. So when we talk about smart factory, it's a combination of different components located sa loob ng isang manufacturing industry. For example, andyan yung mga robotics, ay mga robots natin, yung mga unmanned vehicles natin. So dahil dyan, sa requirement na yan, merong isang organization din na nag-build para suportahan yung application or use case na yan. So pagdating sa 5G, meron tayong tinatawag na 5G ASEA. Yan. So sa 5G ASEA, isa yan sa mga organizations that supporting industrial IoT. So 5G for industrial IoT, yung release 15 and to 17, makita nyo maraming improvements na nangyari to support this kind of use case. So sa release 15, 16, and 17, makita nyo medyo highly technical itong slides na to. Pero what I'm saying is that there's a lot of improvements happened from the release 15 going to the release 16 and 17 just to support this industrial IoT. Okay? So ano yung mga applications sa potential application area sa industry? So unang-una, yung ating mga mobile and portable assets. Yan, yung mga unmanned vehicles natin. So yung mga nagdi-deliver natin, mga forklifters natin sa loob ng industry. And then of course, yung mga moving and rotating parts. So dati connected dyan via cable, tapos nakakonect sa network. Just imagine the flexibility and the maneuverability ng isang robot kung ito ay connected wirelessly. Yan. So potentially kapag 5G ang connections. And of course, yung mga wireless natin and sensors sa loob ng factory connected via 5G. And meron tayong human-to-machine interaction. And then meron tayong positioning and tracking. And then modular production and of course retrofit ng mga solutions. Yung mga old equipments natin, pwede natin lagyan ng mga devices and then connected to 5G. And of course, one size fits all. Hindi tayo magpapalipad ng racket. Pero ibig sabihin lang yan, lahat ng mga yan, we can connect it into one network like 5G. Kasi dati yung mga sensors natin connected sa Wi-Fi, connected ng Zigbee, no? Connected ng LTE, connected ng kung ano. Pero ngayon, we can connect it into only one network, one powerful network, which is 5G. Okay, so these are the potential applications sa industrial 5G. What are the exemplary requirements? So unang-una, end-to-end latency of 1 millisecond, and then device density up to 10,000 per square kilometers in terms of number of IoT devices or machines dun sa iyong factory. And then data rate up to several Gbps, lalo na kapag meron ka mga cameras, high resolution cameras, which transmits high data rate, high data. So you need this data rate in several Gbps. And then synchronicity. So dapat nagsisynchronize yung mga equipment mo sa loob. Other than that, kung walang synchronization yung connected lang, is magkakaroon ka ng maraming errors sa inyong production line. And of course, communication service availability. Yan yung sabi ko, no? Yung 99.99999%. So, kung sa automotive industry, merong 5G AA, sa industrial IoT naman, no? Sa industrial IoT, meron tayong tinatawag na 5G ASEA. So si 5G ASEA means Alliance for Connected Industries and Automation. So this is a central global forum for shaping the 5G in industrial domain. So on one platform, various industries from all over the world, nagsama-sama yan to create a new ICT and OT ecosystem and set the framework for highly attractive emerging markets. So ang mga members niya marami rin, ano? So nakita niyo yung mga sikat na brands diyan, nandiyan si Bosch, andiyan yung mga vendors na sikat din, sila Ericsson, Huawei, Nokia, Qualcomm, ZTE, Panasonic, andiyan. Sila ABB, sila Sony. So yung sa mga industry leaders, no. Now I want to show you ano yung mga applications ng 5G pagdating sa industrial domain. So industrial 5G. So let's watch this quick video from the 5G ASEA.
Welcome to a new era in industrial production. Welcome to 5G ACIA. What will factories look like in the age of the industrial Internet of Things? 5G makes the answer tangible. 5G will play a key role in delivering entirely new levels of flexibility, versatility, productivity, and efficiency. Let's look at 4 areas: logistics, factory automation, human-machine collaboration, and process automation. 5G campus networks provide the connectivity needed for new services and automation technology. They enable devices both inside and outside a factory to communicate and collaborate directly. For example, a truck can not only notify the devices inside a factory of its imminent arrival, but also conduct the handover seamlessly. Logistics processes can be adapted and optimized within milliseconds and with unprecedented precision. 5G will enable URLLC, that is to say, ultra-reliable, low-latency machine-to-machine communication. In our example, goods from the truck can automatically be picked up and transferred to a factory train. Within the factory's 5G network, new technological capabilities such as network slicing, closed loops, and edge cloud computing will pave the way for Industry 4.0. Cameras can automatically check the quality of inbound goods, and data is exchanged between multiple micro-networks. These edge clouds can monitor and manage factory equipment with remarkable speed and accuracy. If AGVs navigating the factory floor encounter obstacles, they can warn other mobile devices. Each edge cloud can reliably detect equipment malfunctions and rapidly identify ways to resolve the problem. During a repair, The edge cloud temporarily transfers production tasks to a neighboring robot cell, keeping disruptions to a minimum. "5G will also take human-machine interaction to a new level. For instance, it can give workers access to augmented reality for maintenance and troubleshooting. A remote expert can provide instructions directly via an AR headset. "5G will also open up a new era for process industries. For instance, via massive machine-type communication. During fractioning, multiple sensors measure defined parameters and send corresponding information to devices throughout the factory. This allows far greater efficiency at all times and on many levels. 5G has immense potential in process industries and beyond. It will enable seamless vertical and horizontal integration across the value chain in the automation pyramid. 5G will raise industrial production to the next level. Make the most of 5G for your business by becoming a member of 5G ACIA. Visit us at 5G-acia.org for more information.
Okay, yan. So ito yung ating 5G, no? Application sa industrial IoTs. Yan. Okay. So ngayon nakita natin, no, yung applications niya. So hindi lang talaga siya pang telepono, no, ang dami niyang applications. So ngayon, paano naman natin na-meet yung higher latency or lower latencies, no? Yung mabilis na latency. So daan lang natin ng mabilis itong edge computing. So pag sinabi natin yung mobile edge computing or yung multi-access edge computing, so pinagkaiba niya sa cloud. So unlike the cloud, so edge computing is a distributed platform, yan, that integrates the core capabilities of network like yung computing, storage, and application. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mga ng mga data centers para mas nailalapit natin sa mga subscribers natin. Okay? So kaya itong application ng edge computing pagdating sa 5G as part of the technology, tutulong siya pagdating sa lower latency and then higher throughput demands. Okay? Okay, so sumunod dyan, syempre, pag pinag-usapan natin si 5G, papunta ng 6G, may makikita tayong may makikita tayong extension of coverage. Kasi gusto natin ma-cover natin as much as possible maraming geographic locations, maraming populations, no? Kasi yun ang isa sa mga mga targets, no, ng United Nations. Kaya tinask si ITU na lagyan mo ng connection yung mga tao para mag-improve yung kanilang lives. Yan. So pag pinag-usapan natin yung extension ng coverage, pag-uusapan natin yung non-terrestrial network. So when we talk about non-terrestrial network, sa madaling salita, ang non-terrestrial network, these are networks that are located on space, no, and not embedded sa ground, katulad ng mga cell site na nakikita nyo. So kapag tinignan natin ang isang network ng isang non-terrestrial, no, or non-terrestrial network, this is a network that is based on spaceborne. Yan, spaceborne spacecraft or an aerial platform or for radio transmission. So isang example dyan, yung satellite for spacecraft that carry either yung transparent bent pipe payload or regenerative payload. Sabihin yan, yung ating cell site, yung G-node B natin, no, sinakay na natin doon sa satellite. Tapos doon na bumubuga, no? So ganun kataas yung cell site natin ngayon. Nasa satellite na. So it can be launched in a geostationary orbit, Earth orbit, or medium Earth orbit, or low Earth orbit. So tingnan natin ano yung mga types ng NTN. Ayan. So yung mga types ng NTN, madami, no? So nandyan si satellite network, nandyan sila HAPS, no? So sila HIBS, yung high altitude platform station as an IMT-based station. Yung mga air to ground, yung mga unmanned aerial vehicles natin, nandyan. So sa mga satellites natin, nandyan yung mga low Earth orbit satellites. So maririnig nyo yung mga Starlink, sila Kuiper, sila OneWeb, nandyan. So tingnan natin si satellite muna ngayon. So si satellite, kapag tinignan natin yan, ganito ang kanyang basic architecture. Okay? So meron lang tayong yung 5G core network natin, nandito. And then meron tayong gateway na papunta sa satellite satellite natin using the feeder link. And then yung mga satellites na yan is connected via ISL. So inter-satellite link. And then yung satellite na yan magbubugan ng another frequency pababa sa yung mga subscribers or mga service areas via service link. So andito yung mga beam footprint natin. So kagandahan yan, yung mga NTN architecture natin like the satellite communication sa 5G. It extends the coverage to locations without any terrestrial coverage. So pwede natin ma-cover yung mga hard to cover areas na mahirap tayuan ng cell sites. Yung mga mission critical services pwede natin ma-serve. And of course, providing reliability and resilience. So kapag may nangyari sa terrestrial networks natin, bumagsak yung site, meron tayong backup na satellite connectivity. Yan. So yung mga typical advantage ng ating satellite. So pag tinignan natin yan, yung mga use cases ng ating mga satellites, syempre, dinefine niya ng 3GPP standard. So kung gusto nyong makita yung mga specifications about the NTN or the non-terrestrial satellites, andito yung mga technical reference ng 3GPP specifications. Ito yung mga numbers nila. Or you can just go to the 3GPP website and then makikita nyo yung mga non-terrestrial network specifications nila. Okay? And then isa sa mga tinignan natin kanina ng satellite in terms of the NTN, for example itong site na to, so meron tayong meron tayong mga terrestrial networks, and then meron tayong mga ground to air to ground stations, and then meron tayong mga different satellites. So sa satellites nandiyan yung mga GEO satellite, and then non-GEO satellite like yung mga LEO, MEO, and yung HEO natin. So si LEO, yung low Earth orbit satellite, dyan nabibilang si SpaceX or Starlink. Ayan. So kung kilala niyo si Starlink, si Elon Musk sees the Starlink or SpaceX low Earth orbit satellite broadband. Ayan. So as a complement to terrestrial 5G and fiber. Ayan. So ito si Starlink. So ang ginagamit ni Starlink ngayon, the frequency is more on the 17 gigahertz, bandang nasa K-band or KA band. And then si Starlink, meron siyang competitor, si OneWeb. Si OneWeb naman is the first 5G satellite communication network to provide fiber-like connection sa mga subscribers ng nila. And then it's also a low Earth orbit satellite, and then launch its second batch of 34 satellites in 6 weeks noong March 21 last year. So kapag tinignan natin yung paano i-cover ng isang satellite ng 5G ang isang area, so meron ditong illustration si OneWeb system design. So pwede nating i-deploy ang 5G natin using a bent pipe. So the satellite would only be working as a repeater. So when we say repeater, yung ating 5G core network nasa baba, and then nandito yung 5G RAN natin, yung ating cell site, yung mga G-node B natin. Nandito yan. And then we will transmit it via satellite, and then si satellite is i-repeat niya lang. I-repeat niya lang. I-amplify niya and i-redistribute niya doon sa intended blueprint. So ito yung unang type of deployment. Second deployment is the 5G core nandito, and then si 5G RAN is nandito. Yan. So si 5G RAN, dinidistribute natin yung mga architecture natin, so split architecture. So merong part na nandito siya. So same lang yung mangyayari sa kanya, i-cover niya rin yan. So ganito magiging coverage niya. So magkakaroon tayo ng maraming constellation of satellites. Kaya yung mga subscribers will be hand over from one beam to another beam, footprint ng isang satellite, and then transferred from one satellite to another satellite habang lumaandar yung constellation. Ayan, ganyan yung ganyan yung concept ng 5G satellite system. And then when we look at the frequencies ng 5G satellite applications, makita nyo sa super high frequencies in which the satellite and microwave telecommunications are located, nandito rin ngayon si 5G. Specifically, nandito siya sa around S-band, yung ibang mga applications, yung 3.5 gigahertz. Pero makita nyo, pwede rin natin i-apply si 5G sa KU band, K-band, and KA band. Ayan. Pero it will require a very strict policy on the spectrum usage because mag-overlap yan sa iba't ibang bansa, lalo na kapag ang coverage ng isang satellite constellation is malaki at meron naka-license na operator dun sa frequency gagamitin niya, dapat strict ang regulatory body diyan pagdating sa frequencies. Okay? So yun yung yung mga 5G applications natin ngayon. So ini-enhance yan pagdating ng after ng release 15. So far ang napag-usapan natin is yung applications ng 5G pagdating sa automotive industry, sa e-health, sa farming, sa factory, or sa industrial IoT, and then sa non-terrestrial network or satellite communications. So ano naman ang mangyayari, sir, kapag in-enhance pa natin yan beyond the release 15? So syempre, pagka nandiyan na tayo, it will evolve towards the 6G. Yan. So nakita nyo kanina yung sa ating evolution that every 10 years, at most or most likely mga 10 years, nagkakaroon tayo ng evolution of technology. So from 1990, so from 2010 to 2020. So in-expect natin by the next 10 years or the coming years ng 2030, dadating si 6G. So si 6G, makita natin na meron tayong mga applications or enhanced applications pagdating dyan. So meron tayong mga tinitingnan ng mga visions. Maraming visions tayong nababasa sa 6G actually. Merong vision sila Ericsson, merong vision sila Samsung, merong vision sila Hex. Merong vision yung mga taga Finland. Ayan. So yung mga 6G niya, syempre ipapasa nila yan para magkaroon ng isang general guidelines or standards pagdating sa 3GPP. So far, nakikita ngayon yung mga high fidelity holograms, yung mga multi-sensory communications, and then yung mga terahertz communications, and then pervasive AI. Yan. So bago tayo dumating na 6G, syempre, meron tayong mga enhancements sa 5G beyond release 15. So meron tayong tinatawag na NRU or NR unlicensed. So dito gagamitin natin yung mga frequencies natin, yung mga unlicensed frequencies natin. Na for example, ginagamit natin sa Wi-Fi para sa carrier aggregation. And then magkakaroon ng enhancement sa URLLC for faster latency. Yung industrial IoT na pinag-usapan natin kanina, yan, isa sa tinitignan mga applications na i-improve. And then magkakaroon ng new frequency bands up to 53 GHz. And then yung mga miscellaneous na enhancements like yung MIMO, mobility, positioning, UE, and power saving. And then yung integrated access backhaul. Ibig sabihin kung ano yung gagamitin mong frequency sa radio, yun din ang gagamitin mong frequency sa backhaul mo, sa transmission mo. Ayan. So ito yung mga enhancements na tinitingnan natin pagdating ng release 15. Recently, nung June 28 up to July 2nd, nagkaroon sila ng natawag ng isang meeting ulit about sa release 18 workshop. And then yun nga, si release 18 is tatawagin nating 5G Advance. So ganito yung logo niya. Yan. So mostly ang mga enhancement na gagawin diyan is a balanced evolution ng mga current use cases natin. So pag tinignan natin yung advanced plan sa 5G, ngayon nandito sa release 17. So tinitingnan na matapos yung release 17 by the second quarter ng 2022 ayon sa 3GPP. And yung release 18 at least by the 2023. Yan. So kung walang mangyaring mga postponement katulad nung dating nangyari sa COVID, baka ma-meet nila yung timeline na yan. Okay? Ayan. So dito sa advancement ng 5G, madami silang tinitingnan sa release 18. Like for example, yung evolution ng downlink MIMO, uplink enhancement ng 40 TX operations sa mga user equipments, mobility enhancements, yung mga additional topological improvements, and then yung mga side link enhancements natin, yung mga device-to-device communications, yung reduced capability evolutions, non-terrestrial networks and evolution, yan, kinitingnan yan, including yung both NR and IoT aspects, yung evolution ng broadcast and multicast services, yan, so including yung kasama yung LTE based 5G broadcast and yung NR multi-broadcast service. And then yung mga evolution ng duplex operation and artificial intelligence, machine learning, kasama dyan, and then yung network energy savings, and then yung mga power savings, and of course yung mga additional pa ng mga unmanned aerial vehicle applications, and then industrial IoTs and other network coding. Yan. So madami siyang tinitingnan dito sa release 18, ano? Yan. So, kung papunta na tayo ng release 18, saan na tayo pupunta, sir? So, tingnan natin yung mga visions, no, ng 6G. So, kasi dito na naman 5G, so 6G. So, itong 6G vision na ipapakita ko, isa sa mga vision na ipapakita natin is nasa vision ng Samsung. Yeah, so this comes from Samsung. So, dito tinignan niya yung mga mega trends para sa 6G. So, ano ba yung mga mega trends para i-develop natin yung 6G? Siyempre, yung mga connected machines, artificial intelligence, yung openness of mobile communications, social goals, and mobile communications. Yan, so tingnan natin yung mega trends. So it was envisaged that the number of connected devices, sabi nga ni sa tingin ni Samsung, is will reach 500 billion by 2030, which is about 59 times larger than the expected world population, which is 8.5 billion by that time. So yung mga mobile devices will take different kind of forms. Hindi lang siya telepono, no? It will take a different form factor. Katulad ng augmented reality glasses, AR glasses, virtual reality headsets or yung VR natin, hologram devices. No, increasingly, itong mga machines will need to be connected by means of wireless communications. So examples ng mga connected machines, so including dyan yung vehicles, yung robots, yung drones, home appliances, displays, smart sensors na installed sa various infrastructures, and then construction machineries and factory equipment. Ayan, so ito yung mga isa sa mga mega trend na tinitignan. And then, meron tayong isa pang trend, the artificial intelligence. Ayan, is a new tool for wireless communication. So it will improve the transition performance, optimize network design, and predict, detect, and enable the network anomalies to self-heal. Ayan. So artificial intelligence demonstrated by the machine, unlike the natural intelligence ng tao, no, it will lead to AI applications pagdating natin sa wireless communications. Okay, so ito yung mga applications na tinitingnan. And next would be siyempre openness of mobile communications. Yan. So yung architecture natin, at least tinitingnan nila na maging open yung architecture. So isa sa mga example ngayon na nangyayari sa industry, yung Open RAN. Yan, isang example yan. So pag gusto nyo tingnan si Open RAN Alliance, yan, meron yan. And then it provides an open and intelligent radio access network. Yan. So meron namang iba, yung Open Network Automation Platform, your ONAP. So it develop a platform for network management and automation through an open source shared architecture. Yan. So ito yung isa sa mga mega trends. Okay. And of course, yung mga social goals and mobile communications. So kasi nga, no, meron tayong mga sustainable development goals na sinet ng United Nations. So for example, yung combination ni 5G and digitization is expected to help reduce greenhouse gas emission by up to 15% by 2030. And then 5G networks can enable remote learning, which could provide means and improve education equality. Pero despite the help from 5G and other measures, yung mga regional and social disparities continue to widen. No? So lumalaki pa rin. So for fundamental resolution ng mga social issues, si United Nations adopted the Sustainable Development Goals sa agenda ng 2030. So kasama tong 17 na yan. So we anticipate the societal need for 6G mobile communications to continue even more to address the social issues and achieve the social development, social goals na yan. So yung hyperconnectivity and ultimate experience delivered by the 6G ng mobile communications will improve and enable yung access to required information resources, social services without constraints of time and physical location. Ayan. So ito yung mga isa sa mga mega trends. So pag tinignan natin, ano yung mga possible, sir, na mga 6G services na pwede nating ma-anticipate yan? So una-una yung tatlo, truly immersive XR, high fidelity hologram, and digital replica. So sa 6G services, meron tayong tatlo yan, yung truly immersive extended reality or XR, high fidelity mobile hologram, and digital replica. So syempre, yung categories pa din sa 5G services would be continue to improve moving the 6G. So naalala nyo si enhanced mobile broadband, si ultra reliable and low latency communications, and then si massive machine type communications nandyan. So patuloy pa rin niya mag-i-improve, no, sa pagdating na 6G plus additional services like yung tatlo. Si truly immersive XR, so XR is a new term na pinagsasama-sama si VR, si AR, at si mixed reality. Yan, so yun si XR. So ano ba pagkakaiba nila, no? So si VR is a real world, is not a real world, but instead a simulation that draws the user into virtual reality. However, si augmented reality is part of the real world. Katulad niyan, meron tayo talagang real world, and then it is overlap so that you can use the use parts of both. Unlike yung mixed reality, which is a mixed part yan, ng augmented reality at virtual reality. Yan. So ito yung pagkakaiba ng tatlo. Yan. Okay. So isa sa mga titingnan natin, di ba, yung high fidelity hologram. Kasi si high fidelity hologram is the next generation mobile technology that can present the gestures and facial expressions by means of holographic display. So the content to display can be obtained by means of real-time capture, transmission, and 3D rendering techniques. Pero ang laki ng data, no? Up to 19.1 gigapixel requires 1 terabit per second. So ngayon, kung lalagay natin yan kay 5G, medyo hindi pa kaya ni 5G yan, no? Kasi si 5G is 20 gigabit per second. Pero si kung aabot siya ng 1 terabit per second, so medyo kailangan natin ng additional higher level na technology. So kaya sa high fidelity hologram, isa to sa mga tinitignan sa 6G. And then isa pa, yung digital replica. So si digital replica, mas kilala siya sa tawag na digital twin. So it could be a representation of a remotely controlled set of sensors and actuators. So yung physical yung physical device mo, or physical, for example, yung kotse mo, it will have a digital twin, no? Meron siyang digital replica para mas for example, mag-troubleshoot ka ng isang sasakyan o eroplano. So hindi mo na kailangan pumunta dun sa airport or sa hangar, no? So kailangan magkaroon ka na lang ng digital replica. Katulad nitong ina-apply ng isang airline company. So ito is gumagamit sila ng HoloLens, and then meron silang digital replica.
Airbus is a company designing, manufacturing and servicing commercial aircraft, helicopters, military aircraft, satellites and launch vehicles. Well, for the coming years, our challenges are huge. We have in the last 4 years delivered 10,000 aircraft, and we have to deliver twice that amount in the next 20 years. To face this challenge, we intend to make an intense use of mixed reality, and that's why we've started partnering with Microsoft. Mixed reality can help us to increase quality, safety and security. By having the right information in front of the eyes, the level of human error is significantly reduced. And in aerospace, an increased quality is an increased safety. I think the maturity of the services like Azure Remote Rendering of special anchors is key to give us the guarantee that we adequately use the HoloLens 2. I mean, it's key to have the right data flow. It's key to have the right rendering. It's key that the person using it finds himself or herself in the right environment with the right quality of data and therefore quality of visualization. So it's absolutely essential. The advantage of the HoloLens 2 in the design process is mostly in the validation phase, when the designer needs to know whether his or her design is really fit for industrialization. and this is hugely accelerated by 80%. On the manufacturing side, we use HoloLens 2 to enable the workers to achieve complex tasks or tasks that require an intense reading of documentation, while finally they're hands-free and they can access complex areas, they can handle heavy parts while having all the information they need right in front of their eyes. So we strongly believe that mixed reality can bring improvements up to 30% of some of our industrial tasks. So this device as such is very powerful, and thanks to Azure mixed reality services, we are getting the power of it.
Okay, so yun yung ano, no? HoloLens. So, although hindi pa siya nasa 6G, pero nandun na yung form factor, no, nung mga gagamitin sa 6G. So, maaaring pagdating ng 6G, magkakaroon ng huge improvement pagdating dyan. Okay, so tingnan natin yung 6G requirements. So, sa 6G requirements, based sa vision ni Samsung, kapag tinignan natin ang user experience data rate na tinitingnan nila pagdating ng 6G is 1 gigabit per second. Energy efficiency is times 2 ng 5G. Spectral efficiency is times 2 ng 5G. Air latency is 0.1 millisecond compared sa 1 millisecond ng 5G. And connection devices would be from 1 million to 10 million connected devices. And then reliability would improve at 10 to the negative 7 reliability. And yung peak data rate from 20 gigabit per second di 5G, Samsung is looking at 1000 gigabit or 1 terabit per second. Yan, ito yung ano, no, ito yung performance requirement na nakikita ni 6G. So syempre magkakaroon tayo ng mga architecture requirements. So sa computing capability, so yung computing capability, so sa cloud, sa 4G, sa cloud computing, nasa cloud yung computing capability at core network. Pagdating ng 5G, edge computing, dito na tayo. So nasa base station na, and then 6G would be on the user equipment na. Ayan. Okay? So ito yung ating mga 6G requirement. And then lastly, punta tayo sa 5G advance and 6G timeline. So ngayon, nandito tayo sa 2021, release 17. And then from 2030, 6G would be coming up to this. So in-expect natin, nandito pa lang tayo sa concept. So wala pa tayong masabi talaga kung ano mangyayari kay 6G until the next year or next 2 years, and then 6G requirement would be until 2024, and then you study by 2026, and then by 2027 or 2028 lalabas yung first specifications ni 6G. Okay, ayan, so ito yung ating discussion for 6G, for 5G evolution and to 6G. So that will be all. Thank you so much.
Ayan, maraming salamat po to Engineer Richard R. Matias for a highly relevant and timely discussion on 5G and our revolution, the road to 6G. Sir, may I invite you back to the spotlight? Because you have truly piqued the interest of our attendees. And we have quite a number of questions here that we'd like for you to answer. But due to time constraints po, would it be okay if we entertain around 3 questions only?
Yes, and then kung meron silang mga questions pa, they can message me to Facebook group para masagot natin.
Ayan,
Or
that's
sa Facebook.
actually,
Yep.
yes, all right, okay. So anyway, sir, the questions will be flashed on the screen so that it will be easier for you to go over it and answer it. Okay, let's proceed with the first question. All right, so our first question, hi, Engineer Matias, V2V. What will be the involvement of ECE in the automotive industry in the Philippines? Right now, mechanical personnel were still employed. And another question is, do you have any idea what will be the setup for car insurance since V2V is controlled by machines?
Actually sa Pilipinas, hindi pa natin alam no, kung kailan siya darating, yung V2V. And then currently ngayon hindi ko pa rin alam kung ano magiging role ng ng insurance pagdating sa V2V. Kasi unang-una titingnan nila yung security and then how reliable it is. So wala pa tayo sa stage na gano'n. So ngayon hindi pa natin alam kung ano mangyari.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. That question was from Sir Edwin or Engineer Edwin Tagabe of IECEP Batangas. All right. Let's proceed to our second question. Okay. So our second question is, sir, if there are no more 3G infra in the telco, will the devices with 3G hardware be obsolete na po ba? Will telco need to decommission the 3G or 2G facilities except for the plain GSM?
Sa ibang bansa, dito sa Pilipinas, hindi ko lang kung anong nangyari na kung dinidecommission nila yung 3G. Pero sa ibang bansa, some operators are choosing to stop investing on the 3G. And then essentially, yung iba tinitigil na yung GSM because of the paggamit ng frequency ay yung technology. Sa pag-decommission or sa pagtatanggal ng mga technology, nasa ano yan, yung the assessment would be done meticulously because we need to assess how many subscribers are still left para dun sa ating sa ating network. Kasi kapag tinanggal natin basta-basta yung 3G and then marami tayong subscribers like that and then we don't have the mechanism how to transfer the traffic, for example, the CS or the PS traffic into one technology and then hindi niya kaya i-handle, that would be a big problem. So yung pagiging obsolete, it would be it requires a deep study and then para ma-implement natin. So sa ibang bansa, yun nga, for example sa Singapore, hindi sila gumagamit ng 2G and then they use the frequency to another technology. And then sa mga ibang operators naman at pinapatay si 3G, meron silang options, no? How to transfer the traffic from 3G going to 2G or going to LTE. So for traffic, LTE, and then to handle the voice, tinitingnan nila, baka marami na tayong VoLTE users, no? Pwede na tayong mag-VoLTE or pwede na tayong mag-OTT na services. So yun yung mga considerations, no, kung bakit meron siya pinapatay o hindi. So it's just to give way to another technology or another opportunity for subscribers also para magkaroon ng mas better services.
I see. All right. Thank you so much, Sir Matias. The question was actually from Engineer Limwell Duhay Longsod. So thank you so much, Sir Duhay Longsod, for a very good question. And finally, for our last question for Sir Matias, the question goes, good afternoon, Sir Richard. What is the difference of 3GPP standard to NESA's standards? Is the NESA standard also widely accepted globally?
Honestly, ngayon ko lang narinig yung NESAs. Yung NESAs, I was expecting the difference between 3GPP and 3GPP2. Pero si NESAs, hindi ko ganong kabisado si NESAs. Sorry, pasensya ka na. So I will be researching about NESAs. Pero ngayon, si 3GPP, it is the widely accepted standard globally. Actually, dalawa yan nung nakaraan. Merong 3GPP and then 3GPP2. Pero si 3GPP2, kung narinig yung si CDMA1, so ayun yung mga 3GPP2. Pero essentially, ang nangyari, si 3GPP2 yung talagang namayani. And then, so mga future technologies natin like LTE, 5G, and then probably the 6G would go to the 3GPP standard. Yan.
Ayun. Thank you so much, Engineer Matias. All right. So anyway, sir, since you are a co-host on Zoom, I believe you could see the Q&A session. There is an option there to type an answer. Perhaps Sir Matias would be willing to type in the answers to 12 more questions, sir. You really have an excellent topic. And kulang yung oras. Unfortunately, kulang yung oras. We still have 2 more technical sessions. But anyway, sir, I believe you have a Facebook group. Any words po? Please invite them so that you could cater more queries from our attendees. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so yung mga gusto pa magtanong na hindi natin na-accommodate today, Sorry, no, but we will answer that in the other time. Or you can join us in our Facebook group. Ang pangalan ng aming Facebook group is RF Engineer Pilipinas. Type nyo lang yung RF Engineer Pilipinas. So, sali kayo sa group. We are around 11,000 members na sa RF Engineer Pilipinas. And then, if you can also follow our page, RF Engineer Pilipinas then. And then if you want to learn more about wireless telecommunications, you can visit our website at www.rfengineeracademy.com. So yun, marami tayong mga lessons doon. So kasama itong 6G, 5G evolution, and Open Run din nandyan. 5G Open Run. Okay, so we hope to see you soon sa ating Facebook group.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Matias. At this point in time, please accept this plaque of appreciation for your valuable contribution to the e-AGM 2.0. Sir Richard, if you may allow me, if I may read the content, the IECEP Incorporated awards this plaque of appreciation to Engineer Richard R. Matias in grateful recognition of his expertise, professional competencies, and invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker during the 71st Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention with the theme, Embracing Digital Transformation in the Time of New Normal. Given this 27th of November 2021, signed by the e-AGM Convention Chairman, Dr. Loreliza Bulayog, and of course, our IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. Ayan, thank you so much again, Engineer Matias, and mabuhay po kayo. All right. So,
thank you so much.
You're welcome po, sir. Okay, we hope to see you again in future activities of IECEP. So once again, at this point in time, our post-event team will be pasting the link to the attendance evaluation and learning form. So again po, just to reiterate, yung ating attendance quiz and evaluation form will be posted every after the session of our resource speaker. Ayan, okay. And likewise, it would also be posted in our YouTube live comments. Okay. So anyway, I think we're just about good with that. Okay, ayan. Antayin na lang po natin yung ating post-event team to paste our form later on. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through our technical sessions. When we return later on, we are going to have topics from instrumentation and control and micro and power electronics track, and of course, ICT and emerging technology track. Let's have a break and make way to our generous partner companies. We will be right back.
For IoT and Industry 4.0 data visualization applications, monitors serve as crucial information display devices in manufacturing sites and factories. But how do you select the right monitor? Many people choose commercial monitors because of their low price. However, commercial monitors are built for office and retail environments. They are not designed to withstand operation in harsh industrial settings that involve constant vibration, temperature and power fluctuations, humidity, dirt, dust, and high usage rates. When monitors fail in industrial environments, the entire process is interrupted while the monitor is replaced or repaired. The resulting system downtime reduces productivity and overall revenue. Secondly, in terms of cost of ownership over time, the lifespan of industrial monitors is typically 3 times that of commercial monitors. Thus, in the long run, the cost of ownership over time for industrial monitors is actually less, even though the initial purchase cost is higher. Finally, for industrial field applications, monitors must support long-term usage. Unlike commercial monitors that change on a yearly basis, industrial monitors provides model consistency and long-term availability. We hope that by watching this video, you have the knowledge to make a wise choice. Advantech's FPM series industrial monitors are rugged, reliable, and easy to use, delivering world-class quality you can rely on.
great power comes great responsibility.
Walking, running, and driving lift off rockets into space.
To the brightest minds of the Renaissance, so, what are atoms and what do they look like?
These things are made of lenses. And while we're at it, what about our binoculars and telescopes?
There were only 22 students in your class, but both lists add up to 33.
From your right shoulder to the tip of your outstretched left arm.
We are back, down to our last two sessions. Earlier, we had increased knowledge about the wireless telecom industry technologies. Our next technical session will provide us an avenue for the IECEP national members to update their knowledge on various applications of digital transformation across industries that employ our electronics engineering specializations. But before anything else, let us be reminded of the following house rules and keep things be done decently and in order. Please be mindful of our house rules. Watch this video.
Please be mindful of the following house rules. Find a quiet place and secure a stable internet connection so you can focus on the session. Should you get disconnected while the session is in progress, please rejoin as soon as possible. Please use your full name so that we could properly identify you. Utilize the rename feature on Zoom to change your display name. Be an attentive participant. Unless requested by the moderators, always turn off your webcam and mute the audio of your microphone. Else, you may type in your topic-related questions via the Q&A box on Zoom or the chat or comment box on YouTube. Be respectful and courteous in speaking, writing, and appearance. Steer clear from asking too personal questions or non-subject related questions, and no spamming in the chat box and in the live comments. Kindly accomplish the attendance, quiz, evaluation form, which will be given after the Q&A session. No form completion, no certificate. Keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar.
Now, let's start our third technical session. We are requesting professional electronics engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad, IECEP National Director, to formally introduce our resource speaker.
Good evening. Nadidinig po. Nadidinig po.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're going to introduce the next speaker. So our next speaker is a pioneer batch of Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the Universidad de Manila and successfully upgraded as professional engineers, a professional electronics engineer last April 2017. Currently is taking up Master of Science in Electronics Communication Engineering major in Artificial Intelligence and Automation at Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School. With 20 years of extensive experience and expertise in combined industry of manufacturing and semiconductor, he was awarded as the most outstanding member of IECEP Singapore in the year 2017. He is also a certified internal auditor in different ISO standards like ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 4501, ISO 22301. He is a Lean Six Sigma Black Belt certified with his recent $350,000 scrap cost saving in a project in Dyson Digital Motor VTEB project. Actively pursuing Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt certification. He's currently working as an associate principal engineer in Dyson Electronics Private Limited since April 2014. He is also a freelance consultant in productivity effective supervision course in University of the Philippines, Diliman, Institute for Small Scale Industries. Fellow engineers, IECEP members, VIPs, and guests, our resource speaker with the topic data-driven quality control tools across industries, a good friend of mine, Engineer Aries and Dayrit.
Good evening po sa lahat. So, thank you very much for warm welcome introduction. So, Sir Chris Andrew. So, thank you rin for IECEP National for inviting me as a guest speaker to have chance to share my knowledge para sa lahat ng ating mga fellows sa ECE. Okay. So, share ko lang po yung screen ko. So we can start. So let me know po kung visible na po yung screen sa lahat. Hello? Visible na po ba? Wala yata. Hello?
Yes, Sir Aries. Okay na po.
Okay. So, with further that, so I can start the our seminar for basics data quality tools. So the course seminar outlines will be an introduction. First, the definition of terms, type of data, so source of data, data collection, the objective, the purpose, the method, and the main topic for my seminar for this tonight is the data quality tools, or also known as the 750 tools. So tools like Pareto, scatter diagram, flowchart, histogram, check sheet, cause and effect, and control chart. And then the last part, of course, the question and answer portion. So I'll be trying my best to answer all those questions. So if ever na hindi ko siya masagot, so I'll be treat as my assignment. Then I will return back to you through email or through our IECEP National. Okay. So to start with, so we have some question in mind first in this session. Then hopefully the end of the session will answer all these questions through the data that we will learn. First, of course, from our topic, so we need to define what is data. Then, what is the role of data in our future transformation? Then, how does the data affect our technology and innovation for this? And then, do we believe the power of the data? So these are the questions that hopefully that we can answer to you after the end of the session. First, so this is the chart from our IATF. So the alert level for each province in the Philippines. So why do you think, how did the ITF decide the level condition for each of our provinces to this alert level? So next, so this is the inflation rate of the Philippines. So 2021 as of September, the month of September. So as we can see, so it was in an uptrend position. So basically, if we can see this inflation rate in the Philippines, so question in mind, where do you plan to put your money if the condition of the Philippines is like this? So maybe you will put in the bank, so with 2 to 3% per annum, or you can put it in the cooperatives that promising or offering the high value returns. But ingat po tayo, marami po nababalitaan ngayon na mga scammer na mga kooperatiba. So be careful po sa pag-invest dito. Or if we are in a high risk or very aggressive in our investment, so can we put it into the stock market in the condition like this, the inflation rate? Or we can put it in our piggy oink oink bank or in our yung tinatawag nating alkansya. So, tago na lang ba natin yung pera natin pagka ganitong sitwasyon? So, with this topic, hopefully all these questions will be answered. So, with the help of our data. Okay? So, not furthermore, so we can start in our formal discussion about our data quality tools. So, first, let's define first what is data. According to Cambridge Dictionary, so data is the information, especially facts or number, collected to be examined and used to help to this help decision making. Ayun, nakita na natin. So sinabi na. tutulungan daw tayo ni data para mag-decide para dun sa ating future investment. Okay? So next, according to Wikipedia, so individual facts, statistic, or item of information open in numeric number. Then last, meaning of data is according to Merriam-Webster, the fact or information that usually to calculate, analyze, and plan for something. Ayun, sinabi uli, makakapag-plan daw tayo with the help of data. So hopefully we'd answer all those questions later. Okay? So if we can analyze all this data meaning from the different dictionary and source. So what do you think is the common from the three? So the word fact. So meanings to say that the data always says the fact. Okay? So in other words, data is a collection of facts from which conclusion may be drawn. So at the end of the session, with the help of data, we can conclude, we can have to make decision, and we can plan. Base yun sa sinabi ng ating mga definition of our data. Okay? So nowadays, for that, they say that data is the new oil, sabi ni Clive Hamby. So why do you think that the data is the new oil? So imagine in every 1 minute, so these are the data that will be collected or generated. So napakarami nila, di ba? So this is just only, kung mapapansin natin, these all the more on social media. So sa Facebook, si Twitter, si Amazon. So this with the help of our IoT technology. So isang side lang yan, isang portion lang siya, kung mapapansin natin. Pero kung titignan natin yung industry ng communication, katulad ng ni-report ni Sir kanina na 5G, what do you think in 1 minute, how many calls, how many text messages that we can generate from there? In the hospital, how many that yung inooperahan? So napakaraming data, kaya dapat siya sa machine lang namin, sa company namin sa Dyson, in 1 minute, how many vision that will be captured that will convert to us our initial data. So that's the reason why they say that data is the new oil. So because of the tons of data that we can collected in every 1 minute of the day. Okay? So since data is the new oil, so ano ngayon? So sabi nga natin, di ba, yung oil is oil lang. Para magamit natin siya, kailangan natin ipudaan siya sa mga proseso. So mapapansin natin, may naririnig tayo na yung oil, merong exploration, merong refinery, di ba? Merong distribution, may extraction pa nga. So pinagse-separate yung mga parang particle ng oil para magamit siya. Same thing with our data. Okay? So in our data, so we need to explore. So dito na lumalabas yung ating mga data collection. So mayroon tayong mga way na mga pagko-collect ng data. So later, this is one of the part that I can discuss, will discuss in the seminar. Okay? So, as like what new oil, data also need to be extracted. So, and then data also need to be refined. So, meaning to say refining is dito na pumapasok yung mga data analysis natin, which is kung ano yung mga dapat lang natin collectin. Because like what I said, so there is a tons of data that we can collect in every 1 minute. But hindi naman lahat yun kailangan. So which one is yung kailangan mo based dun sa objective na gusto mong palabasin. So dito na papasok yung ating mga data analysis tools. Okay? So dun siya papasok. So ito rin yung main body natin, yung main subject natin for tonight. So with this session, so we will help to analyze and refine the data. Then, after ma-refine siya, yun, di-distribute na natin. So, we can distribute. So, meaning to say, it's a real oil, so dinidistribute na to sa mga Shell, sa mga Petron. So, in the real world of data naman, so distribute is meaning to say, is ito na yung gagamitin natin kung saan natin gustong, after analysis, saan natin gustong i-apply yung data analysis natin. Then, once we distribute, same thing with the real oil. So data will be converted as a money. Okay? Especially in the business sector. So dun sila kumikita. So nako-convert nila lahat ng mga pinaghirapan nila from data exploration, until dun sa analysis, distribution. So that makes to become a man or yung income for the company. Okay? Next. So like what I said, so data need to be explored. So dito mga pasok. Why do we need to collect data? Okay? According to Edward Dennis, data scientist, so without data, you're just another person with opinion. What do you think? Just only an opinion. So ito yung mga nakirinig natin mga fake news. Wala naman data. O chismis lang yan. Di ba? Wala man data. Ito maniniwala dyan. So something like that. So data will prove us. So the fact para dun sa ating kung ano man yung gusto natin palabasin. So by the way, so Edward Demings, kung hindi pa nakakakilala, especially sa different industry, siya yung pioneer na gumamit ng plan, do, check, or yung PDCA. So PDCA, also for an benefit of the other, so na wala sa manufacturing industry or semiconductor industry. Ito yung pinagmulan lahat ng mga methodology na ginagamit natin ngayon. Kung naririnig nyo, yung Six Sigma, Lean Manufacturing, lahat yan, doon nag-occur lang. Yun ang pinagmulan lahat yan, yung plan, do, check, yung 8 discipline. So that's the originator nung mga methodology na yan. Kung wala yon, so I think they will not evolve yung mga they will not improve yung kung ano man yung mga best method na pang-analyze ng problem natin, particularly dun sa mga sector ng kailangan ng mga data. Okay? So sabi naman ng ang former CEO ng Yahoo, so with the data collection, the sooner the better, it always the best answer. So kay ano naman sa CEO naman ng B-Malware, data is the new science. Big data holds the answer. So most likely, ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, data is a collection of fact that drawn and conclusion. So which is the answer. And lastly, ito yung pinakagusto ko rito. Data analytics is the future. And this is and the future is now. Every click of mouse, keyboard button press, swipe or tap used to shape the business decision. Everything's about data these days. Data is information, and information is the power. Okay, so these are some of the quote that the reason why we need to collect data. So by the way, so data collection is part sa mga tools ng Lean Six Sigma, like what I said, na nanggaling sa PDCA. It was originated in the measure phase. So it was from the DMAIC methodology. It was belong to the one of the tools that they use in analyzing the problem na makakatulong. Napaka-powerful tools rin yan. Okay? So, common data collection method. So, like what I said, na kung ano man yung natin, yung data collection natin, so meron tayo mga dapat pagkuhanan. So, hindi lang natin, kailangan natin siya explore kung saan tayo pwede makakuha ng data. Okay? So, yung una-una, interview, pwede rin sa observation, survey, ito yung pinaka-most common. Data usage, and lastly, during focus group. So, those discussion that we have can be translated or converted into a data that we can use to identify or in our problem analyzing. Okay? So, isa-isayin natin. Sige. Sabi ko nga, di ba? Survey. Inuna ko na yung survey. Kasi yung widely, like what this slide say, are the widely an extremely effective way of collecting data. Survey data collected can be used as your input matrix. So kung mapapansin natin, o maalala nyo, yung conventional way niya is ito yung mga ginagamit pa nung pagko-collect ng survey o pagko-collect ng data. So actually, some of the common user, ganun pa rin na ginagamit. Kung mapupunta tayo sa mga restaurant, so nangihingi sila ng feedback, 'di ba? Mga survey. So kung ano man yung quality ng service nila doon. Magtitik tayo, may mga certain question. So this is the one way or the conventional way of collecting data through survey and paper questionnaire. So like supermarket, 'di ba? May mga tayo doon. So usually sa supermarket, ano yung mga common na binibili natin? And then the government, FYI, government service natin. So like yung nangyari, di ba, dun sa ano natin, dun sa pag pupunta tayo sa mga dun during lockdown, meron tayong pinipilapan na mga ano ba tawag doon? Kalimutan ko. Yung form bago ka papasukin, may temperature, may ano. So, 'yon. This one part of the part ng survey or data collection for that particular merchant or service na kinokonduct nila. Okay, next. Next tools natin is ito na, yung automated na. So, yung mga online survey. So, napakarami ngayon. So, yung pinaka-commonly used yung Google survey. So, sabi ni Google survey, so pag ginamit mo yung survey ko, so you have a quick and cost-effective to get value insight into your mind to target the audience. Sabi naman ni Survey Monkey. So, mas malaki yung reach namin. Reach anyone, anywhere to connect via email, website, social media, and more. So, meron din ibang other type ng survey na na nag-o-offer ng mas widely used in terms of data. So, like Typeform survey. So, 90% more on data collection talaga sila. And then, ito naman si paper form survey. Ang pinagmamalaki na niya naman is yung easy way to collect and analyze data, security, and convenience. Kasi nga, so, yung iba, libre, but our data security also is a one factor. Siyempre, yung pinangangalagaan natin. So, baka mamaya ma-disclose, diba? So, kaya nga, diba, mapapabalita ngayon yung mga data integrity natin na ang daming nagkalat na text na nag-o-offer ng job tapos scam pala. So what do you think? Saan nang galing 'yun? 'Di ba? Isa sa mga suspect nila yung pag nagpipilap tayo ng mga survey para doon sa ating para sa ating health declaration. Yeah, that's the correct. Kanina iniisip ko pa nasa dulo ng dila ko. Sa mga health deck natin. According to the news, sabi nila. So nakukuha daw yung mga number natin kaya nagte-text ng mga nagja-job offering ng job. So which is napaka-irritated nga naman. So si paper survey sabi niya secure daw yung data sa kanya. So it's up to the user. So anong type ng survey ang gusto niyang kunin based dun sa data na gusto niyang kolektahin. And then the convenient how to collect data. At the end of the day, the only matter is we need to collect data for our data analysis. Okay? So the second one, yung pinaka after ng survey, yung another common use na methodology ng pag-collect ng data is yung interview or conversation. So one of the method used to collect. So talking to the people to gather data for the specific or a phenomenon that interest. So but let's be specific when we conduct an interview. So we need to find the correct person or a group. Okay? Let's say for example, ang topic mo is sport, pero economista yung in-interview mo. Napakalayo, di ba? So syempre, i-ano rin natin, yung tamang person. Otherwise, irrelevant yung magiging data collection natin pag tinanong mo sila. Baka hindi yung tamang data makuha natin. Then, introduce yourself and the group that you belong. Kasi syempre, so if you are not, parang hindi sila naging komportable sa'yo, baka mamaya yung data nila na ibigay o yung answer na ibigay nila is more or less is hindi realistic. So that's why kailangan natin magpakilala o bakit para sa ito. And the third purpose, yung interview tips natin to inform purpose in interview. Then let's conduct a normal conversation para maging honest yung magiging nila magiging sagot nila. So one very good example nito, guys, yung pina-implement ng government. Sakyan ko na yung natin ngayon, yung nangyayari sa atin sa COVID, yung mga contact tracer. So yun yung pinaka-best example na mai-relate ko para dito sa interview and conversation. Collecting data para dun sa traceability ng nila, ng potential COVID-19 patient. And then the last that I can share with you, mga common lang, is yung observation. So, observation lang pala, pwede na tayo makakollect ng data. Of course. So the power of data collection use just observing can be collected and effective in collecting quantitative data for an input matrix. So Yung method na sinasabi niya is watching people and things that they are doing. So, sino-sino ba itong mga to? So, usually, ito yung sila manong guard, kung mapapansin natin. So, sa mga mall. So, like, nag-ano sila ng CCTV, collecting data na rin. At yung pinaka conventional nila, so, yung kiniklik nila, yung palm counter na kung tawagin. So, that's another form of data collection during observation lang na method na ginagamit nila. Okay? So hindi natin napapansin, pindot sila ng pindot, but this is very important data para sa mall. So nakikita nila kung number na pumapasok sa kanila. So imagine, pag maraming pumapasok, yung probability na bumili sa mall is mas mataas din. Okay? So nakikita nila to, pinaplat nila to. So mamaya makikita natin kung paano nila pinaplat yung mga data nila. Okay? So observation, reaction, or feelings, tracking ng real time, so taking photo. So that's the method na pwede natin magamit pag-collect ng data natin. Okay? Then, purpose. So bakit ba natin kailangan mag-collect ng data? So alam na natin yung method. So ano ba yung purpose? Ba't kailangan pa sa collectayin natin yung mga data natin? Una-una, to inform. Then, make decision. So ito will answer, sabi nga kanina, di ba? So it will answer all our question in mind using our data. Ito yung promise yung data sa atin eh. Tingnan natin kung totoo pa rin niya yung promise niya. Influence. So data can be influenced? Maybe. Tingnan natin. So describe. And lastly, predict. Okay? So these are the 5 common purpose of the data. Yung magiging benefit natin pagka nag-data collect tayo. Like what yung method na gagamitin nga natin kanina. Okay, data as information. Ito yung una natin kanina. The purpose of the data to be informed. So, data is raw, unorganized fact that need to be processed. Data can be sometimes simple, seemingly random, and useless until it's organized. Sabi nga, di ba? So, sabi ni data is the new oil. Kanina, sabi sa previous slide. So what? Ano yung oil? Oil lang yan. So, hindi natin, it will be remain oil kung hindi maano siya. Same thing with data. Data is a raw data. Hindi natin magagamit siya kung hindi natin ipaprocess. So, ito, sabi nga ni Daniel Moran. So, sabi niya, you can have a data without information, but you cannot you can have information without data. So, data pa rin ang kailangan natin. But we need to organize. So, data yan, sabi nga, data must be processed, organized, structured, or presented in a given context so that it will make useful and call information. So, ito yung sinasabi naman yung kaninang CEO ng HP. The goal is to turn data into information. So, like what I said, so data lang yan, raw data. So, hindi siya magiging information para sa atin kung raw data lang siya. And information need to convert into insight. Okay? So that's the purpose why we need to process and organize the data so that it will serve as an information for us. Okay, the next purpose, so the decision making. So sabi na, data can be a factor to drive a decision making. Tingnan natin. So data-driven decision making is defined as using facts, metrics, data, guide a strategic business decision that will align with the goals, objective, and initiative. So sabi natin kanina, di ba, isa sa mga tips, so one of the purpose. So we need to identify yung correct. So ito na yung nagsasabi. So hindi lahat ng data is magagamit mo. There's a tons of data na napoproduce in every minute. But hindi lahat yun. But we need to align with our goals and objective. Okay? So, yung mga data lang na yun lang yung dapat natin gamagamit in order to process, to analyze, in order to help us in making a decision. So, data is a new science. Big data hold the answer. So, without this data, so we cannot have any decision made. So, there is a step to make this data become useful and help us in our decision making. So, the first step is to define the objective. Actually, ito yung pinaka number 1. So, ano ba talaga gusto kong mangyari? May data ako. Ano ba yung objective ko na magagamit ko yung data ko? Diba? So yun kagad ang unang-unang tanong sa sarili. Okay? Establish a hypothesis. What if? Doon na pumapasok na. Yung data ko mali. Ano ba? Ano na ba next step ko? So, the next step, identify the data that you need. So, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, di ba? So, hindi lahat ng data na nakukuha mo is magagamit mo. It's always aligned with your goals and objective. Then, once you identify and align with your goals and objective, so, you need to be process. So, dito na pumapasok yung anong bang gagawin natin and processing ba gagawin natin dito. Then, we can start the data collection. So, after the data collection, analyzing the data that help us to make a decision. But, syempre, so with this data, kailangan pa rin natin i-balance, i-cross-check yung mga ano natin, mga decision natin. But I have one optional item isisingit dito. Kasi sigurista akong tao. So, if I put another optional dito, so I will put between 6 and 7. So, validate the data. So, collect data, analyze data, then validate the data. How to validate? We can run some simulation the data, especially in the manufacturing industry. So, meron silang tinatawag na yung first evaluation and then second validation ng data. Running a big lot or big experiment para magano o para makita nila kung talagang true yung data. Meron din tayong mga pang-validate na tools na mamaya makikita natin. Okay? Like in yun sa subject namin ngayon na nasa masteral na meron mga validation tools ang ginagamit si MATLAB. So I'm not promoting MATLAB anyway. So meron siya mga tools to validate. So just to give an option for this to make sure our data is finally refined before making our decision, especially if our decision is very crucial. So let's validate the data. This is my strongly recommendation for this. Okay? Before we make a decision. Influence in making decision. Sino sa inyo gumagamit dito ng sapatos na Nike? So, bakit ba tayo gumagamit? Ba't ibang consumer gustong bili ng Nike kaysa Adidas, kaysa Converse? Dahil ba kay Michael Jordan? Diba? So, isa sa mga naging influencing factor maybe potentially kaya ka naggumagamit is idol mo si Michael Jordan, diba? So, why do you think Nike choose Michael Jordan as an endorser? Kasi nung 1990 napakagaling ni Michael Jordan no ng 90s. Siya yung popular na basketball player in terms of NBA. So, siguro kaya ka na influensyan o ang Nike nakunin siya as an endorser. So, why do you think Michael Jordan is the best player in the 90s? Dito na pumapasok yung data natin. Diba? Because of the data na pinuproduce ni Michael Jordan per game, so tinanggal siyang best player. Diba? So, kinuha siya ni Nike as an endorser. Kaya yung popularity niya ang nag-influence sa karamihan sa atin, kasama na ako doon, para bumili ng sapatos na Nike. Nakuha. So, that's the influence because of the data that produced by Michael Jordan that became his popularity. Okay? Uy, nag-YY analysis na tayo. This is just one of the example of YY analysis, by the way. So, isa sa mga tools na ginagamit din sa Lean Six Sigma. Ito yung pagmamas. So, ang dating ayaw magmas. O, what do you think that na-influensyahan sila magmas? Kasi natakot sila, nakita nila na dumadami na yung mga debt, di ba? So, because of the data that we can see in the media na pina-flash, social media also. So, natakot ka, na-influensya ka na magsuot na rin ng mask tsaka ng face shield. That time na nagpipik na yung nagpipik na yung COVID-19. Sige, balikan natin. So, bakit naman natin total nag-YY analysis naman tayo. bakit naman sinabi ni IECEP na inutos to na ano? Kasi the data rin, they show that the number of death na nag appear with the data. So it's very important or very strongly recommend to put ng face mask at ng face shield sa atin. Okay? So 13 participant raise hand. Parang ang dami ka ng question na. Mukhang kinabahan ako bigla doon. Anyway, mamaya ko na lang po sasagutin pag the end of the session. Data, next. Moving on, data to be described. So one of the powerful way to inform, decide, influence is to describe the data. So describing data is such as methodology that graphical representation measure the tendency and measure variability is known as a descriptive statistic. Okay? So data raw used as a graphical representation, one of the fundamental approach in data analysis. So, oo nga naman, kung nakikita natin, mas madali natin ma-interpret o makakapag-decide. Okay? Using means of visualization, abstract, share complex, and data pattern. Okay? So, this is one of the example. Okay? So, makikita natin, with that data, mapapansin natin yung GDP natin. So, from 2011 papuntang 2020. So, from 10.5% naging 2020 naging minus 5.35%. So, ano yung dinidescribe niya? It's described na bumababa yung GDP natin. Similar thing with the right, yung graph natin. So, ito is only a table form. Nakikita natin in sa left hand. So, paano natin siya i-describe ng mas madali? So, through graphical representation. So, makikita natin dito. Ayan. So, yung GDP per capita in the US natin. So, makita natin, pataas, then pagdating ng 2020, boom. Nag-negative. Ayun, nagpula siya. Diba? Minus 5.35%. So, ano mas madaling intindihin? Ito nga, may graphical, may kulay, tsaka ano pa, diba? May line graph. So, graphing, then meron pang visual representation. Ito yung tatawag na visual representation. Actually, I call this the color visual representation. So not only the green and the greens means the positive, then the red become the negative side. Then plus the visual representation of the line graph showing uptrend, then suddenly drop. Okay, so this is the one of the powerful things that data can describe through graphical representation and visual representation. So in data patterns rin, sinabi niya, ayan, makikita natin dito, up, then biglang bumaba. Diba? So yung pattern ng data natin, makikita natin na bumababa na siya. Okay? Then last, I think this is the last purpose is to predict. So actually, this is my favorite part, in prediction. So because dito na pumapasok in terms of sa sakyan ko na yung kanina example ko na manufacturing. So meron silang preventive tsaka yung predictive maintenance kung tawagin, diba? So maiiwasan natin. So not only actually hindi lang sa industry na manufacturing but also in the other field. Ay mamaya yung example ko makikita natin sa weather forecasting. So also known as predictive analytics. So this is the process used the data along with analysis, statistic, and machine learning technique to create a predictive model for forecasting and a future event. Okay. So this is the flow from predictive analysis, from accessing the data or ating data exploration. So pre-process the data. So develop a predictive module, then integrate the module with the system. Okay? So makikita natin ano ba yung common niya na usually wide use para do sa ating predictive analysis. Ito yung tinatawag natin kung narinig na nila yung statistical process control, yung SPC. So this is the term that we use to predict or to see the variation. So makikita natin ito siya, so SPC chart niya. So like for example, makikita natin dito 'di ba? So pataas yung ano niya, yung trend niya. So we can predict with this kind of trend na more or less lalabas na siya dun sa red line, which is the call is mag-out of control na siya. Okay? So with this graph, without saying anything, so I think we can predict, 'di ba, with the use of our data. So dito natin makikita 'yon sa ating mga chart with the help nga in describing ng visualization natin ng ano. So mamaya itatopic natin 'to. I will share more about the control chart. So because this is one of the quality tools na pag-aaralan natin. And then ito nga. So sir, baka naman yung sinasabi nyo is pang manufacturing lang. So predictive maintenance, may data collection din. Ito nga yung pag-asa, di ba? So meron tinatawag rito na predictive mean sea level pressure area. So lagi natin mapapansin na LPA, papasok, dalawang LPA papasok sa Pilipinas. So saan nila nakikita 'yon? So dito, meron silang chart na ginagamit o meron silang visual representation, monitoring system. Makikita nila sa pag malapit na pumasok sa teritoryo ng Pilipinas. So masasabi nila na papasok na as a bagyo. Parang ganun, from LPA and converted into the typhoon. Okay? So, ito yung one of the tools o purpose na pwede natin gamitin in order to predict what will happen. Then, we can decide or we can have a pre-decision with this. Makakapag-react na agad tayo with this. Pag pinilat natin yung data natin at nakita natin yung data natin, na ganito na yung signal niya. Okay? So, ito yung mga iniiwasan natin or tinitignan natin para yung decision na susunod na gagawin natin is more realistic o agma. So, makapag-react na agad. So, next. So, we have some type of data. So, natapos na natin yung purpose. Natapos na natin yung ano ba yung data na dapat kolektahin. So, ngayon yung type naman. Ano ba yung mga type ng data natin? So, sabi ko nga kanina, na we have a tons of data, tons and tons of data in every 1 minute na na-generate natin. Social media, so sa different industry ng ating profession or in the word natin yan sa ginagalawan natin. Okay, so types of data, makikita natin dito. So yung unang type is yung continuous data, data that comes from measuring and it can be take value within a given range. Ano na ba mga example nito? So ito po. So length, time, lahat po nang nami-measure po natin. So we can call this is uncontinuous data. So ito po yung mga typical example na pwede natin makita. Okay. So next, discrete. So actually, so yung discrete niya is more on a certain value that count, categorical, and attribute. Ang example po niya, yung tinatawag po natin na yung mga nakikita po natin na kinakategorize siya. For example, team blue, team Lenny, team Bongbong, parang gano'n. So nakakategory po siya. So at ang ano po niya is more or less parang by group yung ano niya, yung magiging example po niya. So method of sampling. So, kung meron tayong data, magkakaroon tayo ng method of sampling. Sampling is one of the best method na ginagamit, fastest way pala, hindi best, fastest way method to collect data. Okay, bakit? So, random sampling is every unit of the lot has equal chance of being chosen. So, the way of picking out sample is unstructured or does not follow any pattern. Okay? So basically, pag meron tayo, usually ang ginagamit talaga is random. So randomly pick para po doon sa ano. Let's say for example, meron kang type of population. So ang population mo sa isang city, let's say we have 100 barangay. Okay? So hindi naman pwedeng barangay 1 to 10 lang ang kukuha ko ng sample. Okay, especially sa survey. So basically, it will be a random. So pwedeng 10, barangay 10, barangay 21, barangay 91. So, ganun po siya. So, hindi po siya na sunod-sunod. So, depende po dun sa gumagawa ng survey o gumagawa po na as long as may represent niya yung number of people sa isang population. Okay? So, method of sampling. So, systematic. Ito yung systematic, ito yung may sinatawag na sampling. Ito yung kabaligtaran naman ng kaninang random. Kung random is walang pinusunod, ito meron po, may sinusunod siyang pattern. Like for example, 2, 5, 8, 9. So, ang typical example po nito is pumunta tayo sa field ng medicine, na medical. Okay? So, for example, ang ginagawa po ng pag-routine ng mga nurse, pagkukuha po ng mga vital sign, ng blood pressure, ng pulse. So, nakasystematic po yun. Depende sa binigay ng doktor. Let's say, for example, pag inom ng gamot, so every 4 hours, kailangan makainom ng biogesic. So, the next 3 hours, kailangan makainom ng So, yun po yung mga sampling nila. So, kinukuha na po ng sign, may oras po. That's the typical example po ng systematic sampling po natin. So sa word naman po, sa field naman po namin sa manufacturing and production, meron po kami tinatawag na random sampling, systematic sampling ng IPQC na in process. So every 4 hours kukolekta na sample at i-check yung sample. Okay? So yun po yung mga yung tinatawag na systematic sample ng another type of sampling method. Stratify, the sample that involve division of population into a small group known as strata. Say, balikan ko yung example ko kanina para ma-explain ko siya na maayos. Let's say for example sa Metro Manila. So how many district in Metro Manila? So I think 6 kasi galing po ako sa Manila. So I belong in Tondo group. So district group po ako doon. So sino po yung mga ka-distrito ko diyan? So malapit po ako sa Tayuman. Ayun eh. So, pag kumuha po ng sampling, for example, sasabihin ng National Statistics Office na, so ngayong buwan, so stratify sampling muna tayo kasi less tayo naman power. So let's say for example, sabi ko nga, 'di ba, may 6 district ang 6 district ang tawag rito ang Metro Manila. District 1, dati pong councilor doon sa ISCO. So, kukuha po doon ng barangay lang. Let's say for example, District 1, barangay 1 to 5 lang ang kukuha na natin. District 2, kukuha natin example is barangay 21 and 20 hanggang 25. Parang ganun po. So pag pick po nila is either po random, pwedeng random, pwede rin pong yung kaninang natin may pattern. As long as kinlaster po nila, so makaka-consider po natin sila na stratify. Ito po yung way para mapabilis, para kunyari malalaking population, malalaking po nila, binabawasan po nila. But at the same time, na re-represent po nila yung buong population ng Metro Manila. Okay? Advantage at disadvantage po para po doon sa ating sampling. So, yung advantage po ng sampling natin, syempre, fastest nga and cheaper, avoid handling damage of inspection para po dun sa nasa field ng mga production, and then requires less manpower. So yun nga, sinabi ko kanina, especially dun sa stratify. Talagang nililimit lang nila. So, ang disadvantage naman po nito is konti lang yung nakukuha nating sample. Diba? So, baka mamaya hindi siya 100% na ma-represent natin yung total number of population. So, yun po yung isa ng mga disadvantage ng natin ng ating random sample. But syempre, for statistic side, so meron po tayong mga tawag rito, rule ng number of sampling size in order to masabi na realistic pa rin yung natin, yung survey natin. Okay? Or yung data natin na magre-represent doon sa isang population, or kung gagawa tayong survey doon sa isang lugar. So maire-represent pa rin natin yung data na makukuha natin doon, na masasabi natin na itong buong Metro Manila, ito ang sinasabi. Gamit ko is yung stratify na random sampling. Parang ganun. Okay? So guided pa rin po ng statistical sample size. Baka kasi mamaya sabihin, sabi ni Sir Aries, di pala precise eh. So gaya ng sinabi ko, so guided pa rin yung number of sample size nila. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo sa SWS survey, kung ano man survey na pinapakita nila is sinasabi nila yung number of out of 1,000 people, ito ang sinabi na ganun, ito sinabi na ganun. Okay, that 1,000 people, so kinonsult po nila yon if this enough as my sample to represent the whole Metro Manila. Okay? So meron po silang meron po silang ginagamit na guidance na pagkuha ng sample. Another best example nito para masabi ko sa inyo na is yung ginagamit natin pagkuha sa manufacturing field. Let's say for example, meron siyang 1,000, meron silang tinatawag na na sampling size lang. So let's say for example, meron siyang 30 pieces sample size, standard sample size that represent the population will be say credible data na pwede natin mag-represent doon sa population. Okay, something like that. So yun nga lang, medyo pag gumamit kasi tayo ng 100% collection, medyo matagal, then it will take some manpower para talagang But yun nga, pag 100% naman yung data collection mo, so sureball ka yung data mo is tama talaga siya. Okay? So, yun. Think after identifying yung data natin, yung mga purpose niya, now we are ready. So, ito yung part na sinasabi ko kanina ng yung pag-refine ng data. So, yes, may data tayo, na-collect natin siya, na-extract natin siya. So, ano yung magiging tools natin para magamit siya? Para masabi natin na makapag-decide tayo na tama siya. So this is some of the data quality tools na i-share ko sa inyo tonight para at least makapag-decide tayo ng tama, particularly dun sa mga data makokollect natin in everyday life natin. Okay. So, 7 quality tools. So, sabi ni Kaoru Ishikawa, as much as 95% of the quality-related problem can be solved within the 7 fundamentals quantitative tools, which yung 7 QC tools nga natin. Okay? So, 7 QC tool is named after the 7 tools of the famous warrior. Oh, galing pala sa warrior to. Kay Benkai. So, Benkai owns 7 weapons which is used to win the battle. O yun. So, meaning to say, so pinangalan sa kanya, most likely kaya these the effective tools na ginamit. Since, yun nga, from the naming pa lang so to win the battle. So, to win the battle, to resolve the problem para naman sa atin, sa side natin in terms of data. So, a set of tools in which can be used by a team and on individual to interpret the data fully and derive the maximum information out of it. So ano-ano po sila? Ito po sila lahat. Ito po sila. So kilalanin niyo na maigi, ituro niyo kung sino ang wanted sa kanila. Anyway, joke lang. So ayun po. So ito po sila. Isa-isahin natin. So at I can assure you after na makilala natin 'tong mga 7 to, so we can have yung purpose natin. Ma-exercise natin yung 5 purpose natin kanina. Naalala nyo? Inform, decide, influence, predict, tsaka describe. So, ito po ang magtuturo, ang mag-guide sa atin para po dun sa mga purpose natin. Kung ano mong purpose ang gusto natin gamitin doon based dun sa objective natin. Yun, di ba? Yung kanina sinasabi natin. So, lahat naman ng magagawin natin na data, kukolektahin natin, i-analyze natin based dun sa objective ng individuals or ng company. Okay? So, simulan natin na. Ayan. So, first, yung ating check sheet. So, check sheet are the simple form in which the format can be aid the user to record the data in a firm systematically. Data are collected and tabulated on the check sheet to record a specific event during the data collection period. Okay? So, balik ko lang yung example ko kanina, yung tawag dito, yung do sa NARS. So, 'di ba? So, may mga yun ang mga isa sa mga sample nila ng check sheet. Example, ito po yun, example po ng check sheet natin. Kung mapapansin natin, dala-dalang mga cardboard or clipboard na may papel at may ballpen, tumitingin sa taas. tinitignan yung mga temperature, ayun po, isa sa mga best way example po. Wag po natin silang sitayin. Nagko-collect lang po silang data para sa atin. So, para hindi tayo mainitan. So, ganun po. So, ito po yung typical example po ng check sheet na ginagamit po natin. So, temperature, especially po, ano to, napaka-critical po para po dun sa ating paggagamit po, especially sa mga airlines po, sa mga sea vessel. Kasi po, life and death situation po natin ang nakasalalay doon. Kung hindi po siya kung hindi po siya mapache-check, especially do sa mga na-identify na mga critical parameter. So that's why in every day, as part of routine ng occurrence, makikita natin dito na kailangan po siyang check. So with the help of do sa mga generate ng mga engineers o ng mga specialist na mga check sheet. Okay? So ayan po. Yung ating tool number 1 as a check sheet. So check sheet contains all, yun nga, sabi ko nga, di ba? Critical parameter that need to collect and monitor. So collecting data should be in a regular and consistent manner. So bakit po? Kasi po, baka po kasi yung data natin is magkaroon ng noise pagka hindi po siya consistent. Like for example, nakasulat po rito is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So na-miss po natin yung Wednesday. Sa Wednesday, doon po nagkaroon ng fluctuation o nagkaroon po ng incident. So, ang i-report po natin, since walang data ron, makikita natin doon sa data natin pag in-analyze natin, good, lahat good. Diba? Pero na-miss out natin yung isang araw, which is that particular day nagkaroon ng incident. So, unfortunately, nagkaroon po ng unexpected situation or event because of that one. So, that po, kaya kailangan po na na talaga pong regular ang pag-check po nito. Sundin po natin kung ano may nakalagay doon sa check sheet, kung gagamitin natin as one of our tools para sa ating data collection is yung check sheet. Para po maging consistent, tsaka po accurate yung mga data natin na makukolect. Flowchart. So, itong flowchart po is another also known as a process flow diagram or the process mapping. So, this is the diagram or step in a process that they will be in sequence. So, flowchart display the major blocks of activity and the major system component in the system. Okay? So, ito po yung example niya. So, siguro naman nakakita na po tayo lahat ng ng flowchart. So, ginamit po natin ito lahat nung nag-aaral pa tayo sa kolehiyo. So most likely alam po namin siya. So ang pinaka-major po na rito is yung sa decision box po. So dito po natin makikita kung saan tayo magpo-flow. So ito po yung inaanuan niya. So part ng one na magiging decision making natin with the help of our data. So another example po niya is yung sa mga machine po natin. So meron po tayong tinatawag na macro mapping and then meron tayong tinatawag na micro mapping. So para lang yan yung sa mga boss natin, macro manage at micro manage. Okay? So doon sa mga assembly line po natin, meron tayong tinatawag na front line, soldering, final process, pero pag dinigest po natin siya, makikita po natin doon yung different process po nung isang macro map process po natin. Like for example dito sa may first process or yung front of line. So makikita natin na ito yung front line process natin, kung maririnig, nandito pumapasok yung wafer expanding, die bonding, coir bonding, molding. So yung inspection. So pag nakita po natin yung mga inspection po natin, hindi lang po siya basta inspection na ginagawa. Kung i-zoom in po natin siya, so may mga other pa po, mga ginagawang inspection po ron. So may mga label na chine-check, quantity, tsaka yung mga visual inspection po. So, basically po, kung ang gagawin natin ay random sampling lang, so I preferred na magkuha tayo dun sa process na micro. So, yun po yung natin. Kasi mas detail po siya, mas marami tayong makukuha ng data. Rather than gagamitin natin yung macro mapping. So, isa sa mga advantage naman niya using micro is pag nagdi-deep down tayo ng problema, let's say for example, itong may tanong rito. So, saan nanggaling yung problema? So, yung problema, makikita natin, masyadong malawak pagka gagamitin natin yung macro map. While, pag mag-zoom in tayo do sa micro process niya, So makikita natin dito yung isa-isa. Pwede natin siyang isa-isahin, makikita natin, madadigest natin yung mga yung mga problema na hinahanap natin with a different process natin na hinahanap. Okay? So ito po si flowchart, ang ating pong pangalawang tool na pwede nating gamitin para po doon sa ating analysis, or pwede po natin pag-resolve ng problema po natin. Ang pangatlo pong ipapakilala ko sa inyo si histogram. So basically, histogram are the type of bar graph that represent a different frequency of distribution. How often each different values the set of data occur. It creates by grouping of data into a cell or bin. The histogram is commonly used graph to assess the process or behavior or demonstrate if the data flows is a normal distribution, or we call it the bell curve. So typically po, ito po ang itsura niya. So makikita po natin dito yung anatomy. So hindi lang sa medicine may anatomy, meron din sa statistics may anatomy. So makikita po natin dito yung data po natin nagre-represent itong mga bar graph. Sabi nga po niya. So if we convert it into the line graph, ito po siya. Makikita po natin dito yung line graph natin na ay blow na masko. Ayun. So ayan, yung line graph. So ito rin po siya kasi counterpart lang po siya ng So makikita natin dito meron tayong specs limit. So bell curve po, pag sinabing bell curve po, ito po tinatawag na normal distribution. Bakit po natin sinabing normal distribution? Ibig sabihin po walang abnormality. So normal smooth po yung flow natin ng operation po natin pag ganito ang data natin. So which is ito yung gusto natin makita. Kung makikita natin ito, ipa-plot natin yung kinolekta natin kanina sa check sheet using histogram. So makikita natin kung abnormal na siya or nasa normal distribution pa rin siya. So using this graphical representation ng histogram. Meron po kasi makikita natin pag ang data natin ay naka-skewed sa left. So lahat po ng data natin is papuntang kanan. So naka-side po yan, naka-bias po siya sa kabilang side. So same thing din po pag meron po tayo ritong sa kabilang side naman. So eto doon na po pumapasok yung predictive natin, yung pinipredict natin, di ba? So with this kind of situation, di ba? So mapipilik natin na most likely papunta na siyang kanan, lalayo na siya doon sa normal distribution mo. Or may potentially na mag-out of spec na siya o magkakaroon na siya ng abnormal na instances pagka nagtuloy-tuloy ito. Tapos meron naman po ito yung iniiwasan po natin is yung tinatawag na bimodal. Bakit po from the word itself po bimodal? Meron po tayong dalawang napuproduce na process. For example po, ang process po natin is nasa isang side lang po, pero nag-introduce po tayo ng another process. Kaya po nagkakaroon po siya ng dalawang peak. Makikita natin dito may dalawang head siya. So ito po yung reason kung bakit nagkakaroon po ng bimodal distribution. So usually po makikita natin to pagka po yung ginamit po natin, let's say for example, pinonitor natin yung performance ng car natin with respect po dun sa oil na ginagamit natin. So let's say for example, yung oil na ginagamit natin is fully synthetic. So ang distribution po natin ito, ang ganda, smooth. So normal distribution. And then the next preventive maintenance po natin, nagpapalit po tayo dahil kinapos po tayo ng budget. So instead of fully synthetic ginamit natin is yung semi-synthetic. Okay? So ngayon po, yung dating ganitong distribution mo, magiging ganito na po siya pag pinilat mo po siya. So ibig sabihin, hindi na siya kasing ganda po nung dati. So makikita natin yun. So i-describe po niya na ang performance ng car ko pagka ganito is ito. So pagka gumamit ako ng semi-synthetic, ito. What if gumamit ako ng isang normal change oil lang? Baka nandito na siya sa mas mababa na siya. 'Di ba? Nasa labas na siya ng ano. So with our graphical representation, it describe. So nagagamit na natin yung mga tools natin. So it will describe. So ano ba yung performance ng gagamitin kong oil para ma-achieve ko yung maximum na performance ng car ko. Like for example lang po yun. So, same thing po siya, same scenario rin po. Kung makikita po natin, magagamit po natin siya dun sa iba't ibang industry po natin. Kung makikita natin to. Napaka-helpful po niya para mag-identify po ng problema. Next, Pareto. So, Pareto chart are the combination of bar, line graph that provide visual representation to how often various issue affecting the process. Pareto charts derive from the use of Pareto principle, which is 80 of the effect comes from the 20% of the causes. Using this chart, the professional can decide where is the priority. So, ito po yung example niya. So, basically po, sa isang industry, hindi lang naman po isa problema natin. Diba? Even in our life, diba? So, napakaswerte po natin kung isa lang ang pinoproblema natin sa mundo. So, napakabait sa inyo ni God. So, basically, so kung i-chart natin, lahat ng problema natin na i-encounter either sa industry man yan or dun sa ating personal life, ipa-plot natin yung problema natin. So, makikita natin dito, kung ano yung top, magtatap. So, dun sa check sheet natin, gamitin ko yung example ng check sheet natin. So, iba, nagtatantos tayo, nagtatali tayo, nagtatabulate tayo. Right? So, once we use the Pareto principle, para dito, makikita natin kung sino ang pinakamalaki at dapat bigyan ng pansin. Okay? So, sabi nga niya, so, kung meron tayong problema worth of 100%, using Pareto chart para mapabilis po yung ano natin. So, with the help of 80-20 Pareto rule. So, paano po yon? Explain ko lang po ng further. So, kung meron po tayong 100%, i-identify po natin yung 20% ng problema na makaka-resolve po ng 80% ng problema natin. So, for example, itong A and B, makikita natin, factor A and factor. So, itong dalawa. So, kung makikita natin, so part siya ng 100% po natin. Diba? But yung contribution niya, ito is 50, ito is 30. Diba? So makikita po natin dito na pag na-resolve natin yung dalawa lang, hindi natin kailangan i-resolve to. At least 80% ng problema mo na-resolve na. Dalawa lang ang tinrabaho mo muna with the help of Pareto. Diba? So, nga, mayroon ka pa rin 20%. At least napagaang na yung napagaang na yung problema mo. Na-resolve mo na yung 20. Let's say, for example, meron ka lang budget na 20% na tolerance na pwede mong ibigay. For example, na we're talking about, let's say, scrap. Diba? Kung 80% lang ang pinaka-target sa'yo, so bakit ko kailangan i-resolve lahat? Diba? I-resolve ko na lang yung dalawa kasi yung dalawa lang based from Pareto diagram ay 80% na kagad pasok na kagad ako sa budget ni boss. Diba? So, something like that. So, that's the purpose and the benefit that we can collect using Pareto chart. So, sinasabi sa atin, like in the definition, so the professional can decide where is the priority and the focus item. So, napaka-useful po talaga nito, especially po dun sa ating pagbibigay ng priority. So, ibabalik ko lang dun sa question natin, question in mind natin about dun sa COVID alert natin. So, sa tingin nyo, ginamit ba ni government to para ma-identify kung ano yung level 1, level 2, level 3 using sa data na kukuha nila? So, I think so kasi kung makikita nila kung bakit tayo bibigyan ng category ng lockdown, so based sa population ng number of COVID incidents sa kanila. So, tinatali nila, ano yung mga lugar yun? Pag pinilet na yung Pareto, itong A, itong mga province na to, ito yung bibigyan ko kasi taas ng number ng COVID incident nila, so bibigyan ko to ng category level number 5. Parang ganun. Diba? So, ayan, nasagot na natin isang question in mind natin. So, with the help ng so ito yung magiging decision point nila. So, most probably, they use the Pareto chart to give yung priority level nila. Siguro itong E, ayan, nakita natin 5 lang yata to o 2. Diba? So, siguro level 1 lang to. Kung if this is converted as sa province. Ito yung mga province na merong mga COVID-19. Okay, so that's the main primary purpose and tulong sa atin ni Pareto. Okay, to identify which is the focus and the priority area. Okay, so hindi naman lahat ng problema kaya natin i-resolve, di ba? Especially if we are given a certain limit lang, di ba? So for example, I want to improve yung performance namin by 50% in the next quarter. So you have only 3 months life cycle time stamp. Okay? So 50% i-improve mo in 3 months. So ano yung magiging basihan mo? So gamitin mo yung 80-20. Pag na-resolve mo yung dalawa, may 80 ka, edi sobra-sobra ka pa doon sa quota mo. Diba? So that's the purpose, one of the primary purpose para po magamit natin yung isa sa mga tools na ibigay sa atin ni Kaoru Ishikawa. So yung Pareto. Next, eto, nandito pala, syempre, siya yung author, meron din siya, di ba? So, we call it the fishbone diagram or also known as Ishikawa diagram. Siya yung founder, nag-invento nitong diagram na to. Fishbone diagram, also known as a cause and effect diagram, a quality tools to use in brainstorm, to help identify root cause and issue looking a possible variable. Okay, when you're using the diagram, the center of the focal point, the quality, it places the head of the fish. So, ilalagay natin, mamaya pakita ko example, sa head ng fish, yung problema. Diba? So, it will visualize the possible cause and effect ng problema natin. Okay? So, example po niya, ito. So, ayan. So, may mga commonly used tayo na ginagamit. Itong 6M, kung narinig nyo na, mabalik ko lang, 'di ba? Kung makikita natin kasi dito, doon sa may sinabi niya rito na ano ko lang. So, quality tools, control using brainstorming tool. So, 'di ba maalala natin yung isang type ng data collection natin, one type is yung focal discussion. So, ito na 'yon. Dito pumapasok 'yon. Sa focal discussion kasi meron tayong interview, meron tayong survey, meron tayong observation, diba? Meron tayong data captured, and then yung panglima natin is yung focal group discussion. So dito 'yon. Dito pumapasok 'yon. So balik ako sa sinabi ko na meron tayong common na ginagamit na principle or methodology para dito sa ng fishbone diagram. Actually nag-evolve na 'to eh. Dati 4M lang 'to. So yung man, machine, method, tsaka yung material. So, in-improve, naging 6M na siya. Okay? So, yung 6M, nadagdagan siya ng measurement and then mother nature. So, basically, ito yung bunga ng brainstorm. Kung ito yung effect, ito yung problema natin, usually, the certain specialist or yung group ng people, so they will gather, they will brainstorm, ano yung mga potential factor na nakaka-apekto doon sa effect natin, doon sa sa problema natin in terms of method, machine, man, measurement, material, and mother nature. Mother nature is more on environment po siya, environmental factor. So, napaka-effective po nito based experience ko po. In 20 years in field of manufacturing, napaka-effective po siya. So, kung meron kayong problema na gustong i-resolve, mapa-personal man to o may mapa-field of iplatag niyo lang po using 6M. Sure, makikita niyo po yung problema. So with this 6M, makakagawa po kayo, makakapag-decide kayo ng data analysis towards to your data-driven decision. Okay? So yun, I strongly recommend this one pag mag-analyze po tayo ng problema. So part rin po siya ng Lean Six Sigma tools para po dun sa ating analyze phase po, sa DMAIC methodology niya. So meron din po another one, di lang po siya 6M. Actually, marami po kayong pwedeng ilagay po dun sa mayan. Ito po in terms of naman po, mga administrative, pwede po siyang tinatawag na 4Ps na kung tawagin. So policy, place, people, procedure. So same thing din po yung yung tawag dito, yung principle po niya. So basically, so dinadigest lang po natin siya in terms of dun sa categorical. So, sir, paano yun, sir? ililimit ko lang ba yung sarili ko dito sa dalawang to? Hindi po. So, sabi ko nga po, this is a brainstorm. Kung sa tingin nyo po, ano po kayo ng magkakaroon po kayo ng with your own category, especially kayo naman po yung nasa field, nandoon sa ano nyo, kaya master doon, pwede po kayo maglagay ng category nyo. Ito lang po ay mga guide para po doon sa ating pag-resolve ng problema. So hindi po wag po natin i-limit yung sarili natin. But syempre this guide, this template is a proven good or methodology or template that can be solve a problem. Okay? Kasi baka mamaya pagka nag-modify tayo, so may miss out tayong category. So ayun. So pero hindi po natin i-limit yung sarili natin para dito. Okay? But strongly recommend doon tayo sa may historical data na, proven data na resolve ng problema natin. At yung ginagawa po natin is through base ng ating mga data collection. Okay? So, siya po, si fishbone diagram or yung ating Ishikawa diagram. Next po natin, ito po yung tinatawag na scatter diagram. Scatter diagram, also called a scatter plot, the diagram that used to visualize, represent the relationship between two variables in order to quick identify the correlation between them. The tools that used to determine the type of relationship between the input to the process or the process characteristics that the output from process or product characterization. So, ito po ay napaka-powerful tools para po sa pagko-compare. So, sinasabi ko po sa inyo. Ang itsura po niya, ganito po. So, ayun po. Kung meron po tayong dalawang variable o dalawang na gustong i-compare, with the help of scatter diagram, makikita po natin siya. So, usually po ito ginagamit kung gusto mo compare yung, so ano ba mas masarap yung chicken ni Jollibee o chicken ni KFC? So, isang example lang po siya. So, kung magsa-survey tayo, makikita natin na pag ang graph natin is looks like this, na nakadikit lahat sa plot, so makikita natin na wala po siyang, ibig sabihin po, mako-conclude natin na walang pinagkaiba yung chicken Jollibee at chicken ni KFC. Pero may nakakita rin po tayong ganito. So, what if compare natin chicken ni Jollibee, chicken ni KFC at chicken ni McDonald's? At ganito po ang scattered plot natin. So, napakalayo po ng correlation natin siya. Tanungin niyo ako, sir, bakit mo naman nasabi through graph? So, hindi lang po natin siya i-judge through graph, but also with the data. So, yung data po natin, meron po tayong kino-consider na R-squared. So, the R-squared, we call it the square correlation coefficient, explain the strength of the relationship between two variables in the scatter plot. Ideally, yung R-squared po natin dapat 1. Ito yung perfect, dikit-dikit po siya. So actually, kung ano yung data ng isa, yun din yung data ng ano. Kunyari, let's say for example, ang data ko is 1, dapat sa kabila rin ko 1 din. Okay, so yun ideal po, pero napaka-imposible po niya. So everything is only ideal in the word. Okay, so greater than 90% showing strong correlation. 70% is the acceptable level. So worldwide industry po, tinatanggap po yung 70%. Later explain ko po kung paano nakuha yung 70% para makapag-judge po tayo, makapag-predict. And then less than 70% is the weak correlation. Ang example po niya ganito. So makikita po natin yung R-squared niya, paggawa ng R-squared. Meron pong mga statistical tools na ginagamit para po makakuha po tayo ng R-squared. Even in the Excel file, pwede po tayo makapag-generate ng R-squared using scattered plot na graph. I-type lang po natin, i-select lang po natin yung scattered plot graph. And then meron po doon, pag right click mo, magkakaroon po select R-squared, makikita mo po siya. So makikita po natin dito sa example number 1, doon sa left side. So 98% correlation po siya, correlated. So acceptable po siya, napaka-strong na correlation. Ibig sabihin, example lang po ito, wag niyo po ako ikuko. So yung chicken ni KFC is parehas lang yung chicken ni Jollibee. So ayun. So yun po yung sabi niya. But we can say here, so makita natin based from sa guidelines natin, this is only a 42% correlation factor. So ibig sabihin, weak po yung correlation niya. Makikita natin dito na magkakaiba po siya, magkaiba po siya na tawag dito, na hindi po siya talagang pwedeng i-compare. Malayo po yung characteristic nilang dalawa. Okay? So less than 70% po siya. So do you think this scattered plot diagram is a helpful tools para dun sa mga para doon sa ating pag-discover ng mga gamot natin, 'di ba? So sabi nila yung SARS yung COVID-19 is another form lang ng SARS-CoV-2 natin, 'di ba? So meron na silang ano ron, may mga gamot na sila ron, 'di ba? So I believe yun yung ginamit nilang baseline data, then kinorelate nila dito, nakita nila na effective to para doon, kinorelate nila, may na silang 100% o certain level of correlation. 'Di ba, mapapansin rin natin, sinabi na 90% effective. So, may mga ginamit silang baseline data ro, may mga ano sila na pinagbanggaan nila ng data nila para masabi nila makapag sila si Moderna 90% o 80%, si Sinovac 50% effective, para ba? Nabalitaan natin 'yon, sinasabi, pinapublish ng mga manufacturer. So, ito po yung ginamit nila ron. I think so. Para po magkaroon po sila. Meron po silang ginamit para masabi nila na meron pong strong correlation based on sa historical data nila. So usually naman po ganun po yung ginagamit natin. We use this good result, positive na baseline data para po doon sa ating mga new method na or new data na gagamitin para masabi natin na may performance from 2021 is still the same from 2022 kasi ang prediction ko ito, meron akong 90% o 98% correlation factor. Ganun po. So napaka-powerful tool po niya para po magamit po natin pang compare. So even in ating machine language po natin sa pag-ano po natin, ginagamit po natin tong mga yung pag nagte-test tayo ng data, pag magti-teach tayo ng mga natin, ng mga machine learning natin, meron tayong ginagamit na pang-check para makita natin na 99% correlated ako doon sa data ko na pwede ko siyang i-release using validated data ng scattered plot diagram ng correlation niya. Okay? So isa sa mga yun na okay yung data natin, strongly correlated ako, pwede ko siyang gamitin pang decide kung ano yung next process ko or next decision making ko. Okay? So ito po yun, si scatter diagram. So ayan, napaka-powerful tools niya para sa pagko-compare ng one factor to another factor. Actually, meron pa siyang, this is a linear correlation, meron pa po tayong tinatawag na parabolic correlation. Marami po siyang type. So hindi ko na lang po may di-discuss, gawa ng sa limited time lang po tayo. So marami po siyang method ng pagko-compare ng correlation po natin. That topic covered para doon sa ating part ng Lean Six Sigma ng Analyze Space for Regression Analysis. So the last po, yung ating control chart. So control chart are the graph used to represent for a process performance for overtime. Subgroup of data that collected and compiled together with a short interval of time. So the average of data points within subgroup represent a single dot in the control chart. Okay? So kung control chart natin, so meron siyang dot, yun ang nire-represent. The amount of variation that exists within the sample data is called the standard deviation or also known as our sigma. Okay? So yung control limit po natin, ng itsura po niya is ganito po. So yung average, we call it the mean chart. So yung standard deviation, yung paggalaw po niya. And then common po para sa control chart natin, kaya nga po tinawag natin siyang control chart. Meron po tayong upper control at lower control limit. So like what I said, common po nito, ang common process application po niya sa industry po natin. So yung tinatawag na statistical process control, makikita po natin dito yung kung nasa ano pa ba tayo, kung okay pa po ba yung natin, yung performance natin or yung tinatrack natin data with respect do sa ginigiven natin na control limit. Okay? So later on may exercise ako, i-define natin. I hope ma-capture nyo para at least magamit nyo in your industry paggawa, kasi isa siya sa mga common tools na pwede natin gamitin pag monitor ng performance po natin. So basically it derives from a 3 sigma variation na control chart. So ayun po. So let's say for example, we want to monitor po yung mga performance po natin in terms of yung balik ko lang do sa kanina kay Manong na nagko-collect po ng mga temperature po natin ng nagko-collect sa using check sheet. So pag pinilat po niya yung data niya using H, then in-overlay niya yung upper control limit niya, makikita po niya kung nasa out of spec na siya, above or lower na po ba siya ng control limit natin. So basically po, ito po yung magiging type ng predictive natin. Dito papasok yung purpose natin na predictive. Like yung nakita niyo example ko kanina, yung papataas yung mga line graph na mapipredict natin siya na malapit na siya mag-out of control limit. So tatanungin, sir, paano ba kino-compute ng upper control limit? Sino ba nag-ano? So basically, marami pong type, depende po. Pero yung common term po, common application po, na ginagamit para makapag-create po tayo. Let's say for example, nag-collect ka ng data. Raw data lang. So hindi mo alam kung anong gagawin mo sa data. Pasok pa ba itong data na to o hindi? Eh, hindi naman ako binigyan ng engineer ko, especially mga technician po yung nangongolekta ng data natin, di ba? So, ano ba gagawin ko dito? Pasok pa ba to o hindi? Especially kung ano. So, wala naman binigay na control chart. So, pwede po tayong gumawa using historical data, kung ano may data natin. Pwede po natin siya ma-plot based doon sa standard na ginagamit ng industry para makapag-create ng upper at control limit po natin. Okay, sa next slide paliwanag ko po. Tapusin ko lang po itong discussion na to. So sa chart naman po, dito naman po sa control chart, meron po tinatawag na 7 rules. So isa po doon sa mga 7 rules para masabi natin na ano siya na within specs pa or within control pa yung tinatawag natin na 1 point out of control limit. So kahit isa po diyan, pumunta sa taas, pumunta sa baba, so makikita po natin na out of control na po siya. So very critical po to, ipapattern ko lang po especially sa mga airline industry. So they make sure na nasa central sila, itong X-bar po natin, yung average. So kung meron po sila, ay nakikita natin yung 1 sigma, napaka-tight po niyan. Napaka-tight po na control limit po niyan ng standard deviation para po sa airlines at sa maritimes po siguro na pag ano. So every time na mag-check sila ng parameter nila, ng mga critical parameter nila, so they make sure na nasa central sila o nasa average sila at walang pattern. So yung pattern, yung second rule po, yung 3 consecutive upward position, 3 consecutive downward position. So may mga sign po or merong rule yung ating SPC na magsasabi na papalapit na ako sa control limit. That's why very useful po naman siya dun sa ating purpose na pag-predict. So predict to make a decision para po dun sa ating decision making. So makikita natin yung trend ng ating mga data. Okay? So isa po to, I believe ginagamit po to. Na ngayon po, ano na po siya, very automated na po siya, hindi na po katulad dati na gagamit ako ng check sheet, ipa-plot ko siya. Meron na po mga software na ginagamit. So I believe dun sa mga airline industry din, meron silang ginagamit na control chart para makita nila, easy makita nila kagad kung within performance pa rin ba yung airline, yung plano ko or yung barko ko. So same thing din, di ba makikita natin yung mga pulse rate sa medicine industry. So makikita po natin even the stock market. So oops, malapit na hit ko na yung tinatawag na MA ko. So yung moving average ko, bababa na to. Di ba? So yung mga binabantayan po nun sa stock market natin. So ganun po. So yun sa mga tools na ginagamit ito pong control chart para makita natin, makapag-predict ng kung bibili na ba ako o hindi. Ganun. So 7 consecutive meron silang 5 MA moving average, 10 MA, so 20 MA. So yun, mga sign po. So that makes a decision for you kung papasok ka sa stock market or what. Okay? So yun, ito po yun. So let's make an exercise. Turo ko po sa inyo, share ko po. So part po sana na maging learning nyo. So take away nyo po sa akin yung mga hindi pa nakakaalam para po dun sa session po na to. So let's exercise to construct yung natin ng control chart. Let's say for example, gusto niyo i-monitor yung pag-uwi ng asawa niyo. Alas 7 na ba? O i-plot niyo rito, tingnan niyo kung out of control na siya o may trend. Kung may trend ba ng uwi ng maaga o pag-uwi ng ano. Okay? So construct 3 sigma control chart using below dataset. So ito yung dataset example po natin. So unang-una daw, kailangan kunin natin yung mean. So pag kinuha natin yung mean, makikita natin from our dataset is 15. So average lang. By the way, Mean is called the average po. So another term po siya ng average. So ano lang po siya, paano ko ba sabihin? Process naming lang siya para dun sa ano, sa average. So sigma or standard deviation. Hindi ko nalagyan ng ganun para mas maintindihan. But ito nalagyan ko. So standard deviation, we call it the sigma. So sigma is, pag kinalculate po natin yung sigma niyan, yung standard deviation niya, with respect to sa dataset natin is 2.83. Okay? So, sabi niya, kukunin daw, kailangan daw 3 sigma eh. So, pag sinabing 3 sigma, so, meaning to say, 3 times sigma. Yun. Diba? 3 sigma value. So, 3 sigma value ko is 8.49. Ayun. So, sabi natin, upper tsaka control limit. So, meaning to say, plus minus lang siya. So, upper control limit natin, pwede tayo mag-generate ng upper control limit natin with respect dun sa ano, sa mean natin using 3 sigma variation. So, ayan. So, magiging upper control limit natin is mean plus 3 sigma. So, 15 plus yung 3 sigma natin, 8.49. So, 23.5. Then, kung meron tayong upper, syempre meron din tayong lower control limit. So, yung lower control limit natin is minus lang, sa negative side lang siya. So, ima-minus lang natin. So, mean minus 3 sigma. So, 15 minus 8.49. So, 6.5 lang siya. So, in other words, ito na yung control chart natin using that data set. So, masasabi natin na wala naman tayo, di ba? Sabi ko nga sa rules, 1 point outside the control limit is called out of specs na siya. But this, makikita natin, so yung mean nga natin is 15, di ba? Nasa gitnang-gitna. So, ibig sabihin, yung trend chart po natin o yung control natin, yung process natin, kung ano man itong gusto nyo yung tawagin dito sa graph na to, so is in control pa, wala po tayo. So, normal po siya. Pag pinilat mo po yung distribution po niya, nasa normal distribution po yan. Okay? So, I hope po na may meron pong na-captured para po dito. So, isa po siya sa pinaka-commonly known use para po sa ating control chart. Iba naman po ginagamit using historical data. Pag in-average po natin, gumagamit po na min-max naman as a upper tsaka control limit nila. It's depend po dun sa user. But I prepared po para po dun sa akin as an Six Sigma practitioner ay highly prepared na gumamit po nitong ng 3 Sigma. So, kung gigpitan po natin, itatype natin, paisisikipan natin yung niya. Like for example, like do sa mga airlines natin, I believe, tingin ko nasa gumagamit sila ng 1 Sigma lang eh. So, pag binagamit natin ng 1 Sigma control chart to, liliit to, kikipot yung red line natin. So, ibig sabihin, konting galaw lang, lalabas na yung data mo, kailangan mo nang gumawa ng action. Kailangan mo nang i-check, kailangan mo nang i-verify bakit siya lumabas. So, ganun po ka-type. So, ito is 3 Sigma, 3 Sigma control chart. Under ng CPK po siya. So, nasa 3 Sigma po siya. Okay po? And then, I think, yung last chart ko naman po, ito po yung ginawa kong yung role ng ating data into our technology. So, ito yung sasagot po dun sa, ano ba yung role ng data para po dun sa ating future technologies, ating innovation. So, ito po yung cycle na ginawa ko para in order to makita natin kung ano yung, bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng future innovation. Bakit tayo nagkakaroon ng mga bagong technology. Okay? So, hindi niyo po siya makikita sa labas. Ito po yung ginawa ko lang sa sarili ko. So, I believe is a part of the cycle. So, yun. Ito yung sasagot dun sa power of data natin. Okay? From data collection, tandaan niyo lang po yung 4D. So, kung si Sir kanina may 5G, ako po may 4D. Okay? So, yung 4D po is, yung unang D po yung data collection, data analysis, so drive action, so development outcome. Okay? So, data collection, dito po papasok yung mga data source po natin. Yung nakokolekta po natin ng data. And then, with the help of our data analytic, so, syempre, kailangan natin yung mga talent natin. So, yung data analysis tools na gagamitin natin sa technology. So, ngayon po, marami na mga data analysis tools. Like, for example, mga big data, pag-captured po ng big data. So, like po sa industry po namin ng manufacturing, meron po kami dati, Excel file po lang ginagamit namin. 20 years back po. Pero ngayon po, ang suswerte po ng mga nag-a-analyze ng data, meron na pong Minitab tsaka po JMP, may MATLAB na nga po eh. So, napakabilis na po mag-analyze po ng data. Siyempre, anime analytic tool ko wala kang, siyempre yung mga talent po natin, yung mga engineers po natin, kailangan po, competent po sila para gumamit ng, umawak po ng malalaking data natin. And then from our data analysis, we will derive a solution, workflow. So human decision, action and decision. Ito yung more on implementation. Implementation through our digital and automation po. So kung dati po is puro mga manual lang po, ngayon po gagamit na po tayo ng mga digital and automation po. And with this drive action po, makakapag-develop po tayo ng new technology, innovation, and much better po kung makakapag-discover po tayo with all innovation. Okay? So with our current technology na develop natin through the years, so with the help of continuous improvement, itong current data po natin ngayon, pwede po natin bumalik po pa sa initial data po natin para po mag-cycle po ulit siya para makadiscover ulit tayo. Sa tingin niyo po ba yung generation po ng cellphone po natin, saan po nanggaling yung mga data niyan? Yung mga software po niyan. Galing din po sila sa itself, nagkaroon lang po sila ng mga continuous improvement, binalik lang po as a data, as a primary data lang po siya uli, ina-analyze lang po, ano po yung dapat pang i-improve, nagkaroon lang po ng automation tsaka ng improvement through action, then nakapag-develop po ng bago. Samsung Galaxy S, ngayon Samsung Galaxy ang dami na. 'Di ba? iPhone 4, iPhone 5. So this data is also come from itself. Dinevelop lang po siya, continuous improvement, bumalik lang po siya doon. Umikot lang po siya as a life cycle po. So through the help of our data. Okay? So ito po yung power na nagagawa po para sa atin ng data. Let's use our data, analyze the data and drive an action to have some new outcome para po sa ating mga industry ginagalawan. Okay? So yun lang po ang aking presentation for today. I hope it will give some information, additional information para sa inyo, especially doon sa mga other field na ngayon pala nakarinig ng about data. So maraming salamat po. God bless po and keep safe.
Thank you, Engineer Aries and Dayrit, for assisting the IECEP General Membership on creating an online network to combat the disruptions created by current pandemic and ensure a smooth transition and adaptation in the new normal. So with all the metrics, the figures, the charts, and the exercise, it was indeed a thorough session. May pa 4D ka pa, sir, ha? Maybe in the years to come, it will be 5D and 6D as it is improving. Anyways, sir, now let us tackle the Q&A, sir. And I believe we have 3 questions here. Due to the constraints of time, due to time constraints, we will be answering 3 questions, sir. For the first question, we have, flash in your screens for easier guidance also, sir.
Sige pa.
Sir Aries, may I know po if you have an idea how these establishments, companies, or providers handle the gathered personal data in terms of seriously following the data privacy law? Is there a governing body that imposes rules and constantly monitor on how these company handles personal data that they have gathered? Thank you. I think he is referring to like when you apply for a loan in one bank and then next bank will text you want to apply for just an example, sir. Or how about his question, sir?
Sige pa. Tama po, isang maganda pong example po yung nararanasan po natin ngayon na magugulat ka na lang may nagte-text po sa'yo. So, even po kasi yung ginagamit po natin mga particular data na SIM card po, yun yung struggle po ngayon ng ating mga telecoms eh. So, that's uncontrollable variable po na tinatawag po natin sa statistic na hindi natin kayang mabigyan ng action or permanent corrective action. Puro mga containment lang po siya like yung ginagawa po natin ng globe ngayon na nagbablock po sila ng mga SIM card, ng mga suspicious mga text message. That's a containment lang po. But in the permanent corrective action, I believe wala pa po silang nagagawa po rito para po doon sa ating data privacy. And then to answer the question din po dito sa may kung may idea po. So for the company po, sa amin po napaka-strict po talaga. So si Dyson is very particular with the data privacy po. So isa po sa mga pinapa-implement po namin is yung hindi po kami nakikipag-coordinate kami with respect sa IT at sa security. So yung current po na ginagamit po namin na mga laptop, mga is privately na hindi pwede siyang gamitin para sa iba o sa ibang mga business purposes. So just only nabablock siya ng So I think to answer this question is dapat yung coordination ng company, patibayan nila yung IT nila, at the same time yung security network na yung mga bridging po doon sa security po doon para po maiwasan po at especially doon sa mga confidential file ng company para po doon. So maiiwasan po natin yun. At least sila yung mga expert para po dito. So yun lang po to answer po.
I would agree with that, sir. No? And since we are talking about SIM packs, I believe, sir, they are not taking that data privacy seriously because the SIM packs are not actually ours.
Yes,
we just bought them, right, sir? We can buy them in any store.
Yes, tatapon na lang siya pagkatapos gamitin. So wala pong traceability. Unlike po pagka postpaid po yung ginamit po natin. So napakahirap po na traceability po na.
Yes, sir. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they do not take this information seriously. With regards to the SIM pack, sir. And thank you for answering that question, sir. We proceed to the next question. It will be flashing our screens. Sir, earlier you mentioned that data is the new oil. This is really good. Specifically, big data is one of the trends in digital transformation as a precursor to machine learning. Could you mention tools, technologies that could handle big data? Because he is assuming that the databases application we know could not handle that much information.
Sige pa. So to answer po this one, so like what I said po, so napakarami pong data. There's tons of data that we can collect. But we can limit that data to squeeze this based po doon sa objective po natin. So hindi naman lahat ng data isusubo natin, i-analyze natin, 'di ba? So like for example, yung data natin, ang purpose natin is digital transformation. Naalala niyo po yung sinabi ko kanina, yung the data collection, then yung isa is track, di ba? So we need to extract the data, then put the data that we needed, analyze the data, at least yung data natin na limited natin, na squeeze natin, kung ano lang kung kailangan natin based dun sa objective na gusto nating palabasin. Rather than collect all the data, process all the data, and then it will mess up. Then at the end up, pag naggawa tayo ng decision making, it's not aligned with our objective and goals. So yun po yung recommendation ko para dito, para mas mapabilis po. In terms of tools po, so napakarami pong tools na pwede nating gamitin sa pag-analyze ng data. So minention ko na po kanina. So like for example po sa manufacturing industry, in 1 minute po sa pag-capture ng isang data, it's take 1,000 data na po siya. Sa 1 minute na pagpaprocess po siya. But with the use of our technology, yung mga data tools po natin, so I'm not promoting Minitab or JMP, so because this our using right now, mapapabilis po rather than we put an Excel file na ginagamit po namin 20 years ago. So napakatagal po nun. So ganun po. So yun po.
In fairness, sir, your answer is straightforward and on point. Thank you for that, sir. And we would love to answer more questions, but due to time constraints, this will be our last question, sir, for you. It will be flashed in our screens. Hi, Engineer Aries. Have you tried using the Monte Carlo analysis? I'm just thinking you can help provide a good example. Thank you, sir.
Narinig ko na po siya, pero hindi ko po siya natatry. Sorry po.
Okay.
Gusto ko po siya kasi po siya, mas maganda po siyang gamitin ng data analysis tools. But po yung laptop ko po sa hindi po siya pwedeng mag-introduce ng another software po sa company. Just limited for the private security purposes po. But nabasa ko po siya, mas maganda po siyang analysis tools. So maybe some other hindi man dito sa national ano. So because I'm one of the IECEP SG na nagbibigay ng mga online seminar. So I will make one topic for this. Gagamitin ko 'tong Monte Carlo analysis. Sige po. Sorry po. Thank you.
Well, sir, I think you just opened a upcoming webinar for some of our chapters in IECEP, sir. It's a clue already. You're giving us a hint on having you on our next local chapter webinars and even the foreign chapters, sir. Thank you for answering that question, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you to our participants who are really engaging in this session. Sir, please stay in the spotlight as we present to you this plaque of appreciation. The Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this plaque of appreciation to Engineer Aries M. Dayrit in grateful recognition of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker during the 71st Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention with the theme Embracing Digital Transformation in the Time of New Normal, given this 27th of November 2021. Signed by Dr. Lori Lisa D. Bulayog, the e-AGM 2.0 Convention Chairman and Secretary General, also signed by the IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. Engineer Dayrit, maraming salamat po. Sir, we hope to see you again sometime in the future, sir, face to face.
Thank you.
Have a pleasant night, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. To our participants, we want to remind you that we will be posting the link for the attendance, learning, and seminar evaluation form. We will be posting it in the Zoom chat box and in the YouTube live comments, so please do not forget to fill out completely and carefully, as this is one of the requirements to qualify for the e-certificates and earn CPD units. We will pause for a short break. After that will be our next and last technical session for the day. It will be about the role of wireless communications in the oil and gas sector towards digitalization by Engineer Russel, Vincent, Torres. But first, let's watch the sponsors' videos. See you in the few.
Papa no 嘘つき。パパ嫌い。
パパ聞こえる？発表会のことなんだけど、帰ってこれなくなったって、もう1年もよ。彩香の最後の発表会なのに。だったらマサラおじちゃんで登録しとけばよかった。もしもし、聞こえない。なんか途切れになってる。もしもし？もしもし？
パパの嘘つき。パパ嫌い。私のパパは遠い国にいます。パパは彩香とママのために 一生懸命仕事をしてくれるってママが言います。日本にいるときはたくさん遊んでくれます。
ちょっと待ってください。すいません、すいません。
動物園に連れて行ってくれたり、おいしいパスタも作ってくれます。パパはお料理が大好きで、パスタだけじゃなくてケーキやたこ焼きも作ってくれます。でもパパは嘘をつきます。電話ではいつも元気だよって言います。本当は一人ぼっちで寂しいのに元気だよって言います。彩香はパパの笑っている顔が大好きです。彩香と一緒にいっぱい笑うパパが大好きです。早く会いたいです。
彩香！
パパ！ひげ生えてる。
Seeing you for who you truly are. Panasonic's cutting-edge facial recognition system for a safer tomorrow.
Panasonic. A better life, a better world.
Osaka メトロは現在9路線133駅、総延長 137.8 キロ、1日平均約250万人のお客様にご利用いただいているところでございます。2018年4月に大阪メトロとしてスタートいたしましたが、安全確保につきましては鉄道事業者として絶対的使命であることには変わりありません。駅スタッフによる見守り業務を実施するにあたり、連携ツールといたしまして3カ年計画で、大阪メトロ133駅全駅に552台を配備いたしました。トランシーバーはホームのようにまっすぐで見通せる区間でありましたら有効活用できるんですが、我々地下空間という特殊な空間がネックとなりまして、すぐ近くにもかかわらず、上下の階層ですとかでしたらつながらないという状況がありました。IP 無線機は通常の携帯電話回線と同様に使用できるため、地下の駅構内でも通信エリアが格段に広がったと、あと、雑音なども入らずにクリアに聞けるということで効果が高く考えております。またIP 無線機による通信内容を複数の駅スタッフで共有できることから、連絡ミスや、ヒューマンエラーの防止に効果があると考えられております。
難波駅は御堂筋線、四ツ橋線、千日前線の3線が入った大阪メトロで2番目に大きな駅です。電話のように通信できるのと振り込み通話ができるので、お客様の案内にも役立っております。やはり素早く安心丁寧にということは一番大事だと思いますので、会場を受けてもらったらすぐに連絡をすることで迅速に対応することを心がけています。操作はボタンを押すだけで喋ることができて、音声もクリアに聞こえますので素早い対応ができるようになりましたので、お客様満足にもつながっていると思います。
駅業務の利用実績が各部署に伝わりまして、運転部門では運転士と車掌並びに指令書の係員間で用いること、また車両部門に関しましては検車場内で検車係員間の連絡ツールとして IP 無線機が活用できるか各部署で検討しているところでございます。
And we are down to our last technical session. But before we proceed to that, we would like to greet our Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Ulrich Lee F. Uy, a very happy birthday. Ayan po, happy birthday po, Sir Ulrich. And by the way, we'd like to remind our members that the election campaign officially starts. In fact, try to log in into your My IECEP accounts. Our 8 aspirants are now posted on the homepage or on the dashboard itself. So once again, please log into your My IECEP accounts. And of course, you will see the platform and the CV of our 8 aspirants for the IECEP National BOD post for 2022. All right, so anyway, right about now, we are going to have our final technical session for the day from the ICT and Emerging Technology. Our fourth topic revolves around the wireless technology adapted by oil and gas industries, particularly in Saudi Arabia, in alignment with the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So to introduce our next speaker, may I call on our IECEP National Auditor, Engineer Anthony M. Laid.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Governor Montanya, for hosting this event, and to everyone tuning in online virtually, local and abroad. Good afternoon to the Middle East members of IECEP. Okay. Our next resource speaker graduated from University of San Carlos, Cebu City, with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering, a licensed professional electronics engineer, registered ASEAN engineer, a registered master electrician with 20 years of experience as telecommunication professionals with tremendous work experience in the field of telecommunications and information technology, both in enterprise and industrial sector. Currently, he is working as engineer to telecommunications at Saudi Aramco Oil Company, Dayrit, Saudi Arabia, under Process and Control System Department, Process and Automation System Division, or Plant Network Unit. He is the incumbent chapter governor of IECEP KSA or Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Eastern Region Chapter, the first foreign-based chapter of IECEP. Also, the 2020 to 2023 IECEP ECE CUD committee member, one of my technical working group chairman for outside plant drafting of our very own handbook. And then he is also a member of a technical working group for data center, which has already been endorsed to IECEP National for IECEP critic review soon. Fellow ECE professionals, our next resource speaker who will present the topic, the role of wireless communication in the oil and gas sector towards digitalization. Let us welcome and please pay attention to our next resource speaker, Engineer Russel Vincent Torres.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Laid. Do I audible? Please acknowledge. Please acknowledge if I'm very. You can hear me from. Okay, thank you very much. That's a good one.
All good, go. Hey,
Okay,
welcome.
Thank you for that. Okay, now I will now. Minute. Okay. Does digital technologies, wireless connectivity, or what we call internet, become part of our daily life? The answer probably is yes, 100%. In today's fast-changing technology, it changes the way we live and work. That is totally also agree. My fellow professionals, esteemed guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, Philippines, and good day to the rest of the world. I am very grateful to be part of this IECEP e-AGM 2.0, which is the digital conference for the year 2021. So my topic for today, in today's, let's talk let's take a closer look at the digital technologies and the role of wireless in the industrial sector, particularly oil and gas, most only in Saudi Arabia environment. So this is technologies that we already embrace, we already installed in our plants. So as we know, the world is rapidly moving forward wireless technologies. As an electronic professionals, we need to embrace the fast changing environment and adopt technologies what's available in the market. If we don't, we left behind by the other organization. So we must lead by example. So the topic, I will have this topic, a very short topic. I will discuss what is IR 4.0. Some of our speaker already stated or presented in their for the three speakers. So we also, I will do the introduction of a wireless communication in oil and gas. Wired and wireless, what are those? Of course, the technologies about wireless and the code and standard. So what are the code and standard that we should also look into as an IECEP? And the last but not the least is the summary. Okay, let's start now. So what is Industrial Revolution 4.0? My fellow professionals, you can type in your chat box if you have some idea. I have some 5 example. Guess what is Industrial Revolution 4.0 in your understanding? Please, can I have a guess from the chat box? So 3 examples are already mentioned. Our first speaker, second and third. Do I see a chat box or a message from the chat box, please? You can type in. So, okay, I will just move on. So first, okay, IoT smart automation is totally correct. So I'll give you some example. The first topic about the speaker is spoke about robotics. Yes, robotics is part of the IR 4.0. AI also as a good sample by in the chat box. Then smart factories. This was also mentioned in one of our speakers. And what we call digital substation. By the way, digital substation, this is for our fellow professionals in the electrical field. So right now, here in Saudi Arabia, most of our substation are going digital. So they call it process system automation. So they are merging IT in their fields, just like us. So remote access. So right now we have too much remote access. So using the media of internet connectivity. And not but the least is automation. It's fully automated. This one was discussed during the 5G and 6G. So this is our good example of IR 4.0. Moving forward, so have you ever heard this word IR 4.4? So here are some examples. I'll go straight to the digital IR 4.0 is like, in short, is a digital world. So in today's technologies, we are already embracing. Some already embrace, some are still looking for it. So automation, as you mentioned, data, big data is also in the chat box. Thank you for that one. It's already mentioned. So let's say digitalization. How about you as a professional electronic engineers? Do you embrace in a simple way? If you have your digital transaction using your apps, that is one good example, like the GCash. So this is our simple digital technologies that we always adopt in our day-to-day life. So using social media is also one way of communication using the FF Messenger. So this is our on your screen. This is how it goes from IR 4.0 to IR 4.0. So next, what is Industrial Revolution 4.0? It's contained but limited to manufacturing. This is one thing. Manufacturing automation, connectivity, is the most example, computing and intelligence. On the top of it, there are identified pillars or innovation that support each classes of IR 4.0 as follows. First, in connectivity, what we call the Internet of Things. So, mobility, remote access, and also don't forget cyber security. This is the most important part in IR 4.0. So you can see this one more or less in your lives when the IR 4.0 was introduced. Let's go in computing. In computing, this one of our speaker, he mentioned about big data. How many data? Millions, tons of data. Augmented reality, virtual reality. This is also examples. Under manufacturing, there is another examples. Robotics, advanced sensors, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, or machine learning. Digital shift is not limited to a new technologies, by the way. This transformation will require us, individual, a talent individual, a digital skilled workforce, and leadership to reap the benefit. So my suggestion, my recommendation as electronic engineers, we should be the frontliner of this RR 1.0. So developing talent and choosing the right people for the right digital tracks. To sum up, digital transformation will not take place without people who can drive the technology. Remember, without people, so we should lead this one. The ideal digital work environment will be a place where humans and machines, remember, humans and machine complement each other. So it's side by side. We work with them and they work for us. But human capability should be recognized for their uniqueness from what machine can program to do in fast and efficient manner. Digital transformation is about technology or automation, but it is about people. Therefore, we as professional electronic engineers or electronic professional, we should upgrade ourselves. This is the key to where the transformation works or not. So robotic is a process of technology. This is our example. So as I mentioned before, as I said, cybersecurity is just like safeguarding the company's cyber assets and the data from malware attacks and behave preventively toward potential security threats. This is the most issue in IR 4.0. I think one of our SME here, we have some SME about cybersecurity. So maybe we can hear about them on the next digital conference. So in short, we are now in the age of digital. So for me, digitalization means adapting or implementing digital technologies to modify business model and offer new opportunities to generate revenue and value. This is the transition process toward digital enterprises. So we have now all the online, that a good example from typical selling to digital platform. Now, let's give thorough overview of what IR technology nowadays. Okay? So here, as you see in the screens, these are the technology trends. These are example of destructive technology trends nowadays. These are the cutting edge innovation superseded the older process. This innovation significantly alters the way the consumers, industries, or business operate in the digital era. So you can see from computing and intelligence, there are one example, advanced analytic, artificial intelligence, modeling, cloud, blockchain, connectivity, mobility, wearables, Internet of Things, manufacturing. These are good examples of our technology trends. So above, so one of our speakers is talking about digital twins. Digital twins in Saudi Arabia are now fully implemented. So this is, as mentioned by our speaker, this is the replica of what is, example, in my plant. This is a replica of my plant, the virtual and the actual world. Okay, so here, let's next. So another example of wireless application, the smart acoustic sensors. This wireless, they're using wireless as a media. And this is one good example is the wireless sensor to temperature, heat. It's detect leaks also as well in a control valve, isolation valve, and steam traps. This help to overcome the challenge of hydrocarbon issues losses in oil and gas facilities. So these are the technologies. There are some benefit of it. Cost saving. That is one way. Cost saving is one way. Why we do wireless. And another example of wireless application, this is another innovation. It's called smart helmet. This is an IIoT capabilities. Help connect to a wireless media which help improve plant field personnel on remote technical support. This is a real-time troubleshooting of a certain process between an expert or SMEs located in a controlled unit or a separate room and the field technicians which are on the actual location. So they do interaction, what to do, what not to do, what are the readings. So there are so many benefits. One good example is the operational expenses. It's a knowledge sharing as well. And it reduces downtime. It can be provide technical support anywhere in the world. So if you have a vendor outside the Philippines or outside Saudi Arabia, they can support with you using these technologies. So let's go another for a wireless application. Was on the first example. It's about robotics or what we call that EUVs. EUVs or unmanned aerial vehicle. Or one good example which is very common to us is drones. This is now used extensively to carry out inspections, survey, map terrain in a harsh or hazardous environment, particularly in oil and gas rigs. So rigs means offshore. The benefit of this is the health and safety of human workforce. So this was also, some of it was discussed in our first session. Another good example is wireless application. This was fully defined by our speaker. We call smart factories. It's a modern automation technology application. The increase of wireless technologies to transfer data, wireless system are quickly becoming accepted and utilized both within the process automation and the factory automation nowadays, or the smart factories which are fully helpful to our workforce. Okay, so another one I'll give you, this is called mobility or the information and communication technology. How IT, using IT like our smart mobile phone, smart iPad. So in the ICT world, IR 4.0 helps establish a mobility platform using mobile apps that enable people or individual to secure deploy application to our mobile devices. One good example of this, what you see in your screen, is apps called safety mobile apps. So this will monitor and report incident for all employees, including near miss, injuries, safety, and observation right away. So another example you see in the screen is the track inspection. In the old days, we have do the hard work, what you say, we have the paper. Now we do paperless. So having this one applicable, implemented, it will more output for our employees. So here, this is for the mobile operators. So it was well defined. One of our speaker about 5G, not only 5G, he also discussed about 6G. Okay, so I will not go over it. So 5G, 6G was already been defined. This is towards industrial revolution 4.4, 4.0. So now wireless in the enterprises mobility, or what we call AR, VR trucks. So the goal of mobility trend is to establish a secure access services from anywhere, anytime, using any devices based on user preferences. So for mobile application, have you see on your left side of your screen, it provides solution to facilitate digital connectivity. Also on the center, the augmented reality, it provides hands-free solution to field operators or technicians. This is very useful nowadays, particularly in our OL facilities. So virtual reality is part also, it helps simulates the process through a 3D modeling to virtual reality. So this is very useful, virtual reality, to help our people on the field. See, before troubleshooting, they can do to this virtual reality and see how they can mitigate the issues and resolve it instantly using these technologies. Then what we call digital twin. So digital twin was mentioned clearly also. It's just like a replica of something in the physical world. It was also well defined. So this is our technologies. There are so many advantages of this. So what if you say here in the advantages, expenses lower 20%, improve construction efficiency and productivity, as well as quality. So maintenance wise also, this is very good example to be adapted. Then this is another application. So what we call artificial intelligence, or VR, as I mentioned. So artificial is the ability of a computer or a robot controlled by a computer to do a specific task, as usually done by human, because human, they do it before. Now introduction this one, they require human intelligence and judgment. So they collect data. So instead of it's helping our engineers to decide what specific things to do. Okay, this is what called augmented reality. So here, what is the benefit? Why we should go for IR for technologies? So one thing I can say, it's monitor all the process, boost productivity of the company, save operational costs. This is the most important one. As the owner or the CEO, they are looking for cost savings. So if you do this one, they will be happy and you will be instantly promoted, introducing if you have a cost saving in the company. Also, it's improved product quality, enhance agility, innovate, and of course, empower employees. From benefits, these are also the challenges of adapting IR 4.0. So data and algorithm. So some vendors are still working on this to make it more 99.9% perfect. Okay. Technologies, they are abundance of technologies, and we don't know what is exactly we needed. Okay, so process and governance is about documentation, standard, what is best, what is the document that we need to adopt, is this okay or not? So this is also challenges. So as we mentioned in our previous speaker, they have some groups or international, local, and international who are doing this one to govern. And of course, cybersecurity. Nowadays, we heard a lot of cybersecurity issue that some company, they use it, they hack. Okay, and not the least, people. Means we as professional electronic engineers, you, me, all of us, we should engage, embrace, and forget the old days. We should move forward. Okay? So this is a very good for us. This is another way how to upskilling, okay, our profession. So now the world is becoming wireless. Yes, probably yes. So both wireless world and also the industries. So these are example, you see, we using ELTE, wireless HART, RFID, Bluetooth, ISA 100, Zigbee. These are the common word that we, common media or protocols that we're using in the oil and gas industries. So we will have, so what is wireless, by the way? So it's very simple. During our college years, we know what is wireless. So wireless is just like not connected by an electrical conductor. Okay, simple, no wire. Simple as that. Make it simple. So what are the major type of wireless? There are some, these are some of it. So to name a few, we have microwaves, satellite, radio waves, infrared, cellular, or mobile phones. There are a few examples of it. So the rule of wireless in the industrial sector. Industrial sector, wireless communication is the key elements in the digital transformation. Why? Because of, as I said, there are benefits of it. Like for example, ITOT. This means that converging the integration of IT or OT. OT means uh, operational technologies, which is mostly termed in the industries or the industrial sector. So it's like example of this ITOT is monitor events, process, adapting devices. So emerging technologies, just like converting IT and introduce it in the industrial sector. Or the Internet of Things, which is the most common one. We do it remotely, Internet of Things, connected through the internet. So this is why wireless technology in the infrastructure helps for the digital transformation. So why we go wireless? What's the main reason why I have already my wired 20, 50 years already established? Why should I change? Okay. Why we go wireless? I'll give you one example. Why? So economic advantages. Okay, this is good. And operational savings. This is good for the owners. Flexibility during project execution. For a new project, instead of laying cables 100 meters, 1,000 kilometers, okay, typically doing wire for project, it reduces your time. Okay, extendability to avail new process. So if there's other technology, it can be easily adapted. No need for infrastructure added to your existing infrastructure. So material-wise requirement like JBs, trays, and food, this will be eliminated. And also, one of the most expensive for construction is the civil part, which is the stage one of the construction. So digging, trenching, cable pulling, this all will be eliminated by also. It's minimize the impact, schedule, and cost. reduce time of installation and commissioning part. So cost avoidance is also one of it. Design and engineering. So typically, let's say the design takes a year. Here is only maybe 50% will be reduced. Construction, labor, and management. So typically, we hire more laborers just to do cable pulling, machineries. But here, this will be eliminated. So material as well. So another one, this is why reason. Now let's have differentiate between wireless cable, which is the wired cable, by the way, which is fiber and copper. So traditional, we use copper cables, decade. Then fiber optics also introduced, particularly in the digital world. You know, fiber optics is an IoT enablers, particularly in oil and gas. Fiber optic plays a great role in the sensing the data. With the help of fiber optic solution, a large amount such as temperature, asset location, and oil reserve level can be monitored. This is like example of fiber optics. So fiber optic is also one media that's still using aside from wireless. But in this topic, we just focus only on the wireless technologies. So which way you want, fiber or copper? So if you want speed internet with no dragging of internet, so I will choose fiber. Then wireless technologies application in the industrial sector. I'll give you some examples where we can apply. I can apply it in the oil and gas. Okay. Next, it can be also in the smart manufacturing. So it's there also. It can be also in oil and gas terminals, where are the depot. This is also can be used. Then it can be also in mining industry. Also in the offshores. Offshore, so it's not possible to run cables. Okay, but there is also a way how to run cable using submarine fiber optics or submarine cables. Also in transportation, wireless technologies are also being implemented. In the process system, the chemical plant, oil and gas plant is also being also adapted as well. And energy sector. So energy sector, as we have a fellow professionals working in energy, so they are also moving towards digitalization. Not only us, even the farming industry. Okay, they're also moving digitalization. So these are the three wireless industrial device, okay, or protocol, by the way, that Saudi Arabia adopted. Okay, industrial wireless devices network are used for measure and control application. Okay, in the area on the process plant, were too difficult or too expensive to have a hardware solution of sensors, transmitter, and control element to install. So as you see on your left side, we can see Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is, by the way, is not only used for home internet. We adapted Wi-Fi in our industrial facilities. However, Wi-Fi, if you can see, we use 2.4 gigahertz frequency only. Okay, so we have to subdivide. So by the way, Saudi Arabia, if you will the government, if you implement 2.4 wireless technology in industrial sector, they have a limitation. It should be only transmitting signal within your plant facilities or within your perimeter. Okay, this is the government of Saudi Arabia implemented. If you want to implement Wi-Fi, you have to ensure that you transmit your power within your perimeter. Okay, beyond that, so you will be subject for investigation. So maybe some of you are not familiar of why ISA 100 or the wireless heart, can you please type yes if you already familiar, or type no if you're the first time that you hear about ISA 100 or wireless heart protocol? Can I see some of you just Y for yes and for no? Oh, good. See, some of it yes, no, yes, no, no. Okay, good. I am the right track. So maybe 30%. Say no, 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 yes, good. This is the way. Okay. By the way, ISA 100, okay, this is a wireless technology updated by IEEE standard. So wireless heart also. Wireless heart, if you are in the instrumentation sector, heart protocol is already there. But the enhanced, they call it wireless heart. So most of it are operating in 2.4 or 2.4 gigahertz. So these three are mostly used here in Saudi Arabia, particularly my company, Saudi Aramco Oil and Gas. As you know, Saudi Aramco is the biggest oil supplier or producer of oil across the world. So we're still number one now. Thank you, Saudi Aramco, for being with you. So here, this is how we do it, our design. This is fully implemented. By the way, we have also standard for this. We company, we develop standards. So because standards nowadays, you can choose abundance of it. But we Saudi Aramco, we tailored it. Okay. So if you are a contractor or a designer for our company, you are obliged to follow our standards. So for 8 years, I was with Aramco. I was working as the vice chairman of Saudi Aramco Engineering Standards. So for 6 years, I was for this standardization of the company. So it's good I share also my expertise to our IECEP, particularly in data and the OSP side. Okay, this is my subject matter expert. So wireless, I already been shifted to another field, which is wireless technology or what we call cyber security requirements. So now this is my new field for 8 years. My 9 years, my almost 4 months now being the cyber security in a certain oil and gas plant. So that's why I presented this one, because we implemented this one in our facilities. So I'll give you some example of wireless technologies. Let's go for wireless implementation. How we adapt, how we implement. So we using ISA 104. Let's see what we can see. So here, this is what we call. So we use wireless. This is how simple, very simple, wireless technologies. Okay, this is used for pressure transmitter. It's also temperature transmitter up your same side. So by the way, we're using these devices. So just like a network, you have a wireless gateway, you have the field side. Then this is how we decided. So we have pressure transmitter and temperature for sensing. So okay, by the way, okay, wireless technologies we implemented nowadays in Saudi Aramco is just only for monitoring. Okay, why we only started for monitoring? Because of cyber security issue. So controlling and changing parameters is still not part of our standard. So some of our SMEs are looking into it, how we can resolve this issue. Okay. So by the way, just to repeat, it's just only do monitoring. Okay. So another example of ISA 100 protocol in our plant. This is what we call steam trap. I think STAG is using this one, steam trap. So this is the steam trap. You can see you have a tube, the silver one. So we put hundreds of monitoring system here. So we have now, I think 1,000 in my plant. Well, no, we have 1,000 of sensors we installed. Right, still fully on the stage of acceptance. So we're using ISA 100. They're using SCADA system to do the networking for this one. So this is very useful. We're using this one, ISA for steam monitoring using ISA 100. Another one example is now this is what we call mobility using the Cisco technologies. Okay, this is how it works. So this technology is using Wi-Fi. So we have a Cisco Aeronet wireless access point, and we have also wireless tablets. So wireless tablet is just like the Samsung iPad, Samsung tabs. So we're using this one. By the way, the Samsung tab, okay, with our company, we develop a standard how to modify this to be EX rating or to be used in hazardous areas. So they modify the cover. So they put something more acceptable as per EX rating. So here you can see we have a wireless access point. We have the wireless tab. So everything, this is simple as that. But the challenge here is the configuration, maintenance. This is the issue. Okay, but we're working on it. So this is how it works. So you can see how many wireless access we have. Okay. So by the way, I said it's a 5 gigahertz using 5 gigahertz. Okay. By the way, why we use 5 gigahertz? Okay, you see we have 5 gigahertz because in the 5 gigahertz, okay, 5 gigahertz. If we use Wi-Fi in our plant, we use 5 gigahertz. ISA 100 and wireless HART, they're using 2.4 gigahertz. So that we have some no congestion of our signals. Okay, so that's why we introduce 5 gigahertz if we using Wi-Fi in the oil and gas. Okay, another example is how we connect CCTV camera using wireless connectivity. So this is one of my project. Okay, so we introduced this one. Okay, it's already, we also developed the standards as well. So we have this one, very simple. This is one of our very small, how to connect CCTV using wireless by Wi-Fi technologies. So we work with Wi-Fi vendors, for example, or the Huawei introduced to us. So it's a 5 gigahertz frequency using the Wi-Fi protocols. So camera, they just some camera are embedded with the wireless, but some they put some another devices to be a wireless. Okay, so wireless camera. The resolution, by the way, it's very unique. Okay, we do some tests. Okay, we found out that it's very acceptable, high resolution. So we have some demo coming from China. So Saudi Arabia, I told them to do a demo so that we can ensure that the quality, there's no buffering. So 99.9% was successful. Now this Wi-Fi technology is already embedded in our standards. So if you are a designer, so you just follow our standard, what are the requirements? So another example during my scouting of technologies, we found this one, they call it point-to-point multi-solution. This is based on, if you see the frequency is 4.9 to 5 gigahertz. This is proprietary. Proprietary meaning only the company own it. It's not standardized. So we found this one. We do some survey. However, we come up to be standardized. But this one also is just information. Okay. Another one is about CCTV also using ISA 100 and a combination of all. So here we can see control room. We're using wireless HART, ISA 100 Wi-Fi. So we have a combination. Okay, so it's another good example. Then also wireless solution connectivity for instrumentation. So we use Wi-Fi, ISA 100, Bluetooth as well. Okay, here are how it's connected. So on the field level, we use wireless LAN. Okay, II803 using the Wi-Fi protocol. In the sensor side, so as you said, sensor, we can use wireless HART, ISA, Bluetooth. The Bluetooth is just only for the RFID tagging. So they have a tag, they scan it with the tabs, and it will reflect what is the configuration of this field devices. So now it's very fully implemented. So it's called also part of the mobility. Another good example for wireless solution in the oil and gas application. So this is very useful to us. You know, oil wheels are in Aramco. We have thousands of oil wheels, and it's remotely located across the desert. So wireless technology help us. We have also part of the study. I was part of the study. It was fully. We have what we call that. We have tests, or what we called it a test run in some of the field, and we're using our partners, so our Huawei technologies. Now it's fully been the part of the project. So oil and gas for oil wells, this is how they do it. We have also a certain guidelines how we should design for remote location. Okay, this is another wireless connectivity in the oil and gas. So this application, these are some applications. We can apply it in the process, okay, for monitoring, environmental, equipment measurement, health and safety also. This was good important. Health and safety is like the monitoring of air quality. This one good example. So wireless for solution for metering system. So metering system is mostly on the in the refinery when they send the product, okay, to barge or ship or to the our customers. So we're using also not only Zigbee protocol, is also ISA 100 and wireless HART, as I mentioned. This is how implemented. So meter reading and production data collection. So we should put a metering between our company and our customers. So we put these technologies for monitoring how much the cost, how much is what. Okay, another solution for instrumentation application. Let's see what is this one. So this is the using ISA wireless technologies or the IS industrial protocol. So using Internet of Things or Internet of Everything, or they call industrial Internet of Things. So it's ITOT. So benefit, as you said, performance, reduced downtime, lower life cycle costs, improve service performance. Okay, so you can see the signal for 20 milliamps. Then it will be converted to Wi-Fi RF. Then go to the output. This is how we design for wireless ISA 100. So oil and gas under application. So these are some examples, some technologies in the market that available, and we should know them one by one if you are in this field. Okay, so these are good example. As you see in your screens, there's a plethora to choose from: humidity, power, corrosion, stem trap, gas detector, or RTU, DCS interface, wireless adapter, HART gateway. So many. So we should have for people who are in this specialty. So we should engage one by one. Okay. So industry code and standard. So let's go. Why industry code and standard? For me, okay, we should have this code and standard as ICEP. We should develop this one. Good to know that I was part some of it, and we started already one developing, even though it's a best practice. So standard, by the way, there are three categories in our company. What we call the company standards or engineering standards. We have called also best practices and procedures. These are three considered as the major component. So we have also this one. That's why if during the development of the data center, some of it in the mid-year, they said it should be adopted as best practice. For me, best practice is already the start of this documentation. So in few years, 5 years from now, this will be developed, it will be reaped. So we can adapt it. If people adapt it, we can put it at a standard. So it's taking time. So standards. The wonderful things of the standards, I said, we have many standards we choose from. There are so many to choose from. However, if we will not choose what the right for the Philippines industry, so we will all lost. So we have to establish one by one. So for Saudi Arabia, as I mentioned, we have already ISA 100.11. We have this standard in our company. So Wi-Fi as well, wireless HART as well. So we have also telco, cellular, 4G, 5G, LTG. By the way, the 5G technologies is not fully adopted by oil and gas, okay, because of cybersecurity issue. So we are still not convinced because adapting this one to a third party or like PLDT Smart, we don't have the full control. So maybe in the transmission of signal or data, there will be a leak. So we don't have a control. So now it's still on study, but we are moving to adopt 5G technologies in our industry. Okay. Now, so let's have an overview. So it's good. It's only short. It's just only beginning of this wireless technology. I don't want to more deeper in it. So we will have another session about it. So first, in summary, I discussed IR 4.4, digital transformation, as you know. What are the benefits and challenges? We discussed about wireless overview, what are wireless, type of wireless media, rule of wireless connectivity, and also we define wire and wireless, so fiber optics versus copper and wireless. Also, the technologies are already available in the market. Sample, what are the protocols? I'll just focus on Wi-Fi, ISA 100, wireless HART. Industry code and standards, as I mentioned, we have a plethora to choose from. So Saudi Arabia best practices wireless protocol for oil and gas. These are the three that we adopted. Okay. So now I have a question for you. Do you think that human workforce will be replaced by robots in the future? Can you have no? Yes. No, why? What's the reason why? I believe, I totally agree with you who answer no. We are not replaceable. I believe that robotics is going to be part of the workforce for the future. However, they require human to operate them and provide guidance on what to do. Yes, this is totally true. This is the reality right now. Everyone will be a tech savvy electronic professional. We should be a tech savvy or a technologist. We must immerse ourselves in deep learning in computers so as not to be left behind in the coming days or the coming years. So to summarize, from day on right now, you, all of us here in this e-space, in this digital conference arena, are going to embrace digitalization. And it is essential. Okay? Remember, we should adapt. And that's all. Thank you for your time. So it's only less than a minute. Hope you have a good understanding of it. Back to you, Master of Ceremony. Yes, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you once again, Engineer Torres, for comprehensively providing us with the knowledge about the role of wireless communications implemented in the oil and gas industries. Engineer Torres, may we proceed directly to our Q&A portion? And if I may say, sir, you are very entertaining and enthusiastic, and we love your aura on stage.
So
There
this is how we're gonna present.
Baka nagtataka si Sir Russell that we're actually looking here. Our monitor is actually here. All right. Anyway, hold on one moment. This is what you get if we're doing it live.
Yes.
All right. Okay, now we can hear you, sir. Okay, I hope were you able to hear what we said, what I said earlier, sir?
Loud
Ang saya-saya
and
po
clear.
ng aura ninyo sa
Loud and
stage.
clear,
I would agree
101%.
with that.
Ayan, okay. Oh.
Yes.
All right. Okay, anyway, without much further ado, sir, we really need to dive into our Q&A portion. We'll be entertaining around 3 questions. Would that be okay po?
Nope. No issue for me. Go for it.
All right. Thank you so much, Gov Russell. Gov Russell is game na game, the perfect speaker to end our final session for day 1. All right. Let's have the question. All right. Our first question is, may we request our technical team? Okay, Gov, the question is, how secured is the wireless data transmission? Frequencies can easily be tapped or hacked?
There's, as I said, security for wireless, is not secure. But we can do some mitigation, how to make it secure. So frequency-wise, so as I said before, we have to limit our signal within our facilities. Okay, with also engagement with the cybersecurity expertise. So this is one good example. Okay, so wireless, what we are doing now, so in our wireless mobility, so when you connect it to our wireless gateway, we have also authenticated. Okay, there's another level of security to ensure that it will be secured. So another level. So the best answer for this one, we have to collaborate with our cybersecurity experts. Okay, thank you for that.
I would agree with that, sir. Frequencies can be easily tapped and hacked, but you should put layer of security for that.
Yes.
Yes, sir. For our next question, sir, flash on your screens. As mentioned, since wireless is only used as monitoring, are these monitoring signals being logically processed to automatically trigger a command, or will it still require a human intervention before the execution of a command? Also, do you implement redundant monitoring for wireless field devices?
And 100% for the last question for redundant. As you see on my screen regarding the Wi-Fi, we have 2 gateway, 1+1 always. So there's too many questions here. As wireless only used right now for the first question, monitoring. So we here in Saudi Arabia, particularly Saudi Aramco, we are not embracing the command our wireless. We just do first monitoring because these technologies are still vulnerable. So we have to put some layer of protection. Maybe 5 to 10 years from now, there's another emerging technologies how we can tackle this one. But for this time, almost 3 years now, we just do only monitoring. However, human intervention, yes, human intervention is still there because when your wireless will be off, okay, so human intervention, physically operation should be implemented as the alternative if your wireless connectivity is totally hacked. So we dive in, switch over to human intervention, or the standard way, or what we call the old ways to do things. Okay, thank you for that one.
For now, it's the old way to do things, but generally, in the future days, in the future years, we will have is like what we call, sir, a collaborative, what you said earlier, a collaborative functions for the frequencies with security. All right, sir. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, sir, we are flooding with questions, sir, because they loved your enthusiastic approach regarding this session.
So no
Sir,
issue. We will
for the-
have some. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. For our third question, sir, and for our last question for tonight, flash in your screens. How do you communicate the wireless field bus and Modbus systems with wireless HART systems? Do you need to do migration or conversion into one standard only?
Okay, okay. Here, there's a. Okay, as you say, wireless field bus, Modbus system, wireless HART, these are technologies. Okay, some vendors are already what you putting it this one as their what we call product. However, we have to scrutinize them. Okay, right now we are engaging first with the wireless. First is the ISA 100. So we adopted this one. Second, we moved to the wireless HART. The wireless HART is already there. And third is what we call the Wi-Fi. So field Modbus in that field bus and Modbus, these are the DCS system. Okay, Modbus right now we're using Modbus system for our DCS system. So it's still there. Okay, but the wireless part, okay, there's still some hesitation why we go 100% because of cybersecurity. But 5 to 10 years from now, this will be mitigated and hopefully this will be standardized and we will go for it. That's all. Thank you. Back to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Yes, sir. You're the perfect resource person for the last technical session of today, sir. Because your energy ay umaapaw pa po. Kasing lakas ng energy ng ating mga participants who are still right now here listening to our last technical session. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Anyway, go Russel. Nako, if you could just take a look at the chats. And dami po, you are flooded with. You're flooded with. People are elated with what you did.
So the
just an hour. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, you're welcome, sir. Anyway, sir, please stay put as we award this plaque of appreciation, especially made for you. All right. And the plaque states, the IECEP Incorporated awards this plaque of appreciation to Engineer Russel Vincent U. Torres in grateful recognition of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker during the 71st Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention with the theme, Embracing Digital Transformation in the Time of New Normal, given this 27th of November 2021. Signed, of course, by our e-AGM Convention Chairman, Dr. Loreliza Bulayod, and our IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. Sir, please accept this plaque. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Very nice.
This is for all.
Yes. And I know that's for the strong 1,100 and more participants who are still right here with us. To our attendees, we hope you have found our technical sessions from our four distinguished experts informative, fruitful, and engaging. To our speakers, we are immensely grateful for showcasing and sharing your expertise with us. Thank you for accepting our invitation and we hope to have you once again in our future conventions. Mabuhay po kayong lahat!
All right, so at this instance, we want to grab this opportunity to thank our generous sponsors. We have Wireless Link Technologies,
AWS Distribution Philippines Corporation,
Siemens Energy,
Advantech Corporation Malaysia and Amarantos Incorporated,
United Electrical Specialists Incorporated,
PT Cerna Corporation,
Excel First Review and Training Center,
Allied Telesis Philippines Incorporated,
Panasonic Business,
Infinite Care Technology Solutions,
STAYAG State Power. And of course, we are thankful for your support and for helping us materialize the e-AGM 2.0.
Likewise, a snappy salute and recommendation for the hard work and dedication of our organizing and working committee of the e-AGM 2.0. The working committee are the technical team, the post-event completion task committee, the program coordinators, our moderators and hosts, ways and means, the correspondence team, the committee on awards and recognition materials, chaired by Engineer Raya Marie Palma, the committee on souvenir program, our graphics team, and the promotions and marketing committee with the assistance of IECEP National Publications Committee. Maraming salamat po for working as one team.
Of course, we would also like to especially mention the dynamism and attentiveness of our secretariat, Miss Marian, Miss May, Sir Arvin, Sir Cesar, and Miss Pam. Thank you very much for tirelessly working behind the scenes and ensuring the smooth facilitation of the event. In fact, until right now, nagtatrabaho pa rin yung ating secretariat. My gratitude as well goes to the members of the steering committee, Engineer Kensley Manese and IECEP Qatar, Engineer Julio Cederiosa, Engineer Jomer Katipon, Engineer Paulo Lalaguna, and of course, our convention chairman, Dr. Lori Liza Bulayog.
Our highest courtesy and respect to the IECEP national officers under the leadership of Dr. Michelle Dilawas for the trust given to us. Finally, we would like to express our gratitude to all of you, our attendees, for your participation and for your great contribution in the 8-day-long convention.
Alright, so anyway, we are just about to end kaya medyo mabilis na yung aming pagsasalita. But before we do so, how about we give our attendees a quick sneak peek of what will happen in the remaining days of our e-AGM. Alright, it will be flashed on the screen right now. For tomorrow, we are gonna have Human-Centered Design Thinking Framework by Mr. Walter Lee. And of course, we have the Project Management Dilemma, Waterfall versus Agile by Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas VI. Again, that's going to be tomorrow. It will start at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. For day 3, that's going to be on Monday. On Monday, for the information of everybody, we are going to have 2 sessions. On Monday, we have the webinar session, and we'll also have the first ever Electronics Engineering Conference. For the webinar session, as you can see on here, on this side, we are going to have Industrial Digital Transformation by Mr. JP Velakami. And of course, we're going to have Data Acquisition through Modbus Communication Protocol by Engineer Aaron Lenin G. Javier.
Tanya, the moderators for the webinars of Day 2 and Day 3 will be Engineer Jacqueline Kate C. Garduque.
There you have it. And of course, again, still on Day 3, we're also going to have a separate session and the first ever Electronics Engineering Conference 2021. And I will be back as your host for the EEC 2021. How about you do the Day 4?
For our Day 4, we give you the sneak peek. We have the Over-the-Top Technology by Engineer Bon BP Manalo and Information Technology Governance by Engineer Carmelo R. Alcala. For our moderator will be the boy next door, Hendrix M. Bautista.
Gusto ko yung boy next door na description. Okay, for Day 5, still, we're gonna start at 5 o'clock. It's gonna be Designing the Network Security as integral part of the enterprise network by Engineer Mark Anthony V. Melendres. And we're also gonna have our very own, hindi ko kilala to. Okay, Physical Security System Design Beyond the Pandemic, of course, by Engineer Paulo R. Lalaguna. For Day 6, what's gonna happen, Earl?
Yes. Tanya, the moderator for Day 5 will be Victor Eraniela.
There you go. Hi, Vic.
Hi,
Okay.
Vic. For Day 6, The topics are AI and business process transformation through automation by Engineer Rupert H. Santillan. Also, the Maya 3 and Maya 4 satellite development by engineers Jodiel Reyes and Engineer Renzo S. Wee.
And our moderator for day 6 is ang bagong-bagong first runner-up. First runner-up ng Dalakambining Ingeniera 2021, no less than Engineer Beatrice Peralta. For day 7, of course, we're gonna have the second part, the IECEP Kausap. We had the first part during the MidCon 2021. We're gonna have a second tranche for that. It's IECEP Kausap, or a virtual discussion on current affairs, updates, services, and programs of IECEP. Earl, sino yung host natin dyan?
Yeah, it will be a back-to-back beauty and brains with the boy next door. Engineers Janaisha by M. Tito and Beatriz D. Peralta with the correspondent Hendrix M. Bautista.
So it's gonna be beauties and brains and the boy next door. All right, and of course, for the final day, the much-awaited grand culmination, as well as the oath-taking of new IECEP members. And of course, we're also gonna have the CBL consultation. It's about time that the CBL must be amended. And of course, we're gonna go directly to our annual general membership meeting, and finally, the awarding and closing ceremony. So yun po, please anticipate the activities that we will be having from days 2 until day 8. Okay, so are we good? All right, so before we formally end, I would like to personally thank our Big Hero 9 team, our on-site technical here in Soxargen. We have Jason, Rainier, Jess Joyce, Gwyneth, Fred, Gio, Jane, Esther, and Chloe. And of course, thank you as well to the people who've nourished us in the background. That's Mark and actually Tony.
On behalf of IECEP National, thank you for your participation in the grand opening of the e-AGM 2.0. This has been Earl.
And this is Tanya. And we will see you again tomorrow.
Be safe and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Have a great night.
Bye-bye. Good evening, Tanya.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Ayun.